I'm not seeing the EFF here. For sure, they will join us. I'm not seeing the IFP, Honorable Mngango, but that bag, Honorable James, is Honorable Mngango's bag. Oh, Honorable Mngango, good morning. We are greeting you. Your bag has represented you in your absence. Greetings to Honorable Sols from the Patriotic Alliance. Greetings from Honorable James from the Action SA, and greetings to Honorable Vessels from the Freedom Front Plus. Greetings, General Sibiya. Good morning to you. And I want to wish you all the best in today's proceedings. Greetings to the staff of Parliament, Dr. Thuli, and your entourage, the media. There are South Africans who are following us every day, and they have become our colleagues, they have become our friends. We must also extend these greetings to them. Honorable members, I said that last week that we are going to have a meeting of the committee tomorrow on Wednesday. We will confirm the time with you. The chairperson, we have two chairpersons here. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Police and the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Justice. Their committees are meeting tomorrow, starting from 9 o'clock. And when I checked with them, their meetings may end around 6 o'clock in the evening. So we will continue to engage with the two chairpersons and other committee members to look for an appropriate time which can accommodate all of us. So once that is decided, we will let members know when our meeting will happen tomorrow. But the likelihood now is that it may start in the evening. So, but we will confirm that time with you, honorable members. Last week on Friday, there were some changes in the order of proceedings because there were honorable members who have requested to be released earlier during the proceedings. And so I want you to know that today we are reverting to the normal way of our proceedings. We will start with the African National Congress and then go to the MKP as the official opposition, then take the Democratic Alliance, followed by the EFF, the IFP, the PA, Freedom Front Plus, and Action SA. So I want to take the note. I want to note the speakers now. African National Congress, who are your first two speakers?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, Evidence Counsel and General Sibiya. From the ANC, the first round of speakers would be Honorable Sokanyile and Honorable Ngola. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. MKP, who are your first two speakers?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and everyone here. I'll be the first speaker today.
Okay. And then maybe just to Honorable Skosana.
Yes.
Because it is human just to tell us how is Honorable Nomvalo today, how is he feeling?
Thank you, Chair. He'll join us now, and obviously, you know, there's a clinic here in Parliament. He says that he's walking back here.
Okay.
He will join us in Honorable Chongwe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Democratic Alliance, Honorable Breitenbach, may you please confirm your first two speakers?
Morning, Chair. Yes, it will be myself and Honourable Cameron.
No. One of your speakers must be on an alternate.
Okay, well then it will be myself and Honourable Klopper.
Okay. So Honorable Cameron will take the last round. Yes. And then from the IFP, from the EFF, I guess it's yourself, Honorable Matthijs. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning, Chair. You didn't say EFF like you meant economic freedom in your lifetime. I'm joking, Chair. I'm going to take the first round. Obviously, I'll be doing, but we'll do 2 rounds. So we'll do the 20 minutes and then we'll do a second round for 10. Can we agree to that, please? Chair?
Honorable Matthijs, you are an alternate member in this committee.
But I'm full today
Today you are a full member, and when you are a full member,
because I'm an alternate
when you
and
are
the
a
full member's
when you
not
are
here.
a full member, you forfeit the status of being an alternate.
Yeah, but I thought you'd just be
So,
nice
so
because...
let me allocate. You know I'm a benevolent chairperson. Let
yes,
me allocate
that's what
you
I'm
the
counting
time,
on, Chair.
and then we will come to that discretion in the event. I'm satisfied that you deserve it.
Okay, but Chair, can we agree though, right? We're getting 30 minutes regardless, right? So I'm saying
Yeah.
we can go 20
Yeah.
and then we can use the other 10 to wrap up.
You
If push comes to shove.
you have 30 minutes. If you use 20 or 25 and say, I would like to use the 5 minutes later, it's still okay.
Okay, but I can see that you are going to give me the 10 minutes for the alternate. I feel it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, look, that is a very strong feeling. I cannot take that feeling away from you. Honorable Sols, Honorable Mwango, the IFP is going to be you. Honorable Sols, the PA is going to be you. And the Freedom Front Plus will be you, Honorable Vessels. And the Action SA will be you, Honorable James. So, Honorable Skosana, after you have spoken, we will determine if we, no, you said the MKP is going to be you, and I see Honorable Shongwe has moved in. Is he forfeiting his minutes as an alternate or what? Or is going to be you and him? Or,
No.
or him and you?
Yeah, it's going to be me, and then followed by that 20
Alternate.
that 20 minutes for Honorable Shongwe,
No,
and then in the
not-
second round.
Not 20 minutes.
Oh. Okay.
Not
Yes.
20 minutes.
And then the last round would be Honorable Nomvalo.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, honorable members, it will then be Honorable Sokhanyile, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable Shongwe for the first round. Surely, after Honorable Shongwe, we should take a comfort break. So, Honorable Shongwe, the keys to our break, I'm giving you the keys, and help us to have that comfort. Honorable Sokhanyile, your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, let me greet you, the honorable members. Let me greet you, General Sibiya. Together with the officials and also the people of South Africa who are listening to this ad hoc committee today. General Sibiya, I will go straight, I will zoom to your previous work employment that you did specifically with the city of Johannesburg. On paragraph 21, you have said that in your statement, on the 8th of November 2016, you were appointed by the city of Johannesburg to head up its group forensic investigation services. So you were responsible for that unit. Was the unit an existing unit in the SAPS, or it was a new unit that were established with the city of Johannesburg when you were employed in 2016?
Thank you, Chair. After I lost my job from the city of Joburg, I was at home doing my small projects. I saw an advert. It was advertised that they are looking for to establish a city's forensic department that is meant to fight maladministration, theft of city assets, fraud and corruption in the city, the hijacked properties and that. So I also showed interest and I applied, like many others applied. I applied and then I was called for interviews and I got the job. And at that time, there was no group forensics in the city of Joburg, but there was an audit section within group risk and assurance. They call it JIRAS within the city. So they were also conducting investigations on the other hand, but under like audit, they were not doing like forensic investigations per se. However, they were contracted to many service providers that are in the city's database, such as your KPMG, all the different forensic investigative and the law firms that conducted the investigations on behalf of the city. So the then mayor felt that, but they want to have a forensic department that conduct investigation that must fight corruption, fraud and corruption in the city, theft of the city's asset and maladministration. Remember in the city of Joburg, at that point in time when I was just starting, there were so many, I just don't have the figures now, but there were so many buildings, properties that are hijacked, where the owners were complaining left, right, and center that their properties have been hijacked and they were no longer even having access into. So I had to start a department that will actually focus specifically on fighting crime that is being committed in the city and against the city.
Okay. Then, in fact, you have said that you saw the advert through in the newspaper.
Yeah, it was advertised. Yes, it was advertised.
You applied,
Yes, I
like
applied.
anybody.
Yes,
Went to interviews.
yes.
Okay. But you left the city of Joburg being accused of fraud and corruption. And this unit that you set up, it was there to combat fraud and corruption. But you left the city of Johannesburg under the dark cloud, being accused of fraud and corruption. Am I correct?
You are not correct. I resigned from the city of Joburg.
There was no case against you of corruption and fraud or anything that comes nearer to you that the city of Joburg said you have done. For instance, that involves an amount of 3.5 million of unlawful benefit?
No. In the city of Joburg, it's a political space. It's all the political parties fighting each other in council. If this party is fighting that party of the former Mayor Herman Mashaba, others are fighting that party, others are fighting group forensics, because there were those that were believing that group forensics had been established by the former Mayor Herman Mashaba so that it can be used against them. So they would open cases, many would open cases that are not really cases that make sense, because if there is any fraud and corruption, and it was reported to the police and it has got evidence, I would have been arrested by now. It would have been, I mean, it's how many years I've been back into the police, where's that case now? So it was neither here nor there. It's just on a daily basis you would face, there are those who will tell you that I was illegally appointed, but I was appointed, approved by council. Matters were investigated by the public protector, cleared. There will those who tell you that I procured spying equipment, but and then even go to an extent of writing to the public protector cleared. They write to the IGI. The IGI said, but it must be investigated by the SSA. The SSA comes and say, no. We saw these things. There's no spying equipment here. And even these things that were procured here cannot be even repurposed for anything. It's a report that comes from SSA. Now, what I'm saying is that this is a political environment, and if someone goes and opens a case against you, and there's a case, act on it, and it never happened.
Okay. So there was no case that was opened for that. Even the equipment, because I was going to come for that equipment that we're talking about, an irregular expenditure that was incurred by the city of Johannesburg because of the equipment, procurement of the intelligence gathering equipment.
No.
There's nothing like that during your era.
Let me respond. There is nothing like that. Honorable members, when you say you are a world-class city, and then I say the city of Joburg is the mega city in Africa, and we've got a forensic department that is not able and capable, how do we make the city to be able and capable? How do we make the city to be able to carry itself in terms of the investigations? Now, I said, you know what, I worked for the Scorpions. They had a unit called KICO, Crime Information Collection Unit. In the Hawks, they have PCMC, Priority Crime Management Center, Information Management Center. Now, I needed an instrument that when I walk into the war room, I can see what is happening in the city at once. And that being the case, what you do is that we need technology. We need to invest in technology. Even the police now, they're saying we need to invest in technology. You need a situation where the city's got, I think, 13 departments and 23 entities or vice versa, but that is the numbers. I must know the crimes that are being committed at revenue services, at water affairs, water department, at J-Water or at Zoo, or at City Power. In those respective environments, I must know the type of crimes that are being committed there, but I must also check on the modus operandi of this crime that is being committed here is similar to this one, similar to this one, and who are the role players that are coming in. So if you don't have technology that assists you to be able to get that type of information all at once, I must know that how many cities' properties, how many buildings in the city are hijacked, so that we put the red dot in those that are hijacked, so that when I look at the wall must tell me that here is a cluster of hijacked properties. That building and that property and that property, they are hijacked. This one's the police have acted, and this one what you label them in red, green, and yellow. And the yellow will have its own status. Green, it has been arranged, it's in court, and this one is foreigners mainly. And so that what you need to do is you plan your operations according to what the system tells you, that you've got so many buildings that are hijacked. And then you must be able to know that who's behind the hijacking. Is it the same group of people, or you have different numbers of people? So this is just technology. So now, what is worse that we need to understand, honorable members? In the city, I will never wake up and sign a check and go and procure something. You make an application that must go right up through the budget steering committee, and right up to the council where maybe something gets approved. But above all, the person who complains that I procured spying equipment, it is his wife who procured those spying equipment, working for the city of Joburg. So this thing of making allegations for the sake of making allegations because you want to taint a person, they don't really work. That is why nothing happened to today, and nothing will happen ever.
Okay. In your statement, and even...
Honorable Sokanyile, General, who is the person accusing you of buying spying equipment?
Initially, I do know that the former city manager, Fred Brank, was the one who was accusing me, and then supported by a gentleman called Mesuli Mlandu. And this Mesuli Mlandu is a guy who was fired from Eastern Cape, and then was employed in Ekurhuleni, was fired from Ekurhuleni, and then he started accusing and running after the former minister of Ekurhuleni, Mondli Gungubele. You can check the articles. So himself, there were investigations running against him. How he got to be on the other side and started attacking me and challenging me and fighting me is because there came an instruction that say all senior managers of the city needs to be vetted. When we sent a team down there and say, we are told this man was fired in the city of, in Eastern Cape. He started saying, no, I'm conducting clandestine investigations against him. They are not clandestine investigations. Everybody must just submit the Z04, 204 papers so that everybody can be vetted. But he didn't want to be vetted at all. And above all, there were investigations that were registered where he assisted in the employment of a lady called Anela Kwababa, who had the qualifications of being a registered nurse somewhere there, because she created the impression that she's got HR-related qualifications when she did not have HR qualifications. Even now, I think she doesn't have, but this is a person who's occupying the most high position in terms of HR-related. So there are other people who think because of how forceful they are, how powerful they are, how strong they are in terms of character, they can force their way through and get what they want. And you will realize that even in the city.
I think I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
So did these accusations happen when you were still their colleague?
Yes.
You had not left the city?
No,
at the
they
time.
happened whilst I was in the city, and they were investigated and I was cleared. They even attempted to stop their powers for group forensics to investigate. I went to court, the court ruled in my favor. All these things were investigated. I'm very much concerned when they are trying to get this again through the back door and have this thing resuscitated within the commission.
Are you saying Honorable Sokanyile is a backdoor?
No, this is a dead thing that needs to remain dead. They shouldn't be bringing this. You know, when Ntantam Kwanazi was talking about state capture, he was talking in a sense, not state capture, when he was talking about...
No, it's fine. I don't want you to debate to debate the questions. I just wanted to clarify. And remember, this clarity emanates from the statements that you made yourself, that I did not buy spy equipment, but the person who accuses me of buying spy equipment, it was his wife who bought those equipments.
Yes, the equipment that were procured. His wife was part of the steering committee, and the signature is also there.
Thank you.
No, it worries me.
Honorable Sokanyile,
Yeah, it worries me.
I'm sorry to interrupt
Okay, no, it's
you.
fine.
I just wanted
You
to clarify
assisted
that you,
me
you
because
can
I was
proceed.
going to
Thank you.
ask about Mlando. I'm from Eastern Cape in Tata.
He was fired in the Eastern Cape, even in
No,
Ekurhuleni.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
no, look,
No, you know-
General, don't be agitated.
Yeah. No. I'm not trying to put things behind or putting things through the back door. It's just, I'm just looking because when we're in the city of Johannesburg trying to combat fraud and corruption, there are these allegations. Now, you went back to SAPS, there are allegations, for instance, Brown Mukhotsi, you said he came to your office and to inquire about supply chain. Why would he go to your office, Brown Mukhotsi, on a supply chain related issue, not going to manage a supply chain, for instance, a senior person in the supply chain, or the national commissioner?
May I ask the honorable member to rephrase her question because she's put her facts upside down.
Oh, okay. Mukhotsi, Matlala, they're one and the same people. I'm saying that you said yesterday, it's Matlala went to your office to ask about a supply chain related issue. Then I'm asking why not go to a supply chain person?
Just hold it there, Honorable Sokanye. Honorable Novalo.
Chair, I thought you were going to call the witness into order. The manner he has addressed the member is unwarranted and undesirable. To say a member has put herself upside down, what is that? You've got a responsibility to protect members and witnesses who must engage each other with respect here.
Yeah, he said the question. I think he might have wanted to say the facts have been mixed.
Yeah.
And I think the member understood it because instead of mentioning the name of Matlala or Mr. Matlala, she mentioned Mr. Mukhotsi. But the witness understood the context to that the member wanted to ask about Mr. Matlala. And that is why, look, we can pardon him for the language used. I don't think it was intentional. He would have wanted to assist the member to say, but it's like your facts are mixed. If we can have the facts reorganized. And for that, I did not fault him. You can proceed, Honorable Sokanye.
No, I'm fine.
May I apologize if this is how it came out, because I didn't want to use the word the honorable member confuses the thing. It would have been more, it would sound like I'm saying the honorable member is confused, so I didn't have the right word, but I apologize. I'm ready for the question, Honorable.
Accepted.
Thank you.
You can answer.
What was the question?
I was saying that you had a meeting with Mr. Matlala about a supply chain related issue who came to complain. Then I'm asking, you didn't refer Mr. Matlala to a person responsible or a senior person in the supply chain department or the national commissioner? Why didn't you do so?
Honorable Chair and members, when you are or you have been awarded a tender by the South African Police Service, which have gone past supply chain. Now, the next level to complain if there is an issue was the logical thing to go to the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. This is what he did. He went to the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, which in that case, I was acting in that capacity.
Then, the meeting that you had with Brown Mokgotsi discussing some of the issues, you said Brown Mokgotsi, you knew him from Northwest, he's an activist. Then you said yourself, you don't belong to any political party. But you are meeting this, you met this activist and you knew Brown Mokgotsi because he's an activist. Am I correct?
Yes, I said that. Not because he's an activist. I know him as an activist in Northwest.
Then most of the meetings that you held, either Brown Mokgotsi or Kat Matlala, were work-related meetings, surely.
In relation to Brown, I would say work-related, but if a person says, I'm coming, are you in Camps Bay, I'll come and greet you, because that's the only time I met him, and the second time when he said, I'm in Gauteng, I'm coming to consult. Are you around? And I said, yes, I'm at my lawyer's as well. Okay, I'll see you when I break, and we just greet.
The work-related ones now, the outcomes of the work-related meetings, have you ever reported them to your senior, who happens to the National Commissioner? Have you ever reported the outcomes of those meetings? No. And reported that you met so and so because of this and that?
Firstly, I indicated yesterday that the moment I got these calls from Brown Mokgotsi, I said to the National Commissioner, there's a strange call that I found from a person who called himself Brown. But he was telling me more about me being careful that crime intelligence is following me and they are working on me and all those things. And then he said, no, continue meeting him, and where possible, you can even record him. But it didn't go to a point where I recorded him.
You know, I didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat?
Chair, General Sibiya is not audible. We can't hear him. If you can just speak closer to the mic.
Thank you.
Can you repeat your answer? I didn't hear clearly.
I don't know if I still remember the trail of thought, but what I heard was, did you inform your National Commissioner? And I said, it was not a meeting per se, but I did inform the National Commissioner. The very first time around, I received a call from Brown, that I received a strange call from a person who called himself Brown, but was telling me about that I must be careful, I'm being followed, I'm being listened to, which was the case. And said, these people are working against you because they want to push you out. That's what he said to me initially. And then I did tell the National Commissioner, I said, no, keep on listening to him. And it wasn't a subject to really take any further.
And then thereafter, you knew Brown Mokgotsi because you are saying that you told the National Commissioner that you got a call from a person you didn't know.
Yes. And as he phones, I took the calls.
When you said yesterday, your hatred or the hatred, the presumed hatred between yourselves and General Mkhwanazi, you saw it, it was there. Is that the reason why you had to communicate with the junior officials in KZN instead of a provincial commissioner?
Those are two different things, Honorable Member. The hatred is something that has been displayed over time until now, and why I communicated with Deputy Provincial Commissioner. I'm the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection. I am allowed to speak to a Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Crime Detection. That's the first part. But the second part is that because when I speak to General Mkhwanazi, when I call him, many a times I call him when the relationship was all fine. You will call him, you won't find him because mostly he's engaged in meeting, whether he's engaged in a meeting with executive, business forum, or taxi people, but he's mostly involved in meetings. Now, he's the kind of a person who, when he's chairing a meeting, he will never take a phone and answer to your phone, but he will definitely come back to you much later. Now, I'm sitting here in making sure that since the minister said, may I see the team tomorrow so that I can brief them, I can hear what happened and how they got there. The minister didn't want to interfere, but remember that he is the Minister of Police. He get asked, he conduct a lot of interviews. He want to be able to account or to speak about it. So he said, can you get me the team to come and brief me so that I get to hear how we got here? And me trying to speak to General Mkopozi to arrange and also to please inform the PC on my behalf. Like it happens in many other provinces, I never thought General Mkhwanazi will actually take it too hard like he did. Similar situations have happened in Mpumalanga. Similar situations happened in Mpumalanga where the National Commissioner wanted to meet the team that was involved in a particular, I think it was a case where we found a arms cache or the one of Piet Retief where councillors were killed and a good job was done, but the National Commissioner wanted them to come and brief him. Now, as a result, I communicated to the brigadier, and then the PC called me and said, how? Now you are calling my people and me you are leaving behind. And these are my people. I say, General, please, I apologize. I should have started by you. And she said, no, I understand. Please, General, come with them. And she came, we interacted with them, but I apologized. And it was really not war like it is still today, just for the fact that I didn't speak to you directly, I spoke to someone who's your deputy. So it differs from character to character, from person to person. But it happens on a daily basis with all the provinces.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Thank you very much.
Before, General, you confirm the display of hatred towards you.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me start with a disclaimer that I'm also from the Eastern Cape, and I am here not because I was fired there.
Yeah, but before, Honorable Sokanyile said she wanted to ask about that person from the Western Cape, who the general has said that he or she was fired.
Yeah, Chair, that's why I'm saying I'm from the Eastern Cape.
No, I'm just checking with her. Are you no longer asking that question, or because you had promised the general that you're going to ask him.
No, no, no. I'm no longer going to ask
Okay.
because he has reflected how they hated him also.
Okay. Yeah, my apologies, Honorable Ngcobo.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Chair, General, good morning. We are going to, I've sectorized my questions in two. The first emanate from the answers you have given yesterday to the evidence leader. And the second emanate from the statement you deposed to this committee. One, I want you to confirm to the committee that the answers you gave yesterday are to the best of your information and they are not a bad denial. Do you confirm?
Make me understand, Chair, because when the honorable member says the answers I gave versus the affidavit I deposed, they are not a bad denial. Can the honorable member take me to a specific point?
I'm saying, leave the statement for now. We'll come to the statement. I'm saying you have been asked the whole day by the evidence leader yesterday. You have provided answers.
Yes.
And in your statement, you said, you confirm that the information you are to give is to the best of your knowledge.
That's correct.
So I'm asking that do you confirm on record that all the answers that you would have given to the ad hoc committee yesterday
Yes.
are the best of the knowledge that you have and not a bad denial?
That is correct.
Thank you. Your boss, General Masemola, deposed a statement in this committee. And one of the provisions in the statement said there was a meeting between him, General Khumalo, and the Minister of Police that declared you a rogue police officer. Are you a rogue police officer?
I've never been one in my 37 years old in the service.
So you deny the allegations?
I deny that and they must prove that.
Okay. So you receive a call from a gentleman by the name of Brown Mokhotsi, who comes and meets with you in a hotel in Camps Bay. You dine together. He divulges an intelligence information to you, an alleged plot to oust you or something. But didn't it concern you as a Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police Service that a civilian comes to you as a boss of an institution and gives you an information about your intelligence services? Did it not concern you?
What concerns me is the fact that he was telling me something about I know, and in that regard, I work with information. I've got people who are my informers, I have people who are whistleblowers. I deal with information. So even if I am concerned, the only thing I can do is to either speak to the National Commissioner or where the National Commissioner is involved, I'll speak to the Deputy Ministers.
No. We understand clearly that crime intelligence has got what they call community intelligence, where they use the to tackle crime. They use information they get from community members, which is fair. This is a different discourse, General. This person comes to you as a Deputy National Commissioner, brings an information about your intelligence services, not about what is happening in the community that will help you execute the mandate that you have. So this is different. I agree. It is important that you work with communities, get information, but this is different. A civilian comes to you, gives you information about your intelligence services, did it not concern you that how did a civilian get hold of this kind of information as a person given a responsibility to manage and control the police service?
No, it didn't concern me.
Why?
Because when someone comes to you with information that helps your cause, you do give attention to such information. I cannot be worried about the fact that this person is giving me information that is actually saying to me, look over your back. I can't be worried about such.
So intelligence formation of the country that is lingering among community members doesn't worry you as a Deputy National Commissioner. Is that what you are saying?
That is the most concern that we must raise within the intelligence structure.
I'm talking about you, General, as a Deputy National Commissioner. So it does not concern you that an information that is supposed to be in the custody of intelligence services is lingering around community members. It does not confirm. Is that your evidence that you are not concerned when intelligence information is lingering around community members?
Of course, I am concerned if ever a member of the public will have information, in particular documents that belongs to intelligence. It is a cause for concern. But if it is information that relates to the security that affects me, or you're just giving me information as a whistleblower, it happens on a daily basis from many angles of the country where you get such information. People on the ground do come across information, and people do report right up to the highest office. They report, they bring information.
Okay, Chair, I think let's just note that the first General Sibiya was not concerned, and on the second, General Sibiya was concerned. What did you do with that information?
It's information that says, watch over your back. And then what I did is, sometimes I approach the National Commissioner. Sometimes I did speak to General Kumar and say, I understand there is one of the senior managers who's going around here and saying, I'm going to arrest your boss, or we intend to arrest so and so and so and so. And at some point, it's even journalists where they want a journalist to run a story that says General Sibiya's arrest is imminent, and they want the journalist to run that story. And then I have a lot of AI generated TikTok messages about me. So you find that when you Google me or when you go into TikTok, you find that there is thousands of negative messages, or they will take my message and turn it replicates into many messages.
The question, General, was that what did you do about that information?
What did I do about the information? I use it to my advantage to make sure that I survive.
Okay. Are you in constant contact with Mr. Brown Mahotsa?
Not on a daily basis,
But you are communicating?
I am communicating.
About issues relating to the police service?
No, not about issues related to the
issues in
police
general.
station in general.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's take back what Honorable Sokanyile was asking you. Mr. Matlala finds difficulties in operating in terms of the work that he was given. Comes to your office for the first time.
Yes.
Then you say beyond that was the account that you have told us is that he came to ask about his tender issue where he found difficulties. You were acting national commissioner then. But you continue to say you have met him for about 5 times or less.
Yeah.
And you moreover say all this fracas happens when you are about to know him more, or when you are about to know each other more. Is it a general practice in the police service that the top brass of the service has got direct contact and direct relationship with service providers? And how many service providers do you have the same relationship that you have with Mr. Matlala in the SAPS?
What I know is that Mr. Matlala is a well-known person in the service, in the police. As you can see at some point right from the minister downward.
Let's talk about you, General.
No, I'm just saying, you ask, the honorable member asked a question whether is there a general practice in the police. Now, I'm saying it is a general practice in the police because it's a service provider, it's a stakeholder. Whether you're talking about Old Mutual, you're talking Metropolitan, you're talking about many other, they, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, they find themselves in the same space. They are known to each other. That is why they gave him a tender to operate in the college where the National Commissioner is. And there was no problem that the National Commissioner saw himself on Mr. Matala there. There was no issue because at that point in time, nobody knew about Mr. Matala's involvement in any crime. Because if they knew, and I'm the only one who's actually working with him, it would have been understood or understandable. But in this case, I also take it that even the National Commissioner or any other person there didn't know.
Do you know where Mr. Matlala resides?
No.
You have never been in his homestead?
No.
Okay, that's on record. Let's go back to the entire fracas about the dissolution of the PKTT and stuff. Do you think that political killings are still prevalent in the political system in South Africa?
Do I?
Do you think that in the political system of South Africa, we are daily still experiencing political killings?
Yes, but at a much lower rate.
Than it was before?
Than it was before.
Do you think that was the impact of the PKTT?
At that point in time, yes.
No, I'm saying general. Do you think that political killings are still prevalent in our political system? You say yes, but in a much lower rate. Yes. Do you think that that much lower rate is as a result of the work that was done by the political killings task team?
I agree.
You agree? Yes. Do you think that it is quite warranted that such a working political killing task team be dissolved? What is your view as a deputy national commissioner now? Analyzing the situation, seeing this team that you agree here under oath that is working hard. Do you think it was a proper decision to proceed with this dissolution given what you have just told us?
Personally, and looking at what the South African Police Services embarked on themselves, they embarked on a journey to dissolve the task teams and to make sure that they establish specialized units that will take care of, including, among others, political killings.
No. General, we are talking about one letter here. I hear you are bringing an overall approach over task teams. Here, what brings us here today is the letter of the 31st of December 2024. And that letter only speaks about the political killings task team. So, you are saying, in your view, political killings are still prevalent, and the political killings task team has done a tremendous job in reducing political killings in South Africa. Now, the question still is, do you think then, therefore, that it's a proper, well-calculated decision, given these circumstances, to dissolve it?
Honorable Chair, I'm saying still, they said to the House Portfolio Committee Chairperson that they have achieved the purpose for which they were established. They have stabilized all the districts except only eThekwini district. Now, we can't keep them only to attend to only one district now. I said yesterday, go to El Dorado Park, go to Westbury, go to Hanover Park, Manenberg, all those dangerous areas, Cape Flats, where people are dying every day. Let us refocus the energy and the resources and the budget to where they are needed. And we don't say political killing task team must die. We're saying We have now come up with a work study that says they must fall under murder and robbery unit so that the whole country can have a benefit of the expertise, to have expertise throughout the country to be able to fight this type of cases. Any murder, taxi violence murder, serial murder, police killings, if it falls under murder and robbery unit, that has got a pool of excellence within it, they will be able to operate throughout the country. But you don't need to have a small group of people based in KZN to take over the whole country.
Okay.
Yeah, just to hold it there. General, when you say that we are saying that the resources that we have deployed to the PKTT must fall under, you say, murder and robbery unit. Is that what is contained in the letter that was written by the minister dissolving the PKTT?
Yes.
Okay.
And also when you look at the work study they did, it says that they must fall under murder and robbery unit. And it is also what they presented in Parliament, that it must fall within the murder and robbery unit. So in general, there's no disagreement that they belong. This is serious and violent crime that falls under component serious and violent crime. This is where they belong. So we should put structures, permanent structures, and even the CFO commented and say post-elections they must be deactivated. When you look at the elections that passed, there was zero incident. In many times, it is just because of how you deploy. But let us have, throughout the country, structures that are well established to be able to fight that.
Chair, I think let's pass, because what would have been said on the 5th of March in the Portfolio Committee meeting is actually an aftermath of, because the letter predates that meeting. The letter is 31st December 2024. The meeting is 5 March 2025. Now, in this dissolution, you proceed with a plan and you sign the plan. General Masemola says, what keeps the status of the political killings system intact is the fact that the minister did not sign his winding down plan. You say in your statement, you have signed the plan. How many plans did you have to dissolve the system?
How many pens?
Plans,
Oh,
plan.
There was one plan that says, as per the directive that I received from the Office of the National Commissioner, is to disband and to deactivate, to communicate the deactivation to the team. That's the communication that I received from the National Commissioner.
Okay.
And both the email and a document now that is well structured coming from the Office of the National Commissioner that gives out or lays out the whole plan coming from the National Commissioner's office, confirmed by him in July, in the March in Parliament, and the next day, on the 6th of March, in a form of an action plan. So all I'm saying is that there's never been any objection in front of the minister, at least.
Okay.
And in my case, I was never written anything in writing. If the National Commissioner was of the view or of the opinion that it looked like I am not listening or I don't cooperate, the National Commissioner would have officially written to me and say, this thing, I'm still attending to it with the minister, and I would like to urge you to, at this point in time, hold back your horses because until further notice, but I am engaging the minister. You wouldn't have seen even a single letter from me.
Okay, was there a meeting between yourself, General Kumalo, General Masemola, General Mkhwanazi, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, and the Minister discussing a winding down plan of the political killings system?
Unless in Parliament, but I've never sat in a meeting when the political killing task team was being discussed and General Mkhwanazi was involved. But there has been meetings where there is General Masemola, Nkabinde, Kumalo.
Okay. We have evidence in our disposal that there was such a meeting where you had the other tree supporting the plan and the other tree does not. It is not supporting the plan. But let's leave it like that. So in your winding down, let's leave the Masemola winding down. Chair, it looks like we've got two winding down plans here. The one of General Sibiya and the one of General Masemola. Let's go to yours. Political killings system does not only comprise of SAPS members. Comprise DPCI, comprise NPA, comprise crime intelligence. In your plan, was there a consultation process to those that are part of the political killings system?
Let's start here. There are no two national commissioners, there's only one.
No.
I'm responding, Chair.
No. Never did I say there are two national commissioners. I'm saying evidence in the disposal of the Ad Hoc Committee now is that a statement by the national commissioner says, I developed a winding down plan of the political killings task team. And the reason why the political killings task team is still intact now is because the minister did not sign my plan. You depose your own statement immediately after General Masemola. You say you have signed the plan, the process plan to dissolve the political killing system. That's the point. So I'm submitting to the chair that we've got two plans. The one submitted by the National Commissioner and the other submitted by his deputy.
I'm still responding, Chair, that there are no two plans. There's one plan, and that plan is that of the National Commissioner. Then you don't have a Sibiya plan, you don't have a National Commissioner's plan. The plan that is supposedly supposed to be that of General Sibiya is the one that comes from the National Commissioner's office through his office managers, the one that we are relying on, and it takes care of all the issues raised, the stakeholder engagement and many other things. And I can read the topic. I just want to get to.
No, it's fine. You can leave it. I got the answer. Oh, you're done.
So there are no two plans.
Okay.
One plan.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's take it from them.
Honorable member, let's do it like this. General Sibiya, did you want to refer the member to some information in your notes?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah,
That's what I wanted to check.
Let's allow him to take you through.
I'm looking for that document with a signature in the body of the. The letter of deactivation that come. Oh, here is it. Maybe for the benefit of the public out there and the House at large, Chair, I'm requesting to read this letter in its entirety, because I want the record to be kept so that anybody who listens, they must see at what length did we go to try to take care that this document or the transition, it covers everything. Now, it reads that, can I proceed, Chair? This letter reads, and it is written to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. That is now after I received from the National Commissioner that says, please communicate to the team. And I forwarded to the Divisional Commissioner. Now, the National Commissioner says, I spoke to General Rabi to assist him. Now, General Rabi writes a letter that on my behalf, and this is how the letter reads. And you will also, we can read that one that was compiled by General Kumalo on instruction of the National Commissioner, and the House can decide which one, in fact, make more sense and more effective. But it says deactivating and disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. The South African Police Service established the National Task Team on Political Killings, NTKPP, to address the concerning rise in politically motivated murders and related crimes involving political figures. This specialized task team was dedicated to investigating, resolving, preventing such incidents to ensure justice and maintain political stability in affected areas. On the 31st of December 2024, the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner to immediately deactivate and disband the NTKPP. This decision was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts. The directive requires immediate compliance with appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the NTKPP in accordance with current prescripts in this regard. These measures must ensure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. Now, that was our top priority, both myself and the National Commissioner, that investigations are not compromised. Monitoring and oversight. A temporary transition team must be established to oversee the disbandment process and address any arising challenges. This team must regularly report progress on the status of the disbandment to the Divisional Commissioner for Detective Service and facilitate communication between NTKPP, the Division Detective and Forensic Service, and other business units. A final audit must be conducted to ensure all cases and resources have been appropriately managed during a transition and appended to the closing report. Accountability. Effective immediately, all investigative personnel of the NTKPP PK responsible for case dockets are directly accountable to the Divisional Commissioner for Detectives and Forensic Service until they are assigned or reassigned to alternative units. This personnel will remain responsible for all investigations and resources allocated to them until a formal handover is completed in accordance with the established protocol. Now, this must indicate already that this was not saying immediate now. The same arrangement applies to crime intelligence and other personnel who will be accountable to the relevant divisional and provincial commissioners until final arrangements are communicated. Now, case handing over. Comprehensive handover protocol for all ongoing investigation must be established and implemented in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service. This protocol should include complete case files, evidence, and related documentation. Additionally, detailed records of all handover investigations must be maintained and appended to the final report. Assignment of cases. And as you can see, it's talking about the final report, which means the report is still coming at some point, but we are not yet there. Assignment of cases. All case dockets must be hand-delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service, who must establish a secure repository for case files and evidence to ensure continuity and prevent any loss or tampering. These dockets will then be reallocated to appropriate investigation unit within the capacity to continue the investigation. The point that I want to raise in this paragraph, it says, they must be delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner for Forensics, not to my office. The second point that I want to indicate here is that the docket will then be reallocated to appropriate investigative unit with their capacity to continue, as they indicated even in Parliament that they will take them to murder and robbery unit, and this is what is supported by the work study investigation that has been approved by the National Commissioner himself on the 6th of June 2025. Personnel redeployment. The PKTT members must be reassigned to other units within SAPS in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service and other relevant divisional and provincial commissioners. Detailed record of deployment personnel must be maintained and apprehended to final report. To me, the SAPS was going to benefit from these members because wherever they go, they will re-establish the same time of approach, but the country will benefit. Equipment and vehicles redistribution. All equipment vehicles allocated to the NTKPP must be redistributed to other units within the South African Police Service in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service and other relevant divisional and provincial commissioners. Detailed record of redistribution resources must be maintained and appended to the final report. You can imagine how many vehicles were bought, millions of rands were bought for this PKTT, but if those cars, those resources were to be redistributed to fight the crime, be it in KZN is still fine, or to the murder and robbery unit, so that the same work can continue. Stakeholder communications. All internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about disbandment of the NTKPT, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocol. Now, here we are saying, we must remember that General Mkhwanazi suggested that the NPA were not informed, but here...
General, I thought that when you made reference to that piece of evidence, you will say to the member, there is this memorandum that was in circulation in the police services, is dated 2025, March or April, and the key areas that I want to bring to the attention of the member are the following. That is why I made that intervention, so that you must not leave here saying, I wanted to bring the following information to the attention of the members, but it's like they were not interested. Because you can imagine if you read that letter from beginning to end, I don't know. What are the areas of emphasis?
Chair, it's only 2 pages that is left, and they are not many, they are just short sentences. But what is important is also for the public to know that every step was taken to make sure that these dockets are not going to suffer, and there's a clear plan on the table on how to deal with this, because the political killing task team, it cannot live forever. It should not be a permanent structure. It's a task team.
And that helps to answer the question of the member. Remember, the question is that you must demonstrate that there were no two plans.
Yes.
Between the police commissioner and yourself.
Actually, Chair, we passed that. We're on the part where I'm asking if DPCI, NPA, and crime intelligence were consulted. I think the party is reading that all stakeholders must be notified through writing. I think we can take it from there now.
Okay.
Okay, so I must stop.
No.
Can I finish?
He wants to hear the part of the stakeholders.
We read past it, that says they must be informed. And then, now this one is a plan that says inform them. This letter was intended to go to the project leader to say the stakeholder, internal and external, must be notified. In other words, the person who had to do it, if it was me, it was going to be like I was forcefully disbanding. But mine was to communicate to the team that had to do it and giving them a roadmap and say, these are the key issues that we must work on.
This letter is signed by you?
It's signed by me. This is the letter that the National Commission said you can sign because it's operational. And then it came via a general in the National Commissioner's office to me and said, no, the NASCOM says you can sign, this is operational, sign. Because I have got an email that comes from the National Commissioner.
But maybe before you proceed with him, because the National Commissioner, when he was here, he says, not once, but on several occasions, I told General Sibiya that he must stay out of this process, and I will handle it. And I see the letter that you are reading, because I still have another letter here written by yourself, dated April 2022, 22 April 2025. And this is the period that in his testimony, he has said to us that he have warned you in April that you must stay away from the PKTT. But then, yeah, maybe before you go back to Honorable Ngola, if you can just take us through that to say, the letters that the reason why I'm asking you who signed the letter, and you say it's you, and I have this other one as well of 22, it has the same topic of, the same subject of deactivation and disbandment of the PKTT, and it's signed by yourself. How do you continue to sign these letters when the National Commissioner says, I have spoken to General Sibiya and instructed him to get out of the PKTT, because from the onset he was never involved. And I also listen to you when you speak here. When they appear before the portfolio committee, you say they, and my understanding is that when you say they, you are not there yourself.
When I say they, Chair, remember at this point in time, we've got General Kumar and General Masemola,
Yeah.
who were presenting. I was part of the whole presentation because as far as I'm concerned, we are all part of one team.
You were there in that meeting?
I was in that meeting.
Yeah, but when you say it's here, you don't say we, you say they.
Because I'm sitting with both General Masemola and Kumar accusing me of disbanding, but they were the one doing presentation.
In the meeting of the portfolio committee.
I was there, and then the presentation we own.
Okay, no, it's fine. Let's leave it there. The chair of the portfolio committee is here for sure. These are matters that he will take interest when you. Can you just go back to your communication, your correspondences, and clarify within the context of what Honorable Ngola is asking, to say it appears like there are two parallel processes here, because the commissioner says, I talked General Sibiya out of this process, and even reprimanded him. It's what he told us. And for sure, this may be some of the reasons leading to your suspension, because it's what he said, that I talked him out of this process. But then it appears like you sign letters, you communicate. And he wants to know, because he says, no, listen, the minister has never signed my winding plan. And here is my deputy, is my colleague, I say, look, wait here, I will handle this. And then you are reading a letter. What is the date of the letter you are reading?
I think it's 17 January.
Yeah, and this one is 22nd April. Help the honorable member to understand. Thank you.
I'm asking, Chair, to just before I get to the honorable member, just to mention two issues. The first issue being, starting from January, when this matter arose, working with the National Commissioner, working smoothly with the National Commissioner, on the 4th of April, the National Commissioner assessing me and in all respect saying competent in everything, then his only concern that he wrote, this is the only concern that he wrote in his performance. Now, it says, the forensic science part of the division, detective and forensic must be paid close attention and their performance to improve. Now, because this is the time where the National Commissioner was supposed to say to me, Chief, you don't listen, you don't do this, and when I say this, you do this, and I want this to improve or this. So I'm bringing this point home that says, no, the bottom line is he assesses me positively because there's no issue.
Yeah, the assessment, we recorded it, the competence and the performance index, how it has improved. You said it in a chapter and verse yesterday. I have everything on record. Go to Honorable Ngola and help him to understand the context.
Honorable Ngola, please take me back to my trailing thought.
Yeah, because you went all over and spoke about assessments and dockets. We have not arrived there. We're going there.
I have to survive.
We passed the issue of the 2 plans, Chair. Because it is the evidence of the general that, no, they are not 2 according to his knowledge. It's fine. Let's take it from there. Let's just record it as he says it. So, the letter that he reads speaks about informing stakeholders internally and externally. Because, Chair, when a possibility arises for NPA, DPCI, and crime intelligence to come to this committee, we'll ask them if they know about any plan or any process to disband the political killing system. So I'm asking again to you, General. Have you been able to inform those stakeholders of the directive and the plan thereof in respect of the dissolution of the political killing system? I'm asking you as a person who says you received a directive from the Office of the National Commissioner to manage this process. We are doing this, General, so that they don't come here and say, no, we don't know anything about that. So it must be on record that you have informed them that the political killing system has reached its sell-by date.
Chair, that was not my responsibility to do that, to inform the stakeholders. The stakeholders had to be informed by the project manager of the political killing task team. The instruction came that says, communicate this to the relevant team. I did that. Theirs was to start the process and to start running with the baton. Not me running letters all over, writing letters to every stakeholder, to that one and that one, going to see that one, going to meet that one. It was the responsibility of the task team, project leader, to do it.
General, you speak like someone who's operating in a peripheral environment. You are given a responsibility to head an institution as big as SAPS. Beyond that, you are given a responsibility to oversee and preside over a process of dissolving the political systems, didn't you? Was that responsibility not given to you?
That's correct.
Is it not your responsibility to ensure that your subordinates or your juniors do the obligations that they've been given to expedite the process?
That is why I was writing those
But
letters.
you can't say you can't go around with letters. The point here is, you are a boss that's presiding over a process.
Yes.
Now, whoever you have given that obligation of writing a letter is not important for these purposes. But the question is, were the stakeholders informed of the process you presided over?
The stakeholders had to be informed by the project manager, not by myself.
Chair, can I repeat the question? I am not asking who bears the responsibility of informing the stakeholders. Imagine today, the chair gives us, all of us as members, responsibilities one by one. And when the chair is asked outside by the media that, how are you handling this and that? And he says, no, I gave that to Ngola, it's not on me. The point, General, here is that you are presiding over the process now. You give responsibilities to the project manager. So it's upon your obligation to ensure that who you gave a responsibility actually does the responsibility given. Unless you are saying you are not aware whether those stakeholders were informed or not.
Chair, all I know is that the direct instruction from the Office of the National Commissioner says, communicate to the relevant team and to prepare a close-up report. Then come a letter of the 17th that gives a roadmap that says this is what must happen. Inform the internal and stakeholders. This comes from me telling the project manager, inform the internal and external. That's the part that I could play and how far I could go. And
So
that's
you're not aware whether that one you gave a responsibility to inform stakeholders did that responsibility?
I'm not aware.
Okay, let's pass that part. So in your view, what is the status of the political killing team?
Just like General Mkhonazi said, it's running, it's up and running.
So it's not dissolved?
It never was.
Okay. The plan was signed?
The plan was signed.
But why was it not dissolved then?
Because General Mkhonazi says he was not informed, therefore the team is running.
So, according to General Mkhonazi, is acting against the instructions of the top brass of the service.
Which happened.
Okay. Let's go to dockets. You say you are the custodian of all the dockets in South Africa.
Correct.
But you say there are dockets that you can be unable to account for. How does that happen?
Not that I can be unhappy to account for. That falls under me, but I'm not accounting. I'm expected to account for them, but they are not in my possession.
Okay. Where do you derive these powers of custodianship of dockets?
Can we go to the same letter that gives the powers that was approved by the National Commissioner? That says I just want the page, Chair, that says the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection is the custodian of all dockets in the country. In the bundle. Chair, I want to just, legal team, do you know? Evidence leader?
Yes, sir. The witness is.
I want to be able to get to that page that assists me where it says the Deputy National Commissioner is the one that was even approved by the National Commissioner, because I account for the performance of the detectives even before the Auditor General. And as a result, when we talk about the docket, when you register a case docket, it is for investigation. Once it is for investigation, it falls within my space. Now the docket leading to up until prosecution is my docket as the detective. The uniform in the police station will open a case docket, and then the next person who comes to sign for the docket is a detective. Now the detective is their docket. Yes, it belongs to a station for that station, because when you ask, for an example, you say you open a case in Witbank, it will be Witbank case so-and-so, Devon Central case so-and-so. But the dockets belong to those stations, but I am responsible for all the dockets because I account to the Auditor General for all the dockets. I'm saying this now in the absence of the documents I have here, I will come across it now. But all the investigations or investigative processes belong under crime detection, which I'm responsible for. That's why I was saying to the National Commissioner, I have dockets that are in uniform, that are at ORS, and the National Commissioner said, no, those detectives must fall under you. I have dockets that are at ID or Hawks. Those dockets, I must account for those dockets. So I'm the custodian of all the dockets.
Okay. I was asking.
Sorry, Chair, I was just trying to.
Let's allow the member to conclude. You will come later.
Not on the docket.
I was asking, where is the power derived from? Is it derived from the employment contract? Is it derived from the policy? Is it derived from legislation? Where is this power of custodianship of all dockets? Is
from the employment contract and from the legislative framework of the detectives.
okay. Where are the 21 dockets, 121 dockets?
Where are they?
Now, yes.
They are.
I'm asking from the custodian now.
They are I take it that they will be with the political killing task team project manager.
Why were they taken?
They were taken, brought by them to be taken to where they needed to be taken to, which is the specialized unit, murder and robbery unit, which is mandated to investigate political killing task team. Those political, that what they are investigating as a task team, in fact, belongs to murder and robbery unit. They are just a separate structure that is running outside the structure.
Okay, General, you have just confirmed with us now that the political killings task team is up and running. If that's the case, why were 121 dockets taken from the political killings task team that is up and running?
Chair, a decision was taken to disband immediately. And the political killing task team project manager did say that this political killing task team have achieved the purpose for which it was intended for, to stabilize and to fight the killings of the politicians and your traditional leaders and others. Now, when you look at the map, I wish we could display the map. If it's doable, Chair, that what was presented in the, to be able to see how they've stabilized. I don't know, Chair, evidence leader, that is it possible to put that document that shows how they have stabilized, all of them green, and then that in fact it shows 1-1, and they said only eThekwini district is the one that is problematic, but the rest, there are no political killing task team anymore. So as a result, it can be used as a benchmark, and that it will be now done in a phase-out approach. It will be taken to murder and robbery unit. Okay. This is now General Kumalo saying it will be taken to murder and robbery unit.
Okay, let's leave General Kumalo. Let's leave what General Kumalo says. The letter was what General Kumalo would have said it was actually later than the 31st of December 2024. The letter says, the service of the political killings task team is no longer required because it's no longer adding any value. And you have attested here in front of us that, in your view, the political killings task team has actually been able to down spiral the rate at which political killings happened in South Africa. Now, let's pass this stage, General. Let's go to Let's go to the letter. I think, Chair, I'm going to this letter. It's on page 20 of the index core bundle. Page 20. I wasn't happy with how the general responded yesterday. And I thought it's fine, let me not stress, let me come back to it today. Here, there is an issue about confiscation of Vusumzi Keti Matlala phone and a cracking of WhatsApp conversations of Vusumzi Keti Matlala. It is established there that there is a constant communication between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mokhotsi. It's not between you and them. 2, in this communication, Mr. Mokhotsi, the one you had breakfast with, alleges that he has, the message reads like this: I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister, they must have a solution. And it goes down and say, the task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. So this is a chronological order of the messages between the two. But in that there is confirmation of a person you considered in this meeting that you have had a breakfast with. He says, the person, your breakfast person says, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. He goes back down and talk about the dissolution of the PKTT. So this is my question. Has Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mokhotsi influenced the dissolution of the PKTT, as it has been alleged by both the two witnesses that appeared before us? 2, do you have a direct relationship with Mr. Mokhotsi and Mr. Matlala? 3, was there a meeting arranged between yourself, the minister, Mr. Mokhotsi, Mr. Matlala, on the dissolution of the PKTT?
This must be your last 3 questions.
Yeah, but 20 minutes, I'm 30, let's have us 5.
No. I want you to do this. Do not bombard the witness with questions. Take them one by one.
Okay, that's fine.
As you conclude.
That's fine. Okay, let's take one first, emanating from this that is written here. Can remind you that it's a communication between the two people, and we're not saying we are responsible for that communication. We're saying there is your name dropped there, that I have arranged a meeting with Sibiya and the minister. So has there been a meeting arranged between you, the minister, Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Mokhotsi to discuss the...
Never.
Okay.
There was never such a meeting.
Okay. When did you have breakfast again with Mr. Mokhotsi?
I think it was on the 8th of
January.
Of January.
2025.
Yeah, Chair, I may be wrong. He came for the 8th of January meeting. And I take it that it was in the morning. But normally, because of we are working as the South African police, we would wake up early and be on the ground. So I don't know whether it could be the day before or that, but it did come, I confirm, we met.
When did SAPS raid Mr. Matlala's homestead and confiscate his phone?
They say it's on the 6th
of
December. That's what I read in the statement.
Of December?
Yeah.
Last year?
It was on the 6th of December because in one of the statements that I read, it says it was the raid of the 6th of December that led to the beginning of the disbandment of the
Okay. When did Mr. Matlala get arrested? In your knowledge?
far deep in May
this year.
this year.
So the breakfast dates the arrest and these messages are taken on the basis of the arrest and confiscation. So fine, let's leave it general. Let's just leave it there. So General Mkhwanazi alleges that they have scanned, they have audited the dockets to check if they are in the same shape as they were when they were taken. We say I think they found about 5 with some minor deficiencies, with some missing pages and all that. Are you aware of that?
I heard him, but I don't agree with that.
Okay. Let's go to Forte. We have got 4 members of the PKTT whom you allege that they have taken money in some point in the Eastern Cape. Of course, we established that they are not 6 or 10, they are 4. And one amongst them did not take money in terms of your statement. It's page 167, 176 and 177. One of them just got himself some polo neck and a coat. New polo neck and a coat. Now, I want to take us through what is your reading of that. Do you read it as a pure act of bribery and money laundering between police and an accused person? Or do you read it as a covert operation of the police to lay in a suspected individual so that they can be able to arrest him?
It's not how a covert operation works. And it's not even how an undercover operation works to law. It's not how it works completely. It's pure act of criminality.
Okay. General Mkhwanazi made assertions here saying sometimes covert operations, Chair.
On a point of, not a point of order, just the sound. Please, General, if you could direct General to speak into the mic. Thanks.
Okay.
On a point of sound. Thank you.
Clarity.
Now, General Mkhwanazi came and under oath made statements here that sometimes a covert operation would be them buying a Lamborghini just to infiltrate a Lamborghini club that is suspecting to be involved in criminal activities. Is that correct?
It's wrong.
It's wrong, completely wrong.
It's not an investigator, it's wrong.
Okay. Now, Chair, let's take matters to the issue of, I think a lot of issues I've covered. I'm left with just the issue of when you wrote communications.
I want you to know that you are asking the last question.
Yes, it is the last question.
Yeah.
General Kumalo is due to come and testify. But following his testimony, what was cut down in the Judicial Commission, it seems to be a very different story with what you are using, but it's fine, we'll take it when he comes here. But I want you to confirm before us what we have been communicating with him on the dissolution, because he's the project leader. Now, what has been his responses to the numerous communiques you have been sharing with him in respect of this matter? Thank you.
Basically, he ignored my emails, because remember the National Commissioner said he told him to ignore me. And as a result, which means whatever that was happening going forward, it was happening because the National Commissioner said, this is how you will do it. Now, even when the dockets were brought over to head office or wherever, starting from when the National Commissioner said, ignore that one. Whatever that happens now going forward is the National Commissioner's instruction. So coming up the docket, General Kumalo would never have brought the dockets to head office or wherever, because he already got instruction from the National Commissioner himself that says, ignore that one. So anything and everything that flows therefrom, National Commissioner.
Thank you, General. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyile. Thank you so much, Honorable Ngola. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shongwe. The two of you, when you are done, we are going to break. So in case honorable members may want to see themselves in and out, you can just do that discreetly. Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shongwe, I'm handing over to you.
Sorry, Chair.
No, before, senior counsel wanted to say something.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No, it was at the time when I think he was looking for some assistance on the dockets, and I was going to just point out perhaps which annexes he might want to refer to, but it seems we've passed that now. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Just a quick one before Honorable starts. Are we sharing the time, or you're going to cap us in terms of 10 minutes of an alt, or taking is 20, or is it one time combined?
Your time is 40 minutes.
Okay.
It's 30 minutes for the full member, 20. And
okay. Can you please advise us when
you must not even ask about your time, because it's the discretion of the chair.
I won't fight you today. But kindly, when it's 30, please tell us so that I won't be told it has eaten into that 3 minutes.
I have said that when you see the microphone upright, you must know that your time has petered out.
Sorry, Chair.
General Sibiya.
Chair, I want to ask a question in relation to the Honorable Member's Kosana, that because he's a complainant in my case, and this is the person I'm going to sit with at some point, stand against in court, because he's a complainant. And him using this platform now to solicit answers from me that I'm going to have to defend before court, to me, it's a very serious concern. This is the member that I feel is working with General Mkhonazi, because the statement that was used by the General Mkhonazi's team to go and open a case, his name is there. Now I must stand before the same member to cross-examine or to ask me questions. Now I'm raising a concern.
Yeah.
If I can be protected.
I'm going to protect you in this way. You are raising a legitimate concern, and then we may not even be seen trampling on your rights. What I will advise you to do, because I explained to you yesterday that sitting here as the committee, we do not have any power to decide on how we are composed. So to protect your rights, I will advise you to decide if you want to respond to the question or not. If a question is asked to you, you can decide if you want to respond to it or not.
And if I say I don't want to respond to his questions?
No. We have to follow the process. You can't say, I don't want to respond to your questions. We must allow him to ask the questions. And then if you say, I reserve my right to comment, then it's okay.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, there's a portal up, Chair. Sitting in front of us is Honorable Skosana. who was sent by Mkhonto Wesizwe. Mkhonto Wesizwe is the one that opened the case. Now, let me remind you quickly, Chair. At one stage, South African says Parliament did nothing when Honorable General Mkhwanazi came to Parliament on this matter. So Mkhonto Wesizwe took an initiative before, at the same time when Honorable General Mkhwanazi spoke about this matter and opened a case. It is Mkhonto Wesizwe, not Honorable Skhosana. It can be in a case where General Sibiya will be sitting with somebody else in court, not Skhosana, sent by Mkhonto Wesizwe. So I think the clarification is pure and clear, Chair, that he must answer questions. And when you say he must not answer questions, sorry, Chair, when you say he must not answer, you can decide on which questions to answer or not. He can say from number 1 to 30, no, I don't want to answer, no, I don't want to answer. Where are we going with that,
No,
Chair?
I'm not saying that he must not answer.
No, no, Chair, you are saying that he must decide if he wants to answer or not.
Yes.
So if from number 1 to 100, he decides, okay, he's going to waste our time and say, he asked a question and then he says, no, I don't want to answer. No, I don't want, until number 100. What is that? Is it not the same as what you have instructed or somehow gave him an option not to answer? So I think this is separated from court. This is Parliament. He must answer to Parliament. Here is answering to a parliamentarian who's sent by South Africans, not a person who opened the case sent by Mkhonto Wesizwe. Two matters are separate here, I think. Thank you.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My apologies. When the matter was raised, I was responding to a nature call. I'm actually surprised that the matter has been raised by a witness because if my memory serves me well, the position that we took yesterday in relation to this matter is that there will be a legal advice from the office of the Speaker. But before that, a member, Andile, from the technical team, made an indication that as far as the applicable law is concerned, there is no crisis here. Honorable Skhosana can continue to participate in a meeting. And that decision was communicated to the witness, Chair. I remember you conveying, and you even made a reference to the terms of reference. The witness said, it's fine, Chair, if that is a position, I will continue. But please note that I had a protest. Those were his reply. For him to come and raise the same issue here, even when it was better clarified yesterday, I think it is undesirable, Chairperson. We had a position on this matter. If there's anything that is outstanding, is a legal advice from the office of the Speaker. If still the committee members are not satisfied with a response that was given by Andile, we also even said, as the MK party, if there is a legal advice coming from the office of the Speaker, we will also consult our own senior counsel in this regard to ensure that there is a strike of balance and we are satisfied with what has been communicated to us as a legal position. So I really understand, maybe the witness has forgotten, but my memory reminds me that this is a position that we agreed upon yesterday.
Okay. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me after. Okay, just a few things, Chair. I think we are keep regressing on this matter, right? So we have gotten an opinion from our Parliament lawyers, and not just on these matters, but when we were discussing recusal on a lot of different members. It's clear, number one, Chair, that there's no independent member of Parliament in South Africa. We are political party democracy. The things that we do it on behalf of our political party. The next thing we're going to have here is that we're going to be told when Cyril Ramaphosa appears here that the EFF or the Commander-in-Chief must recuse himself because we've got a case against him in the Constitutional Court. That's where we are heading. Further, Chair, Even if any of these members from their political parties, we as a committee take a decision, which we don't have the power to do, both within our terms of reference and within the rules of Parliament, because the rules don't cover the issue of recusal, right? We political party members. Nothing stops the other member from the same party or the party of holding that position. So I can recuse myself because I've opened a case on behalf of a party. That doesn't mean that Honorable Malema, we don't have the same position, and when he comes here, he presents the same thing. The same thing, Honorable Kasana, even if he makes a decision to recuse himself, it doesn't stop his other members from asking exactly the same questions. So I think we are really wasting our time, and we just need to move. I don't even think we need to have a legal opinion about this. It's very, very clear. There's nothing in both our rules of Parliament and both in this ad hoc committee that says that members or gives us as a committee or even as Parliament for any members to recuse themselves unless they've gone through some ethics process or powers and privileges process, and none of us have done that. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any other honorable member who wants to speak on this matter? Okay. Look, the witness yesterday raised a matter on the participation of Honorable Skosana in the proceedings. And members are right, we explained to General Sibiya that in terms of the rules that we have, we are unable to eject any member from this committee. What we can do is just to bring that matter to the attention of the Speaker of Parliament. That is what the rules empower us. So the matter which General Sibiya raises is different from participation in the committee. He is saying in the records that you have in the courts and the police, the complainant is Honorable Skosana. And so, do you allow him to ask me questions? And I respond. And where I'm sitting as the chairperson, I can't prescribe how the questions must be answered. I can't force the witness to say, you are going to answer in this way. And that is why I say, if Honorable Skosana is going to ask questions, let's allow him to ask the questions that he has and hear what the responses of the witness are. If the witness says, no comment, that is a response. It's a response. Because we must not run these proceedings in such a way that we become unfair to a member of Parliament, or we also become unfair to the witness. And if you remember, I have been emphasizing this point that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is written in the name of the citizens of this country. That's how it is written. It's in the name of the citizens. So when General Sibiya appears before us as a committee of Parliament, he does not forfeit his status as a citizen of this country. And the honorable member as well is a citizen. I think what the honorable members from the MKP, if they feel that there may be a problem, they may decide to ask the same questions through another honorable member. But I mean, you are going to put the chair in a very difficult position if every time a question has been asked, especially that when we started the proceedings, General Sibiya put it on record here and said, You must know that I'm getting into these proceedings under protest. It's not something that he's raising now. So can I get indication from you, honorable members from the MKP, if you want to proceed, Honorable Skosana, to ask or you pass your questions to?
Thank you, Chair. It will depend on the response
Okay.
from the witness. If the question which I have, as you said, if you say no comment, I'm going to leave those questions. There's a lot of questions besides that,
Yeah.
but I just want to say here, Chair, before you allocate me the minutes, I don't want us to mislead the nation and the members, honorable members, that I am talking to General Mkhwanazi. That statement alone is misleading. I sit in the South African Police Service Portfolio Committee here. I mean, dealing with South African Police Service. I sit in the Police Portfolio Committee. I deal with everyone across the board, from the minister to the top management of South African Police Service, and to the ordinary member, a complainant on the ground.
Yeah.
So it can't be right to say, maybe I'm a friend, maybe no, I'm not a friend.
You are raising a
I'm at work.
You are raising a valid point, Honorable Skosana, and let's get Honorable Sibiya to withdraw that part that says you opened a case because you are talking to General Mkhwanazi.
Order, Chair. Can I raise a point of order? Chair, I don't think it would be correct for you to direct a witness how to answer or what he must do. He's made the point, and I think you rather want to ask him if he wants to withdraw it. Because now it looks like you are saying to General Sibiya, withdraw that. So maybe you want to ask whether he thinks he wants to withdraw it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. General Sibiya, when you made a statement how you feel about Honorable Skosana asking you questions, you made an additional statement apart from the protest that you registered with us. You made an additional statement that goes to say he opened the case because he talks to General Mkhwanazi. Do you stand by that statement? I think it's what the honorable member is asking me to check with you.
Yeah, I stand by the statement for simple reasons. The fact that the honorable member went and opened a case, and then the next thing, the details of the case and the statement and everything is what the investigating officer of the case is using in applying for a search warrant. As far as I'm concerned, there has been communication. And I'm not doing it to disrespect the House. If ever, in one way or another, it gets to a point where I'm regarded of being out of order, I really apologize and I would withdraw if that is the case. But if I'm not wrong, may I be allowed to still stand to that statement? Because remember, Chair, that there have been marches against me as well from the MK party. And it's the same MK party that opens a case against me. And the MK party, it was in support of General Mkhwanazi. The march was saying in support of General Mkhwanazi. And then now, again, the MK party opened a case against me. And now I'm standing before an honorable member and who's now must ask questions from me, and these are the questions of which the honorable member statement, or what he was mentioned in the papers that conducted the search and seizure at my house. So to me, Chair, is deeply involved in this whole thing that is going on, unfair thing that is going on against me. So I feel that here I'm standing in front of
Yeah, I think the part that Honorable Sangoni wanted to hear is not the motivation for why you think it will be unfair for him to ask you questions, is whether you stand by the part that says he talks to General Mkwanas.
I stand by that, Chair.
Okay. Do you want to continue, Honorable Skosana?
Oh, yes, I want to continue, Chair.
Before you continue, let me hear Honorable Sols.
Chair, this very thing that's happening now is what that concept wanted to avoid. That if someone is in conflict, because now we are discussing a case that's not part of this process, but it was exactly to avoid that. But my question of clarity on a matter of procedure, I asked it yesterday, but it wasn't responded to after the parliamentary legal advisor gave the legal opinion on the matter. So I just want to have a clear understanding. The advice was, or it sounded like it was, that honorable members on the committee is not required to be impartial. So just for procedure, not specifically for this matter, but in general, are we not required to be impartial? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Look, we must move forward. Don't ask the chair the questions that he does not have answers. Let me tell you, honorable members.
Chair, can I just say, sorry?
Yeah.
I'm not asking you specifically.
Yeah, let me tell you how this thing is. The rules that we have say that any matter which we may pick up must be brought to the attention of the Speaker of Parliament. And sitting like this as a committee of Parliament, I have said that we don't have any authority, neither of us. I can't instruct Honorable Skosana out of this meeting. Neither can I instruct any other member of the committee. I don't have those powers. It will be arbitrary if we want to try and do. We find ourselves in a situation like this, a situation which we do not know how to extricate ourselves unless the Speaker gives a directive. And remember, as a chair of the committee, I can't write to the Speaker of Parliament without your consent. That's why there is a need for a committee meeting first and say, we now write to the Speaker of Parliament, we tell her that this is what is happening. General Sibiya was here before us. He registered a protest in the proceedings as the Speaker of Parliament because the rules say we must report the matter to you. We reported the matter to you, and then we will wait to hear from you how we must proceed. For now, to save these proceedings, let's allow the honorable members to ask questions to General Sibiya. May I finish? Honorable Sols. Yeah, your hand can go down. I'm going to allow you a chance to speak. We allow the honorable members to ask General Sibiya questions, and General Sibiya will respond. Yeah. And if you are not happy with any response that he gives, you can raise your hand and say, but is there anything that you further that you may want to say, General Sibiya? And then he will tell you, yes, I have more that I can say, or I have nothing more to say. Honorable Sols.
Yes, Chair. I'm asking on a matter of procedure for how we're going to move forward, because the honorable member from the MKP based his response on the advice given by the parliamentary legal advisor. And that advice was that we are not required to be impartial. So apart from this here, I want to know procedurally as we go forward, is it true or correct that we are not expected to be impartial for procedure? Then
It's not for me to rule on that matter. The Speaker of Parliament, the office of the Speaker of Parliament, is the one that will respond to matters like this. But that is why
then, Chair, you should say
I want to plead with honorable members that the situation that we face is our situation. It's not the situation of the chairperson of the committee. The rules of this House say take all these matters and elevate them to the office of the Speaker. And in terms, your terms of reference, honorable members, are saying that you are the ones who take decisions on any matter. So the chair will wait for that moment when you have taken a decision as an ad hoc committee that a letter has to be written to the Speaker to inform her office about these developments. And so for now, I'm going to request that we proceed. I'm requesting you, honorable members, that we proceed.
So for clarity, Chair, that means for now, we should not base any of our actions on that advice until we hear from the Speaker. Is that what we're saying? We are ignoring the advice.
The committee must hear what the Speaker of Parliament is saying. Your rules say bring the matters to the attention of the Speaker. That must be the understanding. Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And please, my intention is not to derail the proceedings, but I just wanted to say that in terms of the legal advice, well, the legal advice, yes, that we had received yesterday, as well as the legal opinion that we had asked for tomorrow. Personally, I mean, this is not a party position, but personally, I had been convinced by the arguments of Umkhonto weSizwe Party. For example, I don't believe that impartiality is a precondition for rationality and so forth. But the point that I was trying to go to, Chair, is can we request that when we get the legal opinion, the written legal opinion tomorrow, the matter that now arises in this meeting, which we didn't have before, where the witness himself says that he feels prejudice, do we have any precedent of such a matter in Parliament, and how has it been handled? I'm worried that this testimony may get a bit difficult because now General Sibiya is going to cast aspersions on the member and so forth and so forth. So where we have a situation where a person or a witness appearing before Parliament has said, I do not want to be engaged by this person, I feel my rights are prejudiced, how do we handle it? I'm not disagreeing with what the chair is saying. Let's proceed if General Sibiya has agreed that we proceed, but I do want a reflection in the legal opinion on what his rights are. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, I just want to make a kind plea to you as the chairperson of the meeting. As the MK party, we request to be protected in this meeting. The witness has made serious allegations against the MK party. We made it on record that it's the MK party that opened the case against General Sibiya. It's impossible for 58 members to go to a police station and open one docket and be complainants, all of them. Skosana was delegated by the MK party. Now, General Sibiya, in his attempt to subvert the MK party, says the case was opened because Skosana is in communication with General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Chair, we're not taking that lightly because the case, I think I said it 10 times yesterday, that the case was never opened by Skosana. Skosana was a messenger. Now, as the MK party were being insulted here, that the reason why we opened that case is because of a relationship with Skosana and General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We opened that case because a press briefing was made, and that doesn't mean that we're in support of General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We believe that the allegations that he made need to be investigated by a police officer, and it ends there. For him to come and cast aspersions here, Chair, and you are not protecting us, really is uncalled for. He must not do that in future. You have a responsibility to protect both us as members and the witness, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I just wanted to register that.
And remember, I have exercised that responsibility. I called the general to withdraw that statement. And your fellow member from the African National Congress said, may I check with the general if, you remember, honorable members, that I called on the general to withdraw. And a fellow member of this committee said, no, check with him if he stands by that statement. And he says, look, I'm not withdrawing. You say you're not withdrawing. That is your view.
This is how I feel, Chair.
Okay. So, members, let's do this. Let's proceed. Let's ask General Sibiya questions and hear what his responses are.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to say, this is not personal. This is not personal. I haven't instructed any policeman to go and confiscate your gadgets of General Sibiya or any other thing. Once you open a case, it ends there. I don't know, I'm not an investigator, I'm not a policeman. I don't know what happened. Whatever happened, I guess they were doing their work like us here. And we cannot afford to say that the witness, because it will be a contempt of court if the witness choose not to account to Parliament. But I'll start by saying to the Deputy Commissioner, General Sibiya. General, last night you said that there was no reluctance on the road to take in terms of the disbanding of the PKTT during the Portfolio Committee meeting, which we had here, if you remember, because we have meetings with you and with the top management of South African Police Service, regularly so. Now, can you confirm if the presentation by Lieutenant General Khumalo on that day, which you said it was endorsed by the National Commissioner, as presented in Parliament on the 5th of March, recommended a phase or an immediate disbandment of the PKTT?
It recommended a phase-out approach.
Now, the issue of immediate, which yesterday was an issue, why then immediate was immediate?
As I explained yesterday, Chair, that when we say immediate, we were saying the process must start immediately. And when we say the process must start immediately, it means from today, start the process of disbanding. From now, you can start immediately. And this, even as you can see, is consistent with what is said in that statement, in that document of the 17th of January, to say stakeholder must be engaged, internal and external must be engaged, this must happen, and now it gave a roadmap of what was supposed to happen, which means everything was going to happen according to the roadmap. Up until the next morning on the 6th, when they gave an action plan themselves and said, in winding down, this is what we are going to do.
Clarity on this will help to confirm the National Commissioner position, because in your statement, it appears to indicate that the National Commissioner did not express any reservation regarding the decision to disband the PKTT. it suggests that he took part in several meetings related to the process. And at no point did he or he voice any objection or concern about how the disbandment would be handled. Do you agree with that?
I don't, because, honorable members, you will remember that even at the Madlanga Commission, the Nation Commissioner admitted that, no, he did not object. And they asked him whether, can you carry out any unlawful instructions? He said it was career limiting. So the bottom line is that they never, at no stage, the Nation Commissioner ever objected openly so. In my case, with all the documents, from my corner, everything that I was implementing, the documents that I received from the Office of the National Commissioner were saying, do it this way. And then whatever that he says come from him, it's not in writing in any way, to me, directed to me at least.
Unfortunately, I said in this committee that we are not a subcommittee of Madlanga Commission, so I don't follow it. For me, we are fresh. You know, all the questions which I'm posing to you are very fresh. You know, it's not like I'm undermining anyone, but I just want to put it clear. General, according to you then, I'm quoting in verbatim the presentation from the particular meeting, our meeting on the 5th of March. What was meant by the de-establishment or disbandment, which will take any form of transition from the PKTT to that component which you spoke about, of serious and violent crime within the division, detective, and forensic services. The transition will ensure continuity of cases, particularly those who are under investigation and those that are in court. The word transition appears twice in the presentation, and words have been meaning general. In your view, is it possible that something is in transition immediately?
Yes, the transition meaning that we will then take it from this team, PKTT, to murder and robbery unit. This is transition from that to this. And it will take form in a phase-out approach, meaning that the phase-out approach says the first phase will be to deliver the case dockets to the murder and robbery unit, which is the phase they started, they carried out.
Now, was it not only yourself and the Chief of Staff who were in favor of that?
No.
It's crucial, General, to separate separate NASCOM acceptance of disbanding the PKTT from his views or the method which you thought was correct. He may have agreed to disband, am I right? Possibly under pressure, as this was an instruction from the minister. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree.
Now, yesterday you said to us here that you are an accounting officer, inverted commas.
Never said that.
No. I will remind you, General. One, you said that General Mkhwanazi undermined you as his senior, am I right?
Yes.
Are you aware that as you said yourself, let me just give you that. Are you aware that the accounting officer in the South African Police Service nationally is NASCOM? Do you agree?
Yes.
Are you aware that he originated those powers from the statute? You cannot have that power at all. You only have delegated powers. Now, the provincial commissioner, Mkhwanazi or anyone else, Patekile, they originate their power like the national commissioner at provincial level. Do you agree?
Yes.
So why are you saying Mkhwanazi undermines you?
Like I'm saying, Honorable Chair, I think yesterday I did read out my delegation and then my functions, duties and functions as the Deputy National Commissioner, and the legal framework that actually suggests what are my responsibilities. The National Commissioner, even in his own words, said there's no gap, there's no any other member between me and him. It's him, ourselves as the Deputy National Commissioners, then the divisional commissioners and provincial commissioners under us. So in other words, I'm a Deputy National Commissioner, I'm accountable to the National Commissioner, but the provincial commissioners and any other, they are below the Deputy National Commissioners.
Let me repeat again. So are you saying it was is correct for you to say you can come to Mpumalanga? You are senior when you come to Mpumalanga to the provincial co-commissioner?
I am.
In terms of powers, hence I'm asking you as a deputy commissioner, that the provincial commissioner, his powers comes from the state. He's an accounting officer at provincial level. Do you agree on that?
I do.
Now, when you come to the province, are you usurping, usurping his powers when you come to the province?
Not at all.
Yeah, hence I'm asking you, why are you saying Mkhwanazi undermines you?
He undermines me, because, I mean, we are both well-trained members from the college, from being a constable. You get trained as to the rank level structures, and you know which one is junior, which one is more senior to the other. And that is the case, that will never change.
We'll come back to that because fortunately I worked before the General. If the PKTT was effective in stabilizing political killings, then why it was necessary to disband it immediately without consulting Masemula and Mkhwanazi?
I think that's a question that you can pose, that can be posed to the minister.
What is your view as the Deputy Commissioner?
My view is that I received an instruction to disband from the National Commissioner to communicate the letter of the minister to the team.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out on that regard. You said Brigadier Lituke, if I remember.
Litoko is the
yes.
Chief of Staff in the Office of the National Commissioner.
Yeah. So he gave you a letter.
She
gave you a letter.
Sent a letter.
That letter was signed by who?
It's an email, doesn't need to be signed.
Now, in your office, you have staff in your office, am I right?
Correct.
If your staff is giving one of your divisional co-commissioner or one of the deputy, General Musikili, does your staff have those powers to send and instruct anyone?
100%.
They do have that.
They do.
Now you just said to yourself that there's hierarchy. By nature, police is paralegal, am I right?
Correct.
Now, can a brigadier instruct a general, major general or a lieutenant general?
From that office, a letter and communication that come from the higher office is an instruction of that higher office.
Now, if NASCOM says to you, I've never given that brigadier that instruction, what would be your response? Have you verified that letter that it was coming direct from the commissioner?
Remember, the NASCOM already indicated that he told them to write letters to the Deputy National Commissioner and say, write a report. So it comes from the National Commissioner and it's confirmed.
Let me give you a reference, if you remember. On the PEE matters, there's an issue which is in court because some directives were given verbally. So do you agree that if somebody sends a letter which is not signed by the accounting officer, is legit?
I don't know the facts in that PPE matter, but what I have and what I know and the working system and the standard practice is that the National Commissioner, even myself, I'll come and tell the staff officer or the PA and say, I want you to write a letter to General Kumalo the National Commissioner want to have feedback in relation to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, please send that letter. They are well trained and they know what to write. And they will write the letter and they will send it to me, or they bring it and say, are you happy with this? Then after I said yes, they will send. So in this case, even all the correspondences, you can check all the correspondence that come from General Brigadier Letoko and General Sebola. They represent the National Commissioner, and this is the standard practice in the police.
General, you've been in the police force for almost 3 decades.
Correct.
Police Act Section 5. Can you just paraphrase for us?
Section?
Section 5 of the Police Act.
I need to read it verbatim because I don't know.
You're in verbatim, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, I need to see it because I don't want to quote something wrong. Section 5. What does it remind me? I will then take it from there.
Let me say this to you. You cannot take any directive from a lower level. You can't take an instruction from a brigadier or from a sergeant as a matter of fact, as you said yourself now, that you are senior. But we are saying to us that a brigadier, in fact, even a colonel can give you instructions and say, NASCOM has said that has to happen. For instance, if a brigadier says to you, NASCOM say you must disband crime intelligence today, are you going to verify that, or are you going to take that instruction?
No, like once a letter of this nature comes from the Chief of Staff of the Office of the National Commissioner, it is an instruction. If a letter comes from Major General Sebola of the National Commissioner's Office, it is an instruction. And if you are not clear about it, or the instruction is somehow illegal or contradictory or concerning, it is my duty now to go and verify with the National Commissioner, because, or I will tell the National Commissioner that, NASCOM, I received this document, but do you know the consequences of this, or are you sure this is what you want us to really communicate? Because I know of 1, 2, 3, 4, and this may result into 1, 2, 3, 4. You will say, oh, I think maybe let's put it this way. It's when you think there is a situation.
So according to you, you don't have to sign a letter, even if it's a matter of natural importance, as long as it comes from that office. Without verification, you can carry those orders.
You can. If it's lawful, you can.
Thank you. Now, once you were with the municipality, the competency of the vetting, where does that fall to?
It falls with the SSA.
Why when you were the head, you said that this, you were cleared by the municipality security head, the vetting? In the city of Johannesburg.
Honorable Member, you asked me a question and said the security competency, where does it fall? And I said SSA.
Yes.
And you're asking a question that I think is unrelated a little bit to that what you just asked. I want to understand that question. You know
why I'm asking? When you were at the city of Johannesburg, who vetted you?
SSA.
SSA. So the municipality did not vet you?
The municipality don't have a vetting system in place. I introduced a system whereby all the senior managers of the city must be vetted.
By who?
SSA.
Thank you. Now, let's come to this, General. Intelligence-driven operations and serious dockets are kept safe and no need to write the diaries every day, am I right?
There's nothing like that.
Tell us, how does it work?
When you work and you open a docket, it's your job to update your SAP 5, your everything that you do, you write in your pocketbook or in your diary and you update the docket.
intelligence inquiries dockets are registered to run. The main dockets can be updated only when new information emerges from inquiries or during arrest. Am I right?
Repeat that, sir.
Dockets can be updated only when there's new information emerging from inquiries.
No.
No, it should not happen like that.
No. Every day, every now and then, in your docket, you will write a brought forward date. In other words, every 14 days, you must give feedback to the complainant, but no docket should lie around for more than 3 years. Every 14 days, a docket must receive attention, if you have many.
Now, on the 121 or 118, whatever the number is, you distance yourself from dockets, am I right?
Yes.
You never gave any instruction for those dockets to come to your office or to the office of General Kumalo.
I wrote a letter that says they must be taken to where they belong.
Where do they belong?
Murder and robbery unit.
So it was wrong for those dockets, to agree for those dockets to be removed from where they were supposed to be initially.
No, it was not wrong.
So they did the right thing by removing those dockets and bring them to the office where you said you don't have a safe, you don't have anything. Those dockets gathered dust, and you are not part of it at all.
Remember, the instruction was to have them withdrawn there where they were, to be taken to the relevant office, which is the murder and robbery unit. In other words, from a task team that has been directed to disband to the murder and robbery unit, as even presented by the same team in Parliament and in the very next day in terms of their action plan.
But you said that the task team is not disbanded, am I right? It's still on. It's still going on.
Yes.
Now, why are you saying they were supposed to be taken to another unit?
They were, because remember the whole agreement was that they must disband. But I mean, if they stubbornly refuse to disband, there's nothing one can do.
Is it the responsibility of General Kumalo to keep those dockets?
He was the project manager.
Now, National Commissioner praised General Kumalo, and yesterday you said, in your own word, that he doesn't have the experience, he doesn't have the knowledge. Are you contradicting what National Commissioner has told honorable members in the nation?
If General Kumalo can put an investigation of crime certificate in front of this committee, I will withdraw my words. But if he doesn't have one, he's not an investigator.
Yeah, but my question is, are you contradicting the National Commissioner when he was praising General Kumalo? You are saying the National Commissioner is wrong.
Well, the National Commissioner believes so much in General Kumalo, and what the National Commissioner said is what he said, what I'm not saying.
Yeah, but remember, you are the deputy commissioner. My question is, you don't agree with the National Commissioner in the respect of the competency of General Kumalo. You are questioning his credentials.
No, I say he does not have investigation, and I also said he has done a good job. I've never said he didn't do a good job, but the bottom line is, I'm saying he does not have investigation as training.
General, yesterday you stated many issues here with us when the evidence leader was questioning you. Page 9, paragraph 28 of your core bundle, that when Masemula, as an accounting officer of South African Police Service, asked the Minister Mkhunu to provide reason for his decision to disband PKTT, on the 6th of March, he failed to provide reasons for his decision. In your opinion, do you think it is acceptable for a leader to take such a crucial decision in absence of any stated justification?
Chair, I want to understand where you are coming from. I understand the question so that I can respond. I heard what you say, but I'm trying to make sense out of how you're putting it, so, or to connect it. So please repeat the question for me.
In page 9 of your bundle,
Yes.
paragraph 28.
Page?
28.
On page 28. Yeah, I'm at page 28, paragraph.
No, page 9, page 20, I mean paragraph 28. Page 9, paragraph 28. There's many bundles anyway, so there's many documents, but on your own bundle.
Paragraph 9, page 9 of my bundle. It doesn't have page 28.
I'm not saying page 28. I'm saying paragraph 28.
I don't have in paragraph, in page 9. It doesn't have, let me see. Let me go.
Look at 12 and then check on 28.
Yes, page 12.
Yeah, so the question, let me rephrase it for you to make things easier. General, you stated on that paragraph 28, on your core bundle, when Masemula, as an accounting officer, asked Mkhunu to provide reason for his decision to disband PKTT. On the 6th of March, he failed to provide reasons for his decision. In your opinion, I'm just saying in your opinion, let me finish. In your opinion, do you think it is acceptable for a leader to take such a crucial decision in the absence of any justification?
Chair, just a second, Chair. The honorable member is referring me to page 12.
Yes.
Paragraph 28.
Yes.
Can I read it?
No,
because when I look at it,
it's
not what the honorable member
is
talking about.
Yeah, the evidence leader will help us on that. But why is doing that? We'll come back to that. Do you think that Minister Mkhunu justification that the task team was established because of an executive decision, therefore an executive decision is all that is needed to disband it as a matter of justification to disband the task team?
I would like to leave that response to the National Commissioner, to the Minister.
To the Minister. Does this not create a dangerous precedent, allowing the executive to informally or casually make a withdrawal decision in the absence of justification, in your view?
That question I would like to leave to the Minister.
Okay. During your teenager as the acting national commissioner, you stated in your witness statement that Ms. Vusimuzi Matlala visited you to complain about a tender awarded to him. And you indicated that you will discuss the matter with the national commissioner upon his return. Why did you deem it necessary to wait for the national commissioner's return before addressing the matter?
Because it was beyond me.
This time it was beyond you.
Yes.
But remember, on that issue of disbandment, you said, as I said to you earlier, you took a letter from Brigadier Litoke, am I right? Litoko. You took that instruction, am I right?
Correct.
Without verification, am I right?
Correct.
Now, on this one, why you wanted the National Commissioner to give you an approval? Because you were acting National Commissioner.
These are two separate things.
And I know that, but what I'm saying, why do you have, on Vusimuzi Matlala in particular, but on the matter of national interest, the matter of disbanding, you did not do that?
These are two separate things, completely altogether. The National Commissioner's Office and the communication within the police, this is how it works. Rosmus Matala is not a police official, it's not the top structure of the police. She doesn't have a staff officer that I must listen to. Now, in other words, if you are a minister in the South African Police Service or any minister for any department, you have staff that reports to your office. And that staff, including your PA, is entitled or is empowered or is delegated to write letters on your behalf. And those letters are deemed to be coming from you.
Now, I'm going to sit on that. You chose to act on a directive given by Brigadier Litoko without a consultation with the National Co-Commissioner by virtue of an email, which was an email we know. Do you think that was appropriate to do? I'm still asking again. I want you, because you're under oath, to say yes.
Very much appropriate, and this is the standard practice. This is how everybody works in the department, and this is the order of the day. And even the National Commissioner confirmed himself that he did give that instruction to Brigadier Letoko to write that email.
So you say it's a standard practice in your office for decision of a considerable importance to be taken or communicated by junior staff members?
In the organization.
That's what I'm saying. Are you saying that to us?
It is.
Specifically, it's appropriate for such communication as demonstrated on SB3 of an annexure which your witness statement to be signed off by a junior staff in your office without your own signature. That's how you run the affairs in your office.
Yes.
Leadership failure or disconnecting incinerating officials, in my view. But I will paraphrase for you, General. It seems that there's a lot of matters where you are in disagreement with the assertion made by General Mkhwanazi, as shown in your submission before this committee yesterday. I want to ask you, on the 6th of July, in his media briefing, Mkhwanazi said there are criminal syndicates that have infiltrated law enforcement. Do you agree with him? If you do, please tell us why. And if you don't, please tell us why.
I will never deny that there are criminal syndicates that are infiltrated the police or criminal justice system. It happens on a daily basis in all the provinces, including in KZN, where he is. You do have those people that are connected to the police, that are connected to the prosecutors, that are connected to lawyers, and sometimes they may not be criminals per se, but at the ultimate end, you find that they're involved in criminal activity. But this thing is not unique to Gauteng.
Will you then agree that it presents a serious concern when high-ranking officials within SAPS hold conflicting views on the state of law enforcement in this country, and that disconnect and undermines cohesion, public confidence, and the integrity of our law enforcement?
Agreed.
Do you agree?
Yes.
General, let me come to the issue as well, which you are being accused of for many years. When Senzo Meyiwa was killed, did you went to the scene?
I'm actually happy that I'm being asked on the issue of Senzo Meyiwa, and it's an issue that I wish I could spend time on it to clarify, so that finally South Africans can get to hear the truth. And allow me, Chair, to deal with this Senzo Meyiwa issue. When Senzo Meyiwa, after Senzo Meyiwa was killed, I was the head of the Hawks in Gauteng. I was at home in Pretoria. I got a call from the acting provincial commissioner, who was General Musikiri at that time. I was at home at night. I didn't even know about the shooting. And it was around about 11 at night. And remember, Senzo was killed after 7:30, round about 7:30, early evening. And what I had to do as the head of the Hawks was to call a team to say, let's meet there. It's just like when a serious crime has been committed, we move, we go there. And what happened there is that as we moved, all of us, we got there, I ran straight to hospital. And simply because of the fact Senzo Meyiwa is a national key point, it's a national asset. It's not ordinary member where someone can say someone has been gunned out, then as the head of the house, I'll also go there. But because it was a national goalkeeper, we all had to react, and we went. Even General Musikidi, who was the acting provincial commissioner, we all went and we met at the police station, at the hospital. When I got to the hospital, it was packed, even in the passage, even in the ward where he was lying motionless. And everybody was crying there. Even myself, I could not make my way through into the ward. I saw him lying inside there, but from outside the ward. And then I realized that it won't work. I then said to General Musikidi, I will go to the house where now the investigation must start, because now the investigation process had to start. Now, for the investigation process to start, we then had to go to the scene of crime. When we get to the house where it happened, it was packed. Outside the yard, inside the yard, there was up and down movement in the house. I'm well trained when it comes to investigations. I'm 37 years doing what I'm doing. The very first thing is to take charge of the scene of crime. Mine was to give instructions and say, please, secure the scene, preserve the scene. This is a scene of crime. Now the team had to make sure that they remove everybody on site to outside the yard so that it can be cordoned, the scene of crime can be cordoned. Remember, I arrived late at night when this thing happened almost after 7:30, and the scene was already processed by the officials. It was processed, cleaned. The experts have done their work. Now, when I arrived there, I also found MEC Sizakele Nkosi Malobane and other generals were there. Now, ours, we come here as a fact-finding team. We come in here, we knock, we sit down in the sitting room. It's clean, there's no blood, there's no spotty that you can see, everything is in place. And then we sit, we listen, we ask questions, what happened? This one explained, this one explained, this one explained, this one explained. This is the normal course of attending to crime scene. The MEC was there also, we were all listening. And then from there, General Musikidi and them arrived from hospital to join us. There were other generals, including General Musikidi. We all listened. And thereafter, it was a question of, General, are you taking it or am I taking it? As the Hawks, do I take the matter to run with or are you taking it? Then she said to me, the National Commissioner, who was Maria Pierre then, said or suggested that this matter must be investigated by a team of experienced investigators. Now that already took us out of the way. Now we stood by when they made a press conference, a press briefing at that time that says there will be a team appointed to investigate and will run with this matter. We were standing by, no longer involved in the case. That is why even today, when this matter has been testified, I haven't submitted a statement, I haven't submitted I've never been called as a witness. It's almost at the end because I was not involved. I've seen messages that says I took $1 million and I did this, I shifted a firearm order. No. At what point would I have done that? So I just wanted to say to South Africans, I am not involved in the Senzo Meyiwa case. I've never done anything wrong. And there have been many teams, more than 10 different teams that were set to investigate this thing. I have done nothing that can actually cause the matter to be, not to be successful.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give one because there's a warning already there, a red light before my colleague takes over. The last one from me. Unfortunately, other issues are still under investigation because you said you are like a specialist, an expert when it comes to investigation. Because I don't want to eat time for my colleague. Can you confirm yes or no on the matter that that scene was not contaminated by your presence?
Not at all. It was never communicated by my presence. When I arrived, it was a done deal already. It was cleared. It was I mean, when you arrive and already it's trampled upon by many people, I was very late when we come there myself.
So were you the first person who arrived at the scene?
Not at all. I came after 12 there, when in fact this thing had happened after 7:30. So logically speaking, how can I be the first person to arrive past 12 when this thing happened at 7:30?
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Ndaba, siyabingelela baba.
Sawubona baba.
Sawubona. Hey, makumele umuntu akhulume nawe ngathi udla intelezi, amehla vele angaboni indaba. Ngiyifunde.
Ngiyathandaza.
Izolo before ngichubeka nje bengifuna ukubuza enye clarity seeking question. So bengisaba ukuthi uchair uzodla isikhathi sami ubuya ngishaya uchair yabona. Can you kindly assist me with ubundle le ku page 234 SB 19? Just the first blocks ungifundise ukuyifunda lapha ya mhlawumbe ungifundele. Ngibuza nje ngoba ngifuna ukufunda indlela ukuyifunda akwangishaya ngesikhathi ngisho timekeeper.
Asambe Chair.
Yeah. It is station heading, ne?
Yebo,
It is CAS, which is case.
Two double matter, yes.
It description there. It is alleged that the ANC member had a meeting at Ghost Town while driving near Green Water Tank. He was shot 2 times on the head and the neck and succumbed injuries on the scene. Bese ETIO, is that the investigating officer?
Yebo, Chair.
Now, in Klula outstanding, it analyzed section 205 to place. Can I read the name, Chair? Okay. Analyze section 205 and to place Tembelani Dlamini on the crime scene. Bese lapha it try to identify the suspect. Sihle Zigalal. I don't understand the outstanding. Is that outstanding or what? Please clarify this for me.
This is the investigation that needed to be conducted, that is outstanding. And by so saying, Chair, may I be sensitive to the fact that it's very much important. And that is why, Chair, it's very dangerous to mention the name, because this Sihle Zigalala does not necessarily mean that it is the current minister or deputy minister. So it's very dangerous to rely on the name that you find here. There are many names that you find that they are equal or they are senior. I mean, they are similar to the name of some of our leaders. And in the meantime, now we begin to target the leader on something that it is not him, it is someone else. So may I request, Chair, that this document be really in the highest sensitivity it deserves, Chair.
All right. Should I continue with it, Chair, or just me?
No, you can continue. The documents have been made available to yourselves, and they are on record. But what the witness is requesting is that you may not read the names because they may be misinterpreted.
No, as I was asking for clarity, Chair, I was saying, does it mean when you say analyze section 205, does it mean the placing of that suspect, or there's this name Yokala on this crime scene? And does it also mean try to identify the suspect as that suspect, the Kamel Pelpaluela? Does it mean exactly that, or it means something else?
When you read the docket, which is the double murder, hiding double murder, that was registered in 2016 on the 20th of 12. And it gives you the description of the case that this is what is being alleged, that the ANC member had a meeting at Ghost Town while driving near a green water tank, and he was shot 2 times on the head and neck and succumbed to injuries on the scene. Now, here's the investigating officer. Now, here my main intention was to point out that the last day of investigation of this matter, the last handwriting in the docket was on the 24th of March 2023. This is the last time this team looked at this docket. So in other words, for almost since 2023, 2003, this docket was never looked at. 2 years. It was not open. It's somewhere sitting, gathering dust. Now, the rest, the information that is outstanding in this docket was to analyze the 205s and to place this person on the crime scene. In other words, it's when you apply for the communications from the cell phone providers, the car trackers and everything, and then you analyze that so that you can see that it gives you whether this person was there or not.
No, thank you. So this Sihle Zigalala that is here, was he arrested 2 years ago?
I thought, Chair, we agreed that the names are not
No,
going
you
to
said it's
be-
not the minister, just this one.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's why I say I'm not sure whether he's a minister or
We
not.
may pass. Do you agree with the relationship between Jackie Selibe no Glenn Agliotti made South Africans ukuthi bangawathemba amaphoyisa? And if you do agree, what do you think, or what should South Africans think, or what should they make of your relationship, if you have, between Brown Mokgotsi, who has relations with Ket Matlala?
Well, what I don't know is whether they are criminals or no. Ket Matlala, I do know now that he's been arrested, but at that time, no one knew whether he was that's why even the police awarded him a tender, because they didn't know, apparently, that he was involved in crime. Even myself, I didn't know if he was in that a criminal. So, since one became aware that the man has been arrested, we cannot now further communicate or associate ourselves with him. But at that time, going backward, we didn't know.
So when Yazan?
I didn't know him up until he came for the first time to the office.
Okay. Asidlule lapho. Izolo ubufuna i-document yaka public protector, which you say it's the one that clears your name, correct? Do you agree with that document, that letter?
Yes.
Okay. Which one is it? Because there's a letter written 18 December, and there's a letter written 8 May 2022. Which letter are you referring to?
Can I be assisted legal team with my public protector report? Chair, isn't it that when I come now, I don't know which questions to expect, and as a result, the documents I have, but I couldn't bring everything here. So some of the documents, you may find that I don't have them immediately here, but before I leave here, I have them. There should be one here.
I think into ishizolo leyo uyibheka kanjalo le letter wangayiveza moqeda.
Legal team, do we have? But safe safe to say that the public protector mentioned there that I was employed by the city of Joburg and everything was procedural and legitimate, and as a result, there was no issue about my appointment.
I think singaxoxa ngayo ngoba uyayazi indlela yokukhuluma ngayo mphathi wami. Now that letter, before I ask you a question on that letter, in the SAPS, when one is subjected for vetting, and should that person fail vetting, do you continue to employ that person?
Is the discretion of the commander or the head to say these skills we need. However, this person did not make it through the vetting department, through vetting, but also depending on the sensitivity of the post that you hold. For an example, there are many members who don't have security clearance. Similar case that then Provincial Commissioner doesn't have. Provincial Commissioner Western Cape doesn't have, but yet they deal with sensitive information.
Because the letter ebhalwe advocate Bosisiwe Mkhwebane, who was then the former public protector, states that at the stage when he was investigating your case and he wrote the letter you are talking about, that clarifies you. She did not have the evidence ephelele. The city of Johannesburg concealed the evidence. Therefore, she came to those findings without this evidence that came there. One, it is the letter that was written by Ubrink speaking about you not passing a competency assessment report. Did you do a competency assessment and did you pass it or you didn't pass it?
I'm not surprised, Honorable, that it is that letter that come from Advocate Bosisiwe Mkhwebane, but Advocate Bosisiwe Mkhwebane was given all the information that she needed when she investigated, because remember, her team came, not herself. The whole team was sent to investigate, and she conducted an investigation, and she wrote a report. Now, after she was approached again by Mesuli Mlandu, after having been cleared in this report, she wanted to start again, and then we wrote to her and said, but advocate, you cannot review your own report. Then she wrote to the Hawks to investigate. And in the Hawks, I was cleared because the DPP refused to prosecute and said, but there's nothing here. And as a result, there was nothing. But I'm sitting with the report from the public protector that says, and it is important that we find it because it clears me. Now, as to the competency assessment, remember that when you get to the competency assessment, it's a document where they say to you, it's an exercise where they say to you, there's no right or wrong answer. This is just to look at your character and whether you are a strong person and which character you are. You don't really even need to spend time on this thing because there's no way you will get this thing right to say you are right or wrong. So I wrote what I wrote, and the result came the way they came and say, you can be suitable here and not here. That is what happened.
Why pass and why fail?
Well, I don't, it doesn't say you failed it like it's it's like whether you passed, what do you call it? Let me say it was not positive.
Why pass and why fail?
Okay, let me say I fail.
Okay. 2016 November, you were appointed as a unit head, right?
Yes.
But 2017 July, your job title changes to a HOD.
Yes.
It was converted according to the document of the public protector to an HOD. Did you convert that yourself as it is alleged that you appointed yourself to an HOD?
There's no way you can appoint yourself in a city. In a city is well regulated. The group head forensic investigation service was established by myself. It did not exist There was GIRAS, which was an internal audit, but I had to start a group function that will take care of the city's properties. And that thing went through the council. They will say the items that were presented before council and council approved.
Okay.
And Chair, there's no way I could be the head of the DPCI and someone like Mesulu Mlandu want to come and tell me that I cannot be the head of a small group forensics within the city. And this was based on the fact that already there were some differences between myself and Mesuli. I do have correspondence here that he wrote himself to, firstly, he wrote a report regarding suspected clandestine rogue unit. And then he also wrote to the late Jeff Makubu, may his soul rest in peace, where in this one, that was written on the 20th of September 2019, he says, reference is made to my report regarding the above matter, which was received by Mayor's office on 16 September 2019. A meeting with you, Chief Operation Officer, Executive Mayor, and MMC Finance held on 18 September to discuss same. Noting that this meeting confirmed that the officials of GVS traveled to Eastern Cape and purport to be conducting a security vetting with my previous employer, which never materialized. Further noting that the meeting also requested that I should allow that this matter be dealt through internal processes instead of reporting same to the South African Police Intelligence Structures. Request which I acceded to without difficulty. Further note, while such internal processes are being followed, kindly be advised that me and my family must also satisfy ourselves of the nature and extent risk we are exposed to. From the confirmed clandestine and rogue activities of the officials of GVS, this is important in regard is heard that the said officials acted with impunity, disregard the political and administrative authorities of the city, and abused the resources just to execute an unlawful criminal project of hitting my person, career, and reputation. Further noting that I bear the responsibility to assess such risk of my person, career, and reputation, and such is urgent that I should mitigate and protect myself and my family from the potential adverse consequences of the clandestine, illegal, and rogue activities. Also noting that covert operations are generally life-threatening, your office is requested to cause these officials to write Son's affidavit and detail the following. The person who authorizes their clandestine, illegal, rogue activities, the involvement of logistical planning, including their travel arrangement, as well as any other officials, the place these officials visited, people they met, and the role, the information that they have gathered, and source of such information, and how such information has been used. Further noting the agency to mitigate any immediate risk to me and family in Gauteng and Eastern Cape, kindly request. So this is the letter that he wrote when he heard that we are conducting a vetting on everyone. And it was the whole city. It was unfortunately not him alone. And I do have files, Chair, but this matter really, I felt that, quite honestly speaking, it have been dealt with by the public protector. There were Moody and Robinson investigations conducted, and all cleared me. State security investigated, the Hawks cleared me. For this thing, for people to take advantage of the current moment, the current situation, and be throwing this thing again through the back door, that we must re-listen to this thing that were investigated many years ago. To me, I find it really unfortunate, Chair, and I wish I could be protected under such situation, because these matters were investigated, closed. And if they were investigated and closed, why bring them here? Is all I'm asking, because the context within which General Mkhwanazi was making his press conference was on terms of political interference was based on the 121 dockets and the disbandment. Now we find ourselves dating back 5 years ago, former Minister Mthethwa, the late 2011, which I find unfortunate. Now this thing is being reversed again through the back door again. I don't think we should allow that, Chair. But not that I'm here to tell the Chair and the committee members that what to ask or what not to ask. I was just raising a concern that personally I feel that they're throwing it through the back door.
Angithi Babu Sibiya mfokandaba indaba isekuthenini kuthiwa ama politicians and senior officials of certain positions benza izinto engaqondile ukuvikelana. So yingakho le matter ibuyile. So ngicela ngakuphathi kabi lokho. Ngoba the same letter wenothe uthembele kuyona yaka public protector. It's the same public protector that says the city of Johannesburg yafihla i-evidence kwi-team yakhe ekuthenini kuze afikelele kulesa sinqumo asithathile. So uphinde uyabhala futhi in this one. That's why ke ekugcineni athi we are at liberty to confirm that information revealed by Mr. Brink above, in particular the competency assessment report of Mr. Sibiya and the non-approval of the municipal council. Can I ask ukuthi, when that matter yakho yokushintsha position and the grading of his salary from 1.2 million to 1.8, who was supposed to report that matter to the council?
It was the city manager, and all the processes were followed. It went through council, and council approved. So it was not a private deal somewhere in an office.
So it's not correct what the public protector is saying here, Wuti. However, the report, sorry, this was not reported to the municipal council.
No, it was reported to the municipal council.
And who was the mayor at that time? From which party, if I may ask?
I think it's former Mayor Herman Mashaba.
He has never said anything to you about this matter of you being put to, of the grading of your salary from 1.2 to 1.8. Are you also saying he's the one who appointed you or the municipal manager at that time?
This is the municipality that appointed me. The same applies to the same Mesuli Mlandu himself. The same process that was followed to have man promoted or increased. His salary, his own salary was increased drastically from where it was to where it is now. So it's the same process.
Are you aware that the public protector in his resolution said they must open a case against this issue?
Which she did.
And what happened to the case?
They investigated and the DPP declined to prosecute.
All right. No, thank you. Asidluleke lapho mfoka baba. General Mkhwanazi said you procured prohibited equipment in the city of Johannesburg with the assistance of Paul O'Sullivan. And we have seen a letter from the State Security Agency confirming paragraph 4 that you bought equipment. Can you confirm that?
General Mkhwanazi ukhuluma into angazazi nje. There's nothing like that. That what General Mkhwanazi is talking about is in his own head, in his own mind. Ayikho leyo nto.
Le equipment ekhulunywa ngayo la kazi wayithenga wena mfoka baba.
I did explain, Chair, that if you are the head of department of a city, world-class city, and you say we need to create an office that will carry the office, that where we need to build a war room that is strong, and then you let the IT people sit together in a room in consultation with SSA and say we want to build capacity that will be able to carry the city, so that when we are sitting here, we know that we are able to trace as to how many buildings are hijacked. In the city of Joburg, you do find a situation where you find that they buy tires, but they buy tires every day. There's a car that keeps on replacing tires almost in a month, they will replace tires twice in a month, which means they steal tires. There's a car that continue keeping on pouring petrol 2 times, 3 times in a day, which means they steal petrol. Now, you need a system that is able to actually gather such type of information and be able to give you a picture. You need a system that will tell you that how many syndicates are operating within revenue services. There are people who are milling around revenue services when people are coming to pay electricity at the revenue services. You have people who says, let me help you jump the queue. And they will go take the money and go as if they are going to pay for you, and then the system will be updated, but people will share money. Now, you need to create systems in such a way that from the war room, you are able to know where is the city losing more money of all these departments. You need to have a system where you know that we have a database of all the cases that are reported, and to be able to track them and to be able to do the linkages and to be able to see whether there are officials that are working with outside people or not. So to have an information management center is the only way to be able to run the affairs of the city. This is technology. Today we are living in the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. You cannot depend on paperwork that is not able to assist you. So having bought that, I was not the one even who said in the meeting or nor who designed those whatever equipment that was said, because I didn't know them. The team that we employed mostly teams that come from state security, crime intelligence, police. Now, these are the people who sat and say, we think we need a camera, this camera that we're going to use when we shoot the videos or the TVs for hijacked properties or during the operation. So it is things like those. There was no grabber because the main bone of contention was apparently I bought a grabber. Now, the state security said there's no grabber, and there is no grabber. And at the same time, if you remember Al Jamaa, they also they made such a statement that says, when you walk past me, I undress you. Because as you walk past me, my system that I have undresses you, takes all the information from your phone. I went to court, and the court ruled in my favor. It's just that they keep on recirculating the same lies. This is what we are sitting with even today. There's no grabber that I ever procured. He even go to an extent of saying, when I was the head of the Hawks, I procured something like a grabber. Being the head of the Hawks, there was General Dramat, and where was he at that time? No. There's no grabber that I procured. I don't have such a grabber. Some of these statements are just malicious.
Impendulo yakho baba Sibiya iyangidida kancane because ifana nale yayizolo yaka Kate Matlala ukuthi uyamazi uKate Matlala bese ubuye uthi umazi 5 times ngama phone calls ayi5 uphinde khona la uphendule khona nabebuza ukuthi elisikisiki wayekhona na. Your answer said wayengekho. So if you say that, that means uyamazi umuntu sheshe umbone. Like if somebody can ask me ukuthi ukhona baba Mkhwanazi la, I will tell you akekho because sengiyamazi. So umbuzo wami ngicela uphendule nje mhlawumbe ngendlela ethi ukungisiza ukuthi le equipment othi Mkhwanazi ukhuluma into engayazi ikhona yini yathengwa?
No, ayikho, akazithengwa futhi.
So akuna Polo Sullivan owakusiza ukuthenga equipment?
No.
I-relationship yakho no Polo Sullivan injani?
Polo Sullivan, I know him very well. I know him very well. I've been operating in Gauteng for many years, and then he's one of the active role players in terms of crime fighting. He reports crime, people report to him, he reports to the police, and look, Polo Sullivan contacts everybody. Even if you are the National Commissioner, you will get an email from Polo Sullivan. He's not my friend. I've never been to his house. He's never been to my house. I've never gone to a restaurant with Polo Sullivan where we sat and we drank tea or coffee. What Polo Sullivan is all about is that he's a forensics expert. He receives many information that he processes and even relay to the police. Just like your Mike Bolhayes, your Thomas Chat, These are the people that are active in the crime fighting system. They are there, you can't avoid them, and you can't wish them away.
No, thank you. SAPS is instruction based, you give instruction, kanjwang instruction. As Mozo Yagu course, you get the call-up instruction.
Yes.
Do we agree?
Yes.
So, in this regard, you say a team came to take pictures and they were denied. Then again, National Commissioner gave instruction. Ukuthi uMotsepe alokho nje abavumele bashute lapho, but uMotsepe didn't take that instruction. In fact, I want to know ukuthi where does she get the protocol yakamtsipe? Angimazi irank yakhe, ngicela ungiphe irank yakhe. Protocol ithini ngomtsipe if ukuthi National Commissioner gives the instruction bese angayithathi? Is that correct?
May I leave that for her to come and respond to the chair?
But ngizwe kuwe mina.
Yes,
Kumele kwaleyo uyishiye kuye azoyixoxa.
sengiphendula ngaleyo ndlela.
Uyayishintsha.
Angishintshi, ngithi let her come and explain that part.
All right. No, ngiyabonga kakhulu lapho. Ngicela sibonisane lapho. Because nginenkinga yokuthi masophendulana kanjalo sizosalela emuva mntakababa. We SAPS sinayo lento ekuthiwa intelligence. And where is it sitting?
Intelligence is sitting in many offices.
Is it under the office of the president still?
No, there's different type of intelligence. There's crime intelligence of the police. There is senior state security that is taking care of both international and local.
And which one when le ocha yikho ayisebenzi?
One that I say is weak is the one of South African Police Service.
Lastly, what is your take, or would you agree with General Mkwanazi when he says PKTT deserves to be awarded for their good job they did? Do you think the PKTT did a good job? And would you agree on them getting awarded for what they did? As I close, do you also have any relationship with any member of the ad hoc committee? Thank you.
The PKTT members, personally, firstly, I don't know if they haven't been rewarded because there have been many excellence awards, whether they have been rewarded at any stage. They must have been. And they are part of the team that I believe that in many instances they have done a good job. They must be rewarded if ever they haven't been rewarded. It's something that I cannot say they didn't do a good job. Not necessarily mean that throughout the country they did a good job. But the problem is, if you did a good job in Gauteng, or let's say in KZN alone, you can award them in KZN. In KZN, yes, you can award them. But whether they did a good job in the whole country, they were not there everywhere. When you look at Lusikisiki, it's Lusikisiki 18. They were rewarded because of only Lusikisiki. But even if they did a good job when it comes to whatever matter they dealt with, and the commander feels that they need to be rewarded, submit paperwork and they will be rewarded.
She didn't finish the question.
Do you want to make a follow-up, honorable member?
Still the very same question. Does he know any member of the ad hoc committee? And I think I was not answered in the question of Brown and Lusikisiki. As you said, you don't know him. Yes.
Bran Mukhodzi, I said it, I think, Chair, even yesterday, that I know Brown from the time He contacted me, I didn't know him. The very first time I got to meet Brown is when on January 8, he called and said, I'm going to General 8, are you gonna be there? I said, yes, I'm here on operations, we are working here in Western Cape. He said, I'll come and greet you. That's exactly what happened. And even if you check the footage, you will see. And before that, you can see my phone, you won't find Brown. And then thereafter, I allowed those calls. There were moments where I could have blocked him and stopped communicating him, but when it comes to issues of safety and a person who gives you a lot of information, you let it flow. Any member of the ad hoc that I know, I've worked for a very long time with Honorable James. I know her. I've worked for a long time with Honorable Glenis. I've worked with some members I saw in the portfolios where we account. I know the chairperson for portfolio committee from the portfolio committee, not anywhere else. So these are the only members. Honorable Kola Danabayanat, I know, not personally per se, just official capacities.
I don't mind.
I can only give you the last question.
Sengicela nje ukubuyela encwadini because abantu balambile Chair, uyabona. No, but Chair, let me finish here. Thanks.
So,
I think we Chair Sabhala. Let me ask you this one. I'm tempted to. Lente, General Mkhwanazi says there is buying of Lamborghinis and all that to by intelligence somehow. And you said there's no such. So I want to ask Uguti, in the SAPS in totality, akwenzeki ukuthi uthole ukuthi umuntu is spy uthunywe yini to infiltrate a certain criminal syndicate? Is no such. Is there no such?
A Lamborghini is pushing it too hard. You can't buy something of 5 million because you want to infiltrate somebody. You can always do it cheaper. But you will never go buy a Lamborghini because you want to infiltrate someone.
Yes, so, but there is such a doing. It it matters in terms of the budget. So it can be done.
Even if let's say, you want to run a covert operation, we have well-trained undercover operators that can infiltrate that space. And let's say, for instance, they are dealing with a syndicate, a group of syndicate, a big one, and where you have to appear as a rich person who is actually living that lifestyle. They will make sure that you get that car, not necessarily that it is procured, but they'll organize that car and then you will use that car for that time being for you to be able to operate. But what I wanted to say, Chair, I don't want to sit here and expose how the police operate in some of the operations because you are leading me into, Chair, you are leading me into a situation where I'm going to be accused tomorrow and say, he did the following.
No, ngiyabonga mfowandaba bengiphendulile bengicabanga nje ukuthi fungazi ukuthi ikhona lento ayishilo noma yikho so uthe ikhona just depends on the matter of value that will be tell us. Siyabonga mfowandaba.
But General, are you saying that in a corrupt environment, officials may not use state money to buy themselves the vehicles that he talks about? In an environment where corruption is pervasive, is there no possibility that the money can be siphoned to acquire such or vehicles of that value?
No, Chair. You can't, unless, I mean, we're working with the public's money, public's fund here. You can't really nilly-willy just spend millions because you want to investigate a certain crime. You can investigate crime.
Not for purpose of investigation, for self-aggrandizement.
And I buy a Lamborghini.
Yes, you have access to this purse. There is no monitoring. You have become a law unto yourself. It's not only the vehicles, Honorable Shongwe. He also spoke about people who have acquired farms.
And buildings.
And buildings.
Yeah, that's corruption.
So you may have a building that is higher than that vehicle in value.
Yes, Chair.
And the state money has been used.
Yes, Chair.
So that is why I'm asking you, because this is part of our probe, the extent of, okay, I must not say that, the extent of, how corrupt activities have been entrenched. Because he says police officials do this and that, and you say, no, we can't. In terms of our operations, if they are covered, we can't buy vehicles of that value. And I'm asking you, in an environment where corrupt activities have become pervasive, is it possible that state money can be used for personal use, where a person can take it and go and buy himself or herself a vehicle of the value that, I don't want to advertise that vehicle.
It shouldn't be, Chair, and it shouldn't be allowed. Because to start with, there's a way of procuring such a car in such a way that it cannot be traced back to you. And therefore, it is not even known in the system. And what you do with that car at the ultimate end may not be known by anybody.
But that other properties have been acquired. Have you heard about that, or do you know about that?
I saw it in the papers. I heard about it, but I don't know the detailed facts of it, quite honestly speaking. I just see it from a distance, even myself.
And as part of the senior leadership of the police service, when you saw that reports, did it shake you, or you just said, I know, this is what we are used to?
Things were reported, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm very happy when things get reported to the platform or forum where they belong. And they were reported to the IG, and the IG conducted the investigation and dived deeper in investigation, consulting with the IDEC or NPA, and they came around a decision whether to prosecute or not.
Okay.
But none of us were involved in the process.
Let's leave it that. Thank you so much, General, and I want to thank you, honorable members. Honorable Adams, we have made it a practice that when we have an honorable member in our proceedings, we introduce them for the public to know that members of parliament also take interest in the work that we are doing. So I take this opportunity to formally introduce you, that you have joined our proceedings today.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I was in trouble again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, it's that time when we should break. We are coming back at 10 minutes after 14 hours. The Honorable Nomvalo, we have alerted you about his health issues. So when we come back, I'm going to request honorable members to allow him to get through with his questions. And then we will then move to the Democratic Alliance. Yes, let's accept it. It's only for today, Honorable Breitenbach. I have given you the break, honorable members. Good afternoon once again, honorable members. Honorable Nomvalo, do you still have time? I want to check with you, do you still have time? Can we take Breitenbach and then we take you, or? No, you see, my benevolence is infectious. Ne? She agrees that we must start with you. Yeah. Okay, let's wait for General Sibiya. He will join us soon. Honorable members, I think we should resume, but before we resume, there is this ownerless cell phone. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just making this announcement that the owner of this cell phone, in case they may wish to use it again, they can come and collect it here. Yeah, they may want to use it again because it has been abandoned. We take Honorable Nomvalo, we take Honorable Breitenbach, and then we take Honorable Klopper, and then the EFF, Honorable Mattheys. Yeah. Honorable Nomvalo, General, thanks very much again and welcome to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General. General, if there's one thing that you have done exceptionally well during your responses and during the course of your testimony is that you have been making a concession to knowing all the people that are perceived to be rogue and who are perceived to be having questionable characters. I think in that context, I must commend you that to say you have not been evasive. We have agreed that you know them. But as a police officer, are you not aware that you are easily accessible by people who have questionable characters? Is that not a concern to you?
Chair, I think if If you meet a person or you come across a person who at this point in time, you don't know that this person has got questionable characters or issues that were not really evident from the onset. Like any other normal South Africans, you don't know this person, but later you come to know that this person, this name comes. This thing, again, this name comes. That's when you begin to raise your eyebrows and begin to step back. I think it happens naturally that you will meet a person that you think is innocent, is clean, but later you find out about the rest.
No, but even that response is worrisome, General, because you are a police officer. You don't just mingle with anyone. You have an integrity and a credibility to protect. Before you mingle with people, you first investigate their characters. Are you an irresponsible police officer that just mingles with anyone without checking the credibility of such people?
I don't think it's fair, General Chair, that every person that I meet, I must investigate. You do meet people, and you won't have capacity to really conduct a background check on anybody that you meet.
So it means I must be worried, General, that you can come to my village and mingle with criminals and later come and say you did not know their character. So that is the kind of a police officer, the national deputy commissioner we have in South Africa, who just mingles with people and later come and say, no, I did not know their character.
I think, Chair, I've met 98% that is good. But if it happens that you met one or two characters that are actually questionable, cannot take the whole credibility away from me because I spoke to somebody. It happens with all of the police officials, senior managers, ministers, even presidents. It's that you find yourself having spoken to somebody, later that person found himself in trouble. But that shouldn't be brought to your doorstep.
No, but the fact of the matter is that you are a police officer, and not just an ordinary police officer. You are a general. You are the National Deputy Commissioner. For you to have a relationship with people who have questionable characters can never be justified.
It is not correct to say I have a relationship with them as if they were my friends. They were not my friends to an extent that it can be called a relationship with criminals. It's not correct.
But General, when we asked you about the relationship with Brown Mokgotsi, I think the question was asked by Honorable Ngola. You said, he was asking if we are still speaking, if you are speaking with Brown Mokgotsi. You said you are speaking with him. And he further asked if you are speaking on police issues. You said, no, we are speaking on general issues. What do you mean by general?
If you remember very well, Chair, I said that my relationship or how I got to speak to Brown, he gave me information, valuable information that according to me was valuable to me.
No, but you are contradicting yourself. Remember, you said the information that he gave to you was already in your possession.
Yes.
So how can something that you know be valuable when it comes for the second time? I know that I'm Sibonelo Nomvalo. If you come and tell me that it's something that I know, it can't be valuable.
Chair, no matter how much you stretch it, the bottom line is, I say I met Brown and he gave me information that I needed, although it was confirming something that I knew, and I see nothing wrong in that regard.
But how can something that you already knew be valuable?
Up until I meet him, I would then take it from there.
Let's go to Ket Matlala. Is it true that Ket Matlala paid an amount of 2 million towards the purchase of your plot in St. Kieran in Pretoria?
I don't know, because my plot is procured, is bought through the bank, and there's no 2 million that was paid.
So it's not true.
It's not true.
You said Cat came to your office to discuss about a tender. Did I hear you correctly?
No, you didn't hear me correctly.
Where did you meet up?
I said he came to the office to
Yes.
discuss the issue of the fact that he's been awarded a tender, and then he's got a lease agreement to do to occupy the facility, and then he was not being allowed to occupy the facility. This is the meeting that was intended for the National Commissioner, but the National Commissioner was not there. I was the one acting.
Yeah, but that is what I was saying as well. Now, did you see it appropriate to meet a service provider?
I meet everybody. Even if he's a service provider, he is a stakeholder, but at that time, in his capacity, he was more of a complainant.
Who signed his appointment letter? A letter that was appointing him to work for the department.
I don't know whether it's the National Commissioner or supply chain, but I was not part thereof.
Now, why did he not refer that concern to them?
He came
because they are the ones, General. I see a general who's all over the place here, meeting business people. They are the ones who appointed him to work for the department, not you. They are the ones who signed the appointment letter. How does it get to you to speak about a tender?
I don't think it's correct to say to speak about the tender.
Let me just do like this. Honorable Nombalo, let's go easy on the general. When I say easy, I don't mean you must not be robust. You can be robust in any way. But I plead that we give the general a breathing space.
No problem, Chair.
Thank you.
Point taken. You can respond, General.
Repeat the question, please.
I was asking, how does a service provider, how do they get access to you in the first place? To come and discuss about technicalities that they are faced with after they have been appointed.
I think
does it feel in your competence to attend to such issues?
It doesn't fit within my competency as the head of crime detection, but when you are the National Commissioner's post, you deal with everything in the police, and I was acting as the National Commissioner.
Do you know Bonana Ngwenya? Who is the former Ngwenya?
Hey, we have what? You nearly collapsed, you.
No, we can turn him into a witness. Do you know Mr. Ngwenya, who is the former Deputy National Commissioner?
I know her.
What is your relationship with her?
She's the mother of my child.
Where does she work currently?
I'm not sure.
Did she ever work for a company of Vusmu's Cat Matlala?
Not at all.
She has never worked for it?
Not at all.
Okay. Let's go to the disbandment of the PKTT. You know where my concern is?
Just hold it, the Honorable Nombalo. General, you say the person is in question is the mother of your child, and you don't know where she works.
Yes.
Okay.
She's the one who was actually at some point who lost her job. So I don't know where she's working.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't live with me.
Okay. But you okay, no, it's fine. Let me leave it there.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, you can proceed.
Now, You know where my major problem is, General, with regards to your involvement in the disbandment of the political killings task team, is that you were never involved in its operations.
Correct.
Neither did it send any report to you.
Correct.
You have already said that the PKTT was doing a sterling job. During its operation before the disbandment.
I said they were doing a good job, but it could be better than what they're doing.
So they were doing a good job.
But it could be better than what they're doing.
You further said that the reason why they were disbanded is because the budget was not enough. You even cited remarks that were made by the treasurer, by the CFO, I mean, correct?
No, I don't remember saying they were disbanded because the budget was not.
No, I'm saying part of the reasons why they were disbanded.
Yes.
It's because there was no money that could sustain them.
Yes.
But that is not in accordance with the letter of the minister.
Well, I cannot question that part, that is not what the minister said. I didn't dictate nor contribute to what the minister wrote.
No, but General Sibiya, the minister wrote a letter disbanding the task team. You came before this committee and justified his actions. You even quoted what was said by the CFO. You were not just talking for the sake of talking. When you said there was no money to sustain the task team, you were actually supporting the reasons for its disbandment.
Even now, I'm still supporting that, Chair.
Yes, but I'm saying that is not in accordance with what the minister said. The minister never said there was no money in his letter.
I understand that.
The minister, the only reason the minister why he disbanded the team, on Annexure CB2, paragraph 53, the minister says, open quote, "My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa."
Yes.
Now, should we agree that your perspective is not similar to that of the minister?
I wouldn't say it's not similar. They go hand in hand.
No, remember, General Sibiya, I asked you if the task team was doing a sterling job. You said yes. The view of the minister, when something is of no value, it means that thing is useless. The view of the minister at this stage is that the task team is useless. You further said, and I'll give you a chance to respond. You further said the CFO indicated financial concerns. So there was no money to sustain the team. So your reasons are not the same.
Remember, I have given more reasons. The minister may not have written all the reasons, or may actually summarize all the reasons in one sentence. But in my case, let me read you this letter from the National Commissioner statement.
No, before we go to let's finish the minister and your version first. I will allow you to read the commissioner statement. The point here that I'm making, General, is that because there is nowhere where we can find the views of the minister in this regard, except in the letter. And we can't quote things we do not know because the minister will come here and say, but I never said that. What I said is here in the letter. Your reasons are not similar to that of the minister. Why is it so difficult to accept that?
Remember, we don't have different reasons to disband. The minister gave a directive which has been complied upon by all. What I motivated myself comes from me, not from
Exactly
the
my
minister.
point.
Yes, and
Yes.
then the two are not in competition with
No,
one
they
another.
are not, absolutely.
Yes.
But they are not different. Your motivation and his reason.
Yes.
Exactly. Why is it difficult to accept that? Now, your participation in the disbandment starts after the 31st of December, when the National Commissioner was on leave. You keep on citing the name, the National Commissioner, not the name, to say he is the one who gave instructions to do the implementation plan and so on and so forth. But the minister the commissioner that we're talking about here, who refuses that he accepted this decision, General Masemula, there is absolutely nothing that points to a direction of his acceptance of this decision.
To the contrary, the National Commissioner saying in his statement and his own statement at the Madlanga Commission, he says, since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th of January 2025, and given that I would be on leave until the 14th of January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Letogo of my office to forward the letter from the minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibiya, Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. My intention was to discuss the matter with the minister to understand his reasons and attempt to dissuade him. However, the letter contained an instruction to prepare reports that were due by 20 January 2025. If I had refused to carry out this instruction, I would have been accused of insubordination, since all that was required, at least insofar as the instruction was concerned, was a report. So now this says, or this tells us that the National Commissioner agreed and he complied with, because had he not done that, he would have been he was going to be accused of insubordination. So the minister, the National Commissioner, for all intents and purposes, he agreed.
No, but you were drawing an inference that he agreed because you started to make a reference to a letter to a January letter, email rather, that was sent from his office by the Chief of Staff. At that time, the commissioner was on leave, right?
Yes.
There was an acting commissioner.
Correct.
So by the time the national commissioner came, processes of disbanding, leave the implementation apart because that is another phase. Disbanding is a phase on its own. You can't use what happened on phase 2 to clarify what happened on phase 1. Are you aware of a process that unfolded during the disbandment of the PKK before we go to January?
Yes, I'm aware.
How was it disbanded?
The process that was followed that I know of is the letter that was received from the minister on the 31st of December that was sent to the office of the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner further forwarding that same letter to my office with a directive that I must communicate same to the team. And the team also started reacting or acting on that, leading to a presentation that was presented before Parliament. And before Parliament, this is where they explained that the task team has achieved the purpose for which it was intended for. All the districts in KZN have stabilized except the Etiquette district. And as a result, we are now going to be phasing out. And in phasing out, we'll start 3 phases. The first phase being to deliver the dockets by the 17th of March, and that happened. And as a result, by the 28th of June, of March, a handing over was done between the two divisional commissioners. General Kumalo is the one who went and fetched the docket, handed them over to General Sintumule, as per the arrangement. And then from there, from General Sintumule handed them to General Motsepe. They conducted an inspection, and General Motsepe, they attempted to return the cases to the Provincial Commissioner, General Mkonazi, who rejected the docket. The docket found themselves back at head office. But that's the process of disbandment.
Chair, I don't want to be accused of not allowing the witness to respond, but the witness has not done justice to my question, and I hope you were paying attention. The question that I asked from the witness is, what is a process that was followed before the letter was issued on the 31st of December? Now it tells me about what happened after the 31st of December. I'm talking about processes that unfolded before the minister took a decision to disband the team.
Yeah, I give you free airtime for General Sibiya to respond to the question.
The process before that, there was a letter that was received from the members of the community who complained to Professor Mary Dihas of the University of KZN. Professor Mary Dihas forwarded the complaints of members of the public to Parliament and to the minister. And the minister also discussed the process in a management meeting where they consulted with the management in general. It is in this meeting where General Masemola actually intimated that the task team, this was just a task team, it was not meant to be a permanent unit, to an extent that it was meant to evolve into a unit. As a result, it is not in the structure of the police, and yes, it can be done. So the National Commissioner was consulted, and all other senior managers, and he never actually showed he never showed to be against the disbandment, and as a result, the process started.
Okay, so General, we are saying here on record under oath that before the decision was taken, because the National Commissioner said the decision was taken while he was on leave in December, and he came back in January. So you are saying here under oath, the National Commissioner was consulted prior to the disbandment of the team. Is that what you are saying?
I'm saying that, Chair, is what I'm repeating here on record under oath, that there was a meeting that was held on the 27th of November, where consultations were made with all stakeholders or all relevant in the presence of the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner did say that this is just a task team, it was not a permanent structure, and it was meant to evolve into a unit, and it can be done. And starting from then, that's how everything unfolded.
Was Kumalo, who was a project manager?
Before you go there, Honorable Member, because the General mentions the name of Ms. Dihas as part of the response. What do you say about Ms. Dihas?
Professor Mary Dihas wrote a letter to Parliament. I want to get to the correspondence, Chair, and it's very much important that you don't leave it out because it is what happened. Professor Mary Dihas wrote a letter to Cabinet. Do we know which page is it? Page 93. 93. Now, Chair, I've got a trailing email between the offices of Ms. Mtembu of SAPS, sent to Major General Sebola, and then leading to, now when you go to page 96 of the bundle. Chair, will you allow me to read the statement from the members of the complaints that were sent to Professor Meredith's, and then Professor Meredith's document.
Chair, can I come in as a person who asked the question?
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in the substance. I just wanted to know if the complaint is there.
Okay.
Page
I'm
114.
satisfied if the complaint is there. I can move on.
Thank you. You can then go to the question on General Kumar.
Now, the question is, do you see it appropriate to disband a structure without asking for a report from the project manager? General?
No, I'm not stuck. I'm just saying, the question is, do you see it appropriate without requesting for a report from the...
No, I can repeat for you, General.
No, I hear what you say. The answer is very simple. The instruction as it came from the National Commissioner, it said, prepare a close-up report, communicate the same to the team, and prepare a close-up report.
No, General, that's why I wanted to repeat for you, because we are not answering my question. Prepare for a close-out report is in a letter that disbands the task team. I am talking about a process that was supposed to unfold before the disbandment was effected. Do you see it appropriate to disband a structure without getting a report before you disband from a person who was tasked to be a project manager?
Chair, please protect me here, because I'm going to answer the same question. The instruction from the National Commissioner says, DNC, as directed, you are requested to communicate the same to the team and to prepare a close-up report by the 14th of January, and for the minister to get this on the 20th. Now, the close-up report is exactly what the honorable member is talking about, because the close-up report, the only people who can prepare a close-up report is General Khumalo. Even when you go to the meeting on the 6th of March, where General Khumalo presented before the minister, and when you look at the very last sentence, paragraph in the action plan that is actually produced by him, it says prepare the close-up report by the 31st of March. General Khumalo, who is the project manager?
Chair?
Yeah.
Can I clarify my question? Maybe you will assist me with interpreting it to the
You don't have to
witness.
clarify, General Sibiya.
Yes.
If a member asks you one question 3 or 4 times, you have the same answer. You just give the same answer. Yeah.
Okay.
No, Chair, I think you are making a mistake now, because you are prescribing how he should answer.
No,
And
I'm responding to the point that you are saying he needs protection.
I am the one who needs protection here, Chair, because my question has not been responded to. That is why I'm saying, Chair, it means we are not following my questioning. The question before the general is, was the project manager consulted before the decision was taken to disband the structure? Now he says, in a letter, and the letter that he talks about is a letter that disbands the structure. He says in that letter, and I agree, I've read the letter, and what he's talking about is the last paragraph of that letter. After the decision to disband has been communicated on the above paragraph. Now, he says in that letter, the minister says, prepare a closeout report. The questioning I'm asking, Chair, is a question that relates to a consultative process prior to making a decision, prior to arriving to a conclusion that indeed there is a need to disband the structure.
I agree with you. After you asked him a question, he appealed to me to protect him. You
But
get
I
it?
also appeal to you to protect me, Chair.
Okay, let me protect both of you. Both of you are protected. I'm leveling the playing fields. Can you please restate the question and we hear what his response is?
Should I rephrase?
Restate it.
Okay. My question, General, is before the decision was taken on the 31st of December, in a letter that was signed by the minister. In that letter, the minister disbands. In the same letter, he says prepare a closeout report. So that is after the disbandment. Prepare a closeout report after the disbandment. Now the question is, prior to the disbandment, was a project manager consulted in order for the minister to arrive to a determination that there was a need to disband the task team?
That is a response that can be provided by the minister and the national commissioner.
At least that response is better than the first one, Chair. Was General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi disbanded? Informed?
I don't know.
The provincial commissioner?
I don't know.
Should we not be worried here, General, that you become so active in executing a wrong decision? Because you came after the decision was taken, and the manner in which the decision was taken was wrong because due processes were not followed. Should we not be worried?
I don't think so. The same way the National Commissioner mentioned in his statement here that had he not carried out the instruction, was going to be disciplined for insubordination. Now, in this case, if it is the Office of the National Commissioner that invites me into the process, there's no way I could not participate after being ordered by the Office of the National Commissioner to participate. I didn't jump in on my own. I was invited in and directed by the Office of the National Commissioner.
May you please be specific that at that time when that instruction was given, the National Commissioner was on leave. So in office, there was an acting National Commissioner.
Chair, I don't know if I'm allowed to respond like this. That doesn't change anything. If the National Commissioner is on leave, as the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, he remains responsible and accountable. And if there's an acting National Commissioner, he's got the powers to carry out the mandate of the National Commissioner. But the bottom line is, there's a letter that comes from or out of the Office of the National Commissioner directing the Deputy National Commissioner to act. Now, that on its own, it's a complete instruction.
So according to your logic, General, it's permissible for a person to give instructions while he's on leave, while there's someone acting.
It happens.
In their office.
It happens.
Then why people are acting if a person can do the work while they're at home?
It happens. If you are the National Commissioner and you think of something that you want happen, you will give an instruction and it will be complied with. Nobody will say no, but you are on leave, you can't tell us anything.
So are you not worried, General, that there is nothing written or signed rather by the National Commissioner? Because the gist of the bone of contention here centers around a question of acceptance and a question of whether the minister consulted before he took the decision. And the position of the National Commissioner is that he did not accept the decision. That is why I'm saying, when you say the National Commissioner, be specific that at that time the National Commissioner was not in office. So if you received a letter, you did not receive it from Masemula, the current National Commissioner. You received it from a person who was acting at that time. Now, are you not worried that even after the minister came back to work, you gave him a plan and he did not sign it?
Can I return back to the page that I just read, Chair, where the National Commissioner says, I instructed Brigadier Letoko of my office to forward the letter from the minister to all deputy national commissioners. This comes now from the National Commissioner. So the fact that he's on leave falls away.
Which letter is that? May you please refer me to a letter? Which annex?
Now it's Madlanga Commission statement on Masemola, page 34.
I don't have a Madlanga document.
Maybe the evidence leader can assist. But the National Commissioner does accede. He says, I instructed Brigadier Letoko of my office to forward the letters from the minister to all deputy national commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibiya Crime Detection, to instruct them to prepare the necessary reports. My intention was to discuss the matter with the minister to understand his reasons and attempt to dissuade him. However, the letter contained an instruction to prepare a report that were due by 20th January. If I had refused to carry out instructions, I would have been accused of insubordination. So, in other words, the National Commissioner agreed because he says if he had refused, he was going to be accused of insubordination.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in possession of that letter. I have an interest of putting my version or my perspective of how I understand it. Unfortunately, I did not make any preparation for such because it is not part of our bundles, Chairperson. Now, do you agree with General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi when he says the disbandment was a missed target?
No.
Can I give you context?
Yes.
He says, in his understanding, the dockets were taken from KZN for the purposes of influencing them for matters of Gauteng. When they arrived in Gauteng, the people who wanted to influence them realized that these are dockets that are only related to matters of KZN, to political killings. So he says the intention to return them back to KZN was as a consequence of the fact that people who took them lost interest out of making a realization that they are not related to Gauteng matters. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree, and I must add that the people of South Africa must begin to realize that this is someone playing with people's mind. He's playing the people of South Africa. This has got nothing to do with the people of Gauteng or KZN. Political killing testing from the onset, it is clear it is KZN related. Now, when the matter has been disbanded, it was disbanded and the process started long before than the 6th of March or when they came to Gauteng. Now, as much as he is trying very hard to bring this political killing testing and throw it into the spanner and saying that we have been disbanded because of this is far-fetched. It's not true, and there's nothing like it is a missed target. He's just trying to bring this thing to look for a motive that he can connect to the criminal underworld. But when you look at all of these case dockets, none of them involve Big Five, Katiso Molefe, Ket Matlala, Brown Mohozi, or whoever at all. So all I'm saying, Chair, with respect, is that it is not a missed target, and it shouldn't be accepted that everything that General Mkhwanazi says is true. And these are the statements that are to be put before us as if we must accept that it is true, it is not true.
Are you the one who gave an order for dockets to be removed from KZN to Pretoria?
I gave an instruction that the dockets, the two divisional commissioners must exchange the dockets, and then the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence must hand over the dockets to the one of of detectives, and the one of detectives must take them to their stations, murder and robbery unit where they belong, same time, without taking them to head office.
But where did you get the mandate to do that?
From the national commissioner's instruction that says communicate, carry on.
Is there any part in his instruction that says take dockets from KZN to where the dockets were taken?
Yes.
May we read it?
Let's go to the meeting of the 6th January, starting from the one in Parliament.
Which annexure?
Let's start, in fact, in Parliament on the 20th, on the 5th of March, where General Kumalo said these dockets, the ministers have given a directive that the political task team be disbanded, and then there's been several meetings since then or subsequently, and then as a result, the dockets will be taken from PKTT to murder and robbery units. This is General Kumalo saying that. And then the following day, in a meeting with the minister, they produce an action plan.
General, the question is, where did you get that mandate? Is General not your junior, General Kumalo?
He is.
So you got a mandate from your junior?
No. It doesn't mean, I don't know, Chair. What I'm saying is simple and straightforward. It's simple and straightforward, and it doesn't confuse. It's straight. There is an instruction, directive to disband. The National Commissioner says, act on it. They go to Parliament, they say, no, we agree, and we are doing it. And the next thing, they come up with an action plan themselves that disband, and they disband. They say, we will bring the docket on the 17th of March, even though they are handing over on the 28th of March, which happened. Not under my directive, under the directive of the National Commissioner. Remember, the National Commissioner said, I approved this plan, number one. Number two, the National Commissioner said in one of his statements that I told Sibiya to stop, I will do it myself, and then directed General Kumalo to do it. And he said from then onward, he told them to leave me alone and ignore my communication. And then from there, since then, his communication took precedence. So henceforth, whatever that was happening is the precedence that come as a result of the National Commissioner's instruction. In other words, everything that was happening, flowing therefrom, it was the National Commissioner's instruction. That is why they could come up with their plan that says, on this day, this is what will be happening, and this is what happened.
Yeah, but you were pointing me to a letter with an instruction to take dockets. We were still perusing.
Firstly, let's still start again on the document that I read that says, Minister Mkunu
Which document, General?
This one is the minutes of the meeting on the 27th of 4th, meeting with the minister and the executive
annexure.
Evidence leader. Evidence leader. Chair, I'm told. Can I give this man? Whilst he's coming, the minister expressed his concern regarding the political killing task team. He suggested that instead of establishing separate units to focus on different types of matters, the organization should consider establishing a single integrated unit under the umbrella of murder and robbery unit. This unit will operate nationally, ensuring a more streamlined and coordinated approach to address such crimes across the country. And General Masemola responds by saying he clarified to the minister that the political killing task team is not a formal unit, but rather a task team. He explained that the primary objective of this task team was to evolve into a dedicated murder and robbery unit. As such, it does not appear on the organizational structure, given that it is temporary structure designated for a specific purpose and not a permanent operational unit. Now, we then followed by a work study officer that was approved by the National Commissioner, establishing the specialized unit such as the murder and robbery unit. Now, establishing the murder and robbery unit. So now, the murder and robbery units were established to also take care of cases like political killing task team, which was signed now on the 5th of June. And the National Commissioner's comment says, the National Commissioner says it must be expedited by the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. So all I'm saying is that there's no resistance whatsoever in implementing the specialized unit that must investigate the political killing task team.
Yeah, no, General, I've just read the letter, and there's nothing that says General Sibiya take dockets or give an instruction for dockets to be removed from point A to point B. That is what I was looking for.
All right. I want a document, the action plan of the meeting of the 6th of March with the minister, because it says themselves there that the dockets will be
meeting between who and who?
The minister, National Commissioner, General Musigidi, myself, and the Chief of Staff. Page. Now, when you go to page 72 to 79,
72 to 79, 72.
Page 79.
79.
The National Commissioner here says, based on this plan, they then handed dockets to Situmule. Looking at this action plan that, according to the National Commissioner, she and General Musigidi agreed and supported the plan, and I was opposed to the plan together with the minister and the Chief of Staff. But this plan was produced and approved by the National Commissioner. It says, approval of disbandment plan by the Minister of Police is 2025-0306. Stakeholder engagement, and on the 6th of March, the minister actually partly approved the plan, but was just more concerned about the fact that you have now dockets, court-going dockets that are going to take too long. Now, it says stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, is the National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Approval of the new call-up instruction and financial authority on 2025-2026, which is the National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Retaining the case dockets under investigation to KZN and Eastern Cape Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service on the 17th of March. Provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection. It will be Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, and Forensic Service on the 31st of March. But to submit a final report, close-up report to the Minister, it will be the Project Manager on the 31st of March.
I'm willing to, even though I'm not satisfied with the response that we have given so far, but I think we can move on to another question. But before we move on, even if we don't read the entire letter, ne, just go to a paragraph that says, if there is, that gives you an instruction to take dockets from KZN to Pretoria. I just need that only.
Yeah.
I don't need a context for you to conceptualize and give interpretations of what you understood out of what was written by the commissioner. If there is, unless you are saying we won't find that paragraph, that I can accept. Is there any paragraph that says General Sibiya give an order or give an instruction for dockets to be taken from KZN to Pretoria?
There's no such letter.
There's no such letter.
Even from my side, there's no such letter.
No, I think I'm satisfied. We can move, no, I'm satisfied. We can move to other questions. Now, the PKTT chair, are you talking? Okay. Now, the PKTT in question, was this the only PKTT that we had across the country? Was there no any other PKTT that was in existence?
Yes, it was the only PKTT.
So, okay, or task team rather, let me not say, because K stands for killings, and a task team can have various responsibilities, is that correct? Responsibilities, is that correct?
There were many other task teams.
There were many other task teams. And how many, during this period, how many were disbanded?
There's a letter that we read, the one that disbanded all the task teams because we are reintroducing the specialized unit. And the document specifically talks about, and we read it yesterday, that says, let's go to page 11 of 184. Page 11.
Of your statement or of the bundles?
Of the bundle.
Of the attachments, right? Of the annexures.
Page 11.
Page 11.
Can I proceed?
Page 11?
Yeah, page 11.
Yes, I'm on page 11.
$177.
No, it's not here, General. No, General. Which document are we talking about?
My bundle, I don't know what you call it, Chair, but it is page 177 that talks about
Okay. Yeah, you can proceed, General.
You see, from paragraph 6.4.5.1.
Yes.
Chair, all these are task teams, and they are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is 14 so far that I see. But the sentence that I want to say, task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly station level. Task team found operating in provinces are as follows. Then you find your foreign vehicle task team, multiple tour task team. So now the important sentence is this. These task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit to capacitate direct focus on a permanent structure with the necessary command and control budget and capability instead of functioning in silos. And it mentions also including political matters team. Now, when you go to the end of this same document, it's a work study that was approved and approved by the National Commissioner. Now, go to page 202. When you go to page 202, the National Commissioner says, implementation of these units must be expedited by DNC crime detection, DIFCOM detectives, and provincial commissioners. Now, DNC crime detection is me, says implement and expedite the units. And this unit, like such as murder and robbery unit, is meant to investigate political killing task team as well, including your taxi-related killings, including your serial murders, police killings, etc.
Okay. The question was, were there any task teams that were disbanded simultaneously with the KZN1? That was my question. Remember, the KZN1 was disbanded on the 31st by the minister, right? So were there any other task teams that were disbanded during that period of the KZN disbandment?
There was an inspectorate, it was not a task team, but at the same time, in the same meeting, the minister disbanded the inspectorate and the PKTT.
So there were other task teams that were not disbanded?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I
No, you can respond if you want to say
remember
something.
that we've got many task teams that are running depending where the fire is. If now there is, we have deployed in Emangozi, I'm sure it's for 3 years now, where people could not even sleep in their houses, vehicles of South Africa being stolen into Mozambique all the time, weapons coming into the country, people being terrorized. Emangozi today is very quiet. We deployed there, and then we keep on retaining the members. We've deployed in Richards Bay, and I think the task team has been disbanded, I think. We've deployed in Eastern Cape. There's Operation Bamba and different other task teams that have been established but disbanded because it's only for a short little while to extinguish the fire and then move to another place where there is a crisis. Then we go in there, stabilize the place, and move out.
Now, General, the decision to disband was taken by the minister. There's no question about that.
Agreed?
Do you agree with me?
I do.
And in the disbandment, the National Commissioner had no role in the disbandment. Remember, he came after the disbandment.
No. I read this document that I just gave to yourself, Honorable Member, where the National Commissioner said, this is just a task team. It was not meant to be a permanent structure. Yes. It is not in the unit, it's not a unit that is in the structure of the police. It can be done. Yes. So he participated.
He participated after the letter was issued.
Even after the letter was issued, he continued to participate.
When you say even, you mean before he participated?
Before and after.
Before, what did he do before?
Before he gave his opinion there, and then during when it was after receiving of the letter, he directed that it be actioned, and then even after that, he participated in all the meetings, and he was positive.
Okay, so this paper is part of which document?
These are my notes from the minutes of the meeting, and then we try to get the minutes of the meeting to summon the minutes of the meeting, but we were not given the minutes. But from my own work diary, this is what we have.
So there's nothing to prove at this stage that the minister participated prior, except your notes that you have written.
I'm saying there is everything to prove if the committee can summon the minutes of the meeting, because there's also recordings where the National Commissioner's voice will be heard.
I'm wrapping up, Chair. Am I running out of time? Let me wrap up, Chairperson. I will ask questions which require short answers.
When the robot is read, you don't ask, may I stop?
I didn't see the report, Chair. My apologies. May I wrap up, Chair?
Yeah.
General, what is the SAPS procedure to deport an undocumented person from South Africa, in a nutshell?
Well, the people are taken to Lindela and the Home Affairs processes follows, where they begin to interact and with the other country. There's a process where the forms are being completed from the police stations that deports the person.
Were you the member of the DPCI members who were led by Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, who were implicated in the rendition case?
I was not a member of, I was the deputy provincial head. I was the head of the Hawks in Gauteng, and I was not part of that operation of head office. So I was not part of it altogether.
You were not part?
At all.
You don't even know how it happened, how they were deported?
I never gave anyone instruction. I never participated. It is just one of those incidents that look like this one.
So you don't even know if those undocumented people are in jail or they are out. You have absolutely no
Absolutely
idea.
no. And they were all, and for your information, Chair, they were all arrested by crime intelligence. And crime intelligence even gave them the letter of commendation for the job well done. At intelligence, head office. I was in Gauteng. I had nothing to do whatsoever. I never even phoned one person. I never signed any document. I was never at the scene, not even once. My name was just used.
I appreciate your extra time, Chair. No further questions. Thank you very much.
No, I want you to ask the question that you asked on Friday, the 10th of October. And you asked that question to General Masemola. So General Sibiya is here in person. You must ask him that question, which you asked. You asked General Masemola whether General Sibiya is a corrupt person.
I will corrupt cop.
So he is here. You must not. You
I
must
will corrupt,
have the courage. And
thank you
ask
for
him.
thank you for reminding me. That question was part of my questions. General Sibiya, are you a corrupt cop?
I'm not.
You are not.
Yes.
So all these allegations against you are false and frivolous.
False, contrived, and frivolous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you have done justice. It will not be fair to ask a question like that in his absence, and when he's here, you don't ask him. Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Nomvalo, in case you feel you may want to be released, you are allowed. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General Sibiya.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
So, in general, I'm a little confused. I can't, it's too long and too big and too ugly, too everything. I'm a little confused. So, there's all this fuss about this press conference of General Makwenazi. We have a Malanga Commission, we have this ad hoc committee, and everybody wants to get to the truth. If what he says is true, it's a big problem, but it's not information that hasn't been around for years. Unless you've been living under a rock in this country, you had to know most of this, maybe not in this kind of detail, but everybody knew about all of these things. So, do you know why now? Do you know if his press conference, General Makwenazi's press conference, was whether what he says is true or not, constitutes a genuine desire to expose corruption and criminality within the police, or is this the manifestation of a battle for power in the police? Is this a battle for the top job when Masemola retires?
Personally, quite honestly speaking, Honorable Chair, this has got nothing to do with the 121 Dockets and the disbandment of the political killing task team. This, according to me, it's about the succession battle within the police. And why I'm saying this is about the succession battle within the police, I know that in this case, in my case, this whole thing is is actually meant to block me from, they know, I had an interview where I was interviewed by one of the radio stations or TV stations and saying, General Sibiya, now that the General Lebeya will be going, are you interested? Are you available? And I said, well, given that opportunity, I will go. And then from there, the media were running saying that General Sibiya has thrown his head in the gauntlet as well, he's ready. And as a result of that, you will see newspaper article that says Sibiya versus Musigidi versus Mkonazi. And then the next thing, what happened is that General Kumalo got arrested. That angered General Mkonazi to an extent that he sent a message to one of his friends, colleague, that says, can I proceed there?
No.
He sent a message of a song of Tupac that says, I'll kill them at night when they're sleeping. Now, he was so furious. And then even General Masemola, to an extent that I began to hear that they feel that I have something to do with that arrest. I ended up calling the National Commission and saying, NASCOM, I don't know about this arrest. Nobody knew. I didn't even expect it because this thing is something that happened within CI. The National Commissioner then said to me, no, you wouldn't have known about this arrest because it's something that happened within CI. Then later, I also got questions from the media guys that says, hey, we understand you are going to be arrested. You will get members who says, don't go to work on Monday. They say you are going to be arrested. Then I go to the National Commissioner, ask him. National Commissioner says, no, don't put me in there. You are not about to be arrested. Then we start working together. We run everywhere until the 4th of July, on the eve of the 6th. I get a call from General Mkwanazi talking to me, asking me whether I'm coming to KZN or not. Then I said, no, I'll be coming, General. But the next thing, Sunday, this is a press conference about me. So, as far as I'm concerned, and in one of these meetings, I think General Mkwanazi said it in this house, where he said, the National Commissioner was on the doorstep of being arrested. That's why we had to do something. It's a direct admission that this was just a preemptive strike. So the people of South Africa have just been taken for a ride that, no, this is about the disbandment and the docket. Because this docket, we're not gathering dust in my office. I have demonstrated and I still have it, and this committee has got the benefit of being able to call for the dockets. They were last seen since some of them 2018, 2019, 2020, 2023, 2024. So I'm just saying, for us to be sitting here today talking about the issue of the docket, it's a non-issue. Those dockets were dead a long time ago. They are still dead now. Even if they can be called now tomorrow, you will see that they are still far.
So, how much of what General Mkwanazi told us in his press conference is fact, and how much of it is semi-fact, and how much of it is conjecture?
General Mkwanazi is playing the country and is playing a mind game to the country, and is actually playing those that are prepared to listen to him, because he knows how to play with words and what to say and the things he needs to say and how to say it in such a way that the country get moved. He will say, we are doing this thing for the country and to protect the people of South Africa. Me, I can defend myself, but the people of South Africa, who's defending them? Now he wants to play that he's defending the people of South Africa. Now he will then come and say, dockets were taken by General Sibiya, they are in his office, in his archives. I don't have dockets in my office, in my archive. I don't have that. And then he makes serious allegations in such a way that if someone was to say, General Mkwanazi, you are the provincial commissioner. The police in KZN received information to go and conduct a search and seizure at Kalagabusha Hospital, Correctional Services. And they went there and they searched. And as they search, they found drugs. Then someone called General Mkhwanazi, or a call come into the suspect that is being arrested's phone, say, give them the phone. And then the suspect give the phone to General Mkhwanazi. General Mkhwanazi says, you stop right there, you stop what you're doing, that docket must be taken there. That's interference. And that's defeating. If it was done by someone else, that person would have been suspended. Just let's compare the fact that he says, when they went to arrest Katiso Molefe, a team was sent from head office to there. He did the same. But there's no crime there, because as far as I'm concerned, what he does, there's no wrong. If he sent his team to go and kidnap a ballistic expert, seize the laptop, take the laptops, the files, and add ballistic expert, that is obstruction of justice, interfering. And then he comes here and he says, no. The members were doing their work and they didn't intimidate, and they were even bought lunch. Why are they interfering with the investigative system? Because there's a chain of possession. The integrity needs to be preserved at all material times of the evidence that has been collected. Now, I'm sitting with a situation where if there was anybody, if today I can stand up and go and call that press conference, I also used, at some point in my life, I also wore camouflage uniform. Maybe I should also wear one, go make a conference as well and talk things. But I will be fired from the podium same time. That day, on stage, doing that, I'll be gone. But some people, because they've got a very powerful social media that they have invested in, every TikTok that you open, no police official is allowed to do what General Mkhwanazi is doing. No provincial commissioner you will see on TikTok. He's the only one that campaign and funded on TikTok. And this wins all the South Africans. You touch Mkhwanazi, you touch us. But he's a policeman. So I'm just saying there are a lot of things that are wrong that we are supporting as a country. And we are creating a monster that no one is able to control. That is why he's able to come here in this house and threaten members of this house and say, you don't touch the members of intelligence, and because you will forcing them to respond, and once they respond, they will talk. And once they talk, many of you, I don't know what I said, many of you will do what, but that is wrong. We can't allow such a situation as a country to continue. So all I'm saying is that if the purpose for which he wants crime intelligence to continue and the political testing to continue, and then the next thing, nobody can touch them because they use this political killing testing to conduct their investigations. They also controlling intelligence. They've got intelligence on everyone. Whoever wants to come closer to them, then that person gets threatened, say that we will talk. Can't be allowed.
General, the political killings task team, by all accounts, was initially quite successful. In the recent past, less successful. So what is all the fuss about?
I really don't know, Honorable Member, because we are saying we're building a capable state. Building a capable state, we're saying let the whole country be equipped, be well-resourced with technology, in such a way that they are capable and able, to an extent that they are all able to carry their own respective environments. Now, we cannot really be fighting so hard to keep and maintain a very expensive political killing task team that is meant to actually take care of a very small number or pool of excellence within KZN only. The whole country is not really taken care of, and the whole country is suffering. Once you have one provincial commissioner fighting so hard for the political task team to continue for years, spending millions and millions and millions on a yearly basis, that shouldn't be allowed.
Tell me, General, when you were reinstated into the South African police, did you know anything about Matlala, Mahoti, these people?
Not at all. I found them here, these people in the police, especially Matlala, I found them working with the police very close to the generals and other police officials. I mean, it is unfortunate. He's a well-known person. In my case, I didn't know him. I didn't know him only at the time when his name began to pop up. And by the time his name began to pop up, the moment you start to step back, you can see that already this man is known by all.
But part of your portfolio was to also be in charge of crime intelligence, right?
That's correct, Honorable Member.
Surely they would have been able to fully inform you about these gentlemen. Did you not make inquiries? And if not, why not?
This is one aspect that I think crime intelligence need to know. Their job is not only to gather, collect, collate, analyze, and support. Or at support. They need to support the management, the leadership of the police. If, for an example, Chair, it so happens that you come across an individual who contacts you regularly, and this individual is on site. They know that they are monitoring this person. They must be able to go to the National Commissioner or to the Minister or to whoever and say, hey, Chief, we can see that this person is contacting you or you are in constant communication with this person, but do know that this person we are looking at, we are working on him. Warn me so that I can run. Now, if I don't know and I keep on interacting with this person, not knowing what this person is doing when he gets home at night, then I won't know, and tomorrow you get associated with someone that you wouldn't have under normal circumstances.
So are you saying, General, that nobody warned you and you didn't ask?
Nobody warned me. Even the National Commissioner and the SAPS, they did. I remember when we saw a letter that came from IDEC that says we want to know why and how was this man awarded a tender when he's under investigation by SAPS. But at the time the man was awarded a tender up to the highest level, everybody saw it. It never happened under the mattress. They saw it and it ran. With everybody knowing, during the events at the college, he also had, among the many gazebos that were there, they also had their own gazebo there. And where they will do like their blood pressure, your sugar test and this and that. He was one of the service providers as normal as possible. Nobody knew about the rest.
But that is a reasonable question to ask, General, why? If he was under investigation by the police, was he allowed to parade around like that? To do business with the police, to contract with the police? How does that happen? How does the left hand not know what the right hand is doing? And what does that say about the police?
Maybe it is the vetting that is lacking or something that needs to really be corrected. Or all such tenders needs to be vetted and checked properly to say who is this one and how did he get here. But at this present moment, that part of the tenders and the service providers is something that I'm far from. It's supply chain. It's another division completely. I don't even know the role players that side.
So are you suggesting that that doesn't happen? That people are not properly vetted? That the police enter into tenders with millions of taxpayers' money and they don't vet because that appears to be the position?
Had it happened, I don't think anybody would have been in trouble by now, if it happened, because from the onset it wouldn't have happened.
So there are these persistent rumors, I'm sure you've heard them too, about the imminent arrest of General Masemola and General Kumalo by IDEC. Is this true? Do you know if this is true?
I really don't know if it is true, Chair. I don't have that information.
But they don't go away?
I heard about this information, but because it was at some point also in the newspapers, but I don't know the fact because I don't know whether it was an authentic document that was leaked to the media, but it seemed to have investigation from the IG report. So that part I don't know. I see it from a distance.
During your evidence, you spoke about a meeting with the National Commissioner and the Minister and other high-ranking officers, where Matlala and his contract with the police was discussed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The Minister asked what was known about the tender, and he asked that Matlala be investigated.
That's correct.
I'm puzzled as to why it was dependent upon the Minister, a newcomer to this space, to ask for him to be investigated. Why didn't somebody in the police, you all have years of experience, why didn't somebody in the police actually think of that themselves and do it?
This is when the stories of Mr. Matlala were gaining momentum and about the tender. That's how the minister got to ask and say, I get this information. What happened here? Can the auditors, internal audit and others, please investigate this thing as to how did this man get this tender? Were there any irregularities and that? And a response came and the minister gave an order that it be cancelled.
Okay, but that only answers half the question. The other part of the question is, why did nobody in the police take the initiative to do this investigation? If the minister could read about it in the press, so could everybody in the South African police. Why didn't somebody do something? Why didn't you do something?
I could only do something about it if I knew about it. But up until we saw a letter from IDEC questioning that part and say, why is this thing happening? Because we are investigating this thing. So there's not much anymore I can do when already IDEC is saying they are working on it. And as far as I'm concerned, Chair, many a times I like it when there is an investigation, even if it includes me or it involves me or where I could be closer to it. If it is investigated from outside, be it IDEC, DPCI, or IPIT, to me, I feel comfortable if it's a neutral body investigating. Not these things that we see in the SAPS now, where you find that they let very junior officials are chasing after a deputy national commissioner every day, saying that, no, we are investigating the deputy national commissioner. They've got this excitement of using very junior member to chase after a senior member. I don't know if we were to turn the tide and do the same to some senior top official members, and you set some constables and sergeants to run after him and investigate him and embarrass him. This is not right.
So General, is there political interference in the police? Are there attempts to influence the direction of investigations, particularly with regards to corruption and politically connected people? Does that happen?
The first part of the question I didn't hear.
Is there political interference in the police? Are there attempts to influence the direction of investigations, particularly with regard to corruption and politically connected individuals?
So far, I've never been interfered with from any minister or deputy minister. I don't know of any political interference. And in relation to this disbandment of the task team, I received a directive from the National Commissioner. It is between the National Commissioner and the minister to decide whether there's political interference or not.
I'm not talking about the political killings task team in general. I'm talking about in general.
In general,
are you aware of political interference in the South African police?
I don't know of any.
So you've never been asked to investigate or not investigate anybody?
I've never been tasked to investigate anybody, any official from the side of the minister.
In your view, is the top management of the South African police capable of running the police in the best interests of South Africans?
Yes, they are capable. When I look at the statistics and in the meetings that I've said, where we said as a team, when we're really working and we're working hard, there's a difference, there's hard work that has been done. It is unfortunate that you do have this other people who come in and cause division within the police.
Who comes in and causes division in the police?
There are people who go and whisper to the minister. Chair, what I want to say is that Just after I came back, someone, intelligence, they went to Minister Kele. They said, Minister, do you know that you agreed that General Sibiya must come back? And you just promoted him, but you know that he's investigating you. And the minister was very angry and said, but why is Sibiya doing this? Because, I mean, I didn't even object that he must come back, but I hear that he's investigating me. At that time, I don't even have a team. I know nothing. And the minister he was not angry, but when I saw the minister, I could see that he's looking at me in a dim view. Then I went to the National Commission and said, hey, NASCOM, what is going on? I hear 1, 2, 3, 4. He said, yeah, it did happen, but I told him that, no, it's not true. I told the minister, no, it can't be true. Then they go to the National Commissioner, they say to the National Commissioner, are you aware that Sibiya wants your job, is mobilizing for your job? Then the National Commissioner woke up at night and he went to see the mother of my child, who's my colleague then, went to visit her and say, hey, you know that Sibiya wants my job? And then I had to write a long message to the National Commissioner to assure him that, National Commissioner, I've never been in uniform all my life. I've never been a station commander, a cluster commander, or a provincial commissioner. I'm not interested to become a national commissioner. Please, I'm interested in the DPCI, but not here. And then he said, no, thank you very much. Please keep it the way you are. And the next thing, it never stopped. It went on and on and on and on, with the National Commissioner thinking that I want him out.
So don't you want to be the National Commissioner?
I don't think that is where I want to be, but if I'm approached, I would go for the opportunity. My role is that they've worked hard to try and speak to, when you look at artificial intelligence and all the negative stories are said about me, whether it's Senzo Meyiwa, what they do is they just throw my name and then it will replicate into 1,000 that talks about negative things about you. Everything that you say, it just turned into artificial intelligence. Just to speak bad about my name in such a way that even tomorrow when I have to occupy a position, a consideration is to be made. They will say, this one is too controversial, or this one has a lot of issues. This is the intention.
General, I understand that this process is painful and it's not the first time you're going through it. But this isn't only about you. You understand that? This is about South Africa. And my question to you was, do you think the top management of the South African police are capable of running the police service in a fashion that is in the best interests of South African citizens? And you said yes, but just the state of the country, the level of crime, the South African police service is not managing to do a good job. I understand that there are thousands of policemen who go to work every day, and thank God for them, who do a great job. But we're not managing. And something will have to change. You have to do something differently. And what is that going to be?
I must indicate, Chair, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, the current National Commissioner, is very experienced. And he knows his job. He knows what he's doing. And he knows how to deploy. And he knows how to build a team at some point. He knows how to look at the situation. Let's take, for an example, the elections. And he knows how to plan, put a proper plan together that will actually result into zero incidents throughout the country. And when you look at the statistics, they are green, 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 green. So I can't sit here and say, no, they are not capable. They are capable. There are challenges, yes, but they are capable.
Okay, General, my last question. When you took over crime intelligence, what did you do to clean it up? Because Lord knows, it was a mess. Can you tell us today that it's better?
It was a mess, but when I came in, it was run by General Khumalo. I have received a number of complaints that affect him. And I've also received a number of complaints from the generals that report to him. But unfortunately, it is a space that I was entirely not in control of, because General Khumalo's got a special relationship with the National Commissioner. That is why even when he gets arrested, the National Commissioner will make sure that he does not get suspended, number one. Number two, within 2 weeks, he clears him. Then there's nothing. It doesn't happen just you find that there is crime committed, a person has been charged, investigated by IDEC, charged, and then still running the case. But within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you have cleared the person. You even submit an affidavit that this person be allowed to go back to work. As an accounting officer, you don't do those things. So I'm just saying, crime intelligence, it has got challenges. And hence you can see already investigations that are already running. And I don't know how many more are still there from the IDEC side, but there are challenges within crime intelligence. You'll take it from here. Look at how many generals are out that are not there. And all of them are in courts against the head. All of them are in court against the head. You go to Western Cape, you go to head office, you go to other provinces. It's here and there where you find that a general is not in court, but there's a big fight. Where there's a brigadier, even internally, there's just... I heard the National Commissioner saying, I'm fighting with everybody. No, it's not the case. I am a Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. When I get undermined by someone who is not in this space, it is my job to stand up and say, but no, you can't do this. It's not really fighting with anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, General Sibiya.
Just wait a moment. Honorable Skosana wants to ask a question.
No, thank you, Chair. It's not a question, it's just, I'll say, Parliament, in Parliament, we normally say we should not display anything. There's an outcry against one of our members, who happens to be my chairperson, that he's advertising on his, next to, I think, on his tie, on television. It's very clear. And that company in particular, they are bidding, within our space, of the SAPS. So I just want us to, please just ask our member to, hide that company's name.
The chairperson is me here.
No, of SAPS, I'm sorry. Honorable Cameroon.
Honorable Cameron.
Yes.
What is being advertised?
No, they are complaining about what he's wearing. There's a name which shows on television.
The lanyard.
Okay. I won't mention the name, because if I mention the name, then the brand will. Thank you.
The lanyard that he's wearing, is it branded? Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, this is the Glock one. Sometimes I wear a CZ one. Other days, Canik. I can do Taurus as well, Chair. There's a whole variety. I like shooting and spending time on a range with sport shooting especially. So if they've got a formal complaint, please do, because that means that some of the members I saw the other day was wearing Gucci or Prada shoes. They should also not mention or wear those, Chair. Chair, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous.
This at breaks. I have been trying to avoid them. And I thought honorable members have listened when, you remember when we spoke about the vehicle. I kept on using the word vehicle without trying to go to the details. And whatever brands that we may know, let us not use the platform of Parliament to advertise those brands, including Skosana, Honorable Skosana. including that one that is before you. Is it an empty can or an empty bottle? Yeah, yes, yeah. There was a, let me tell you, and you see, let me tell you how I like it. When we break, Chief Whip, when we break, members of this committee are the ones who come to the chair and say, let us not do this and that because the people that we lead do not have the luxury that we have. And I think we must just keep it like that. Yeah. So if it may appear like there is a brand which is being advertised, Honorable Cameron, I don't think that you consciously came here to advertise that brand. And you can still try your best not to be seen advertising it. Thank you so much. Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chair, and we'll get back to the matters of national importance. Good day, General Sibiya. Lieutenant General, I would like to revisit a point that you made during the evidence leaders' questioning about the alleged messages that could be on your phone, which was allegedly connected to the so-called spyware communication. When you were asked what would happen if you landed and your phone was seized, you said you would confidently be able to deny that messages existed, and even if they showed you, you would be able to confidently deny them. Is that accurate?
Yes, Chair.
Then you added something very important, General Sibiya. You said it's crime intelligence. Anything is possible. What exactly did you mean by that?
What I mean is that, Chair, having listened to the bail application in Mr. Matlala's bail application, where a mention was made that the phone was seized and the next thing there was some tampering and messages inserted or deleted. So I'm not sure of the situation, whether it's true or not. But what I can just simply say and repeat in this House, Chair, is that I don't know who Comrade or Keda Matebula is, and then it's not my language. I don't have Kedas. So there are just some of the statements that you outrightly deny, reject from the start because it's not you. Whether they are there or not, this one I'll blatantly just reject. It's not like there's anything dangerous on that message. It's just a message that was sent. But looking at the way it is, it's just a kind of a message that you just outright reject.
General, you said you made no hints at possible insertions and deletions of messages. Are you suggesting that crime intelligence could plant or manipulate data on your device?
That's doable.
Sorry?
That's doable.
It's doable. Do you really believe that the members of Crime Intelligence Division are capable of this type of conduct? Falsifying or fabricating evidence on a senior officer's phone?
With what I've seen when they seized the laptop of the ballistic expert and I was told that it was tampered with, to me is evident enough.
So, General, are you saying that you believe that this could be done to any civilians' devices and gadgets as well?
Possible.
General, if this is your belief and they are in fact capable of this, have you reported these concerns formally to the Inspector General of Intelligence or to the National Commissioner? Have you raised these concerns with him about this?
What I did in my case, on more than 4, 5, 6 occasions, my phone, I could not access my phone because there was a SIM swap done on my phone. And then I would write an SMS, since 2022, I would write an SMS to MTN, Vodacom, and tell them that I don't have access to my phone. Someone has done a SIM swap on my phone. And they will, I will fight for, they will, in fact, even reverse it. and it will take 24 hours, but it happened a couple of times, and I have attached the documentation also. I do have it with me, where I reported even to the National Commission and to the national head and say, someone has actually took my number to date, and then you find that I will only get it somewhere on Monday. Now, when someone has done a swim swap on your number, that number is his. Whatever they do with that number, you'll only get to know much at a later stage that there is this message that went from here or to there. But it was a genuine thing that can be investigated. I reported even to the DPCI, I reported to MTN head office, they know. They even suggested that, or recommended that, why don't you contract this? At some point, I had to migrate it from SLC to MTN because actually they were stealing it every now and then. And then I realized that it's not safe. So I'm just saying, each time it happened, I had to report. That's what I did.
So you, General Sibiya, do I understand you correctly that you're saying that you think this was the crime intelligence that was doing this? Because I'm talking under the banner of your remark of crime intelligence, anything is possible.
In my case, Chair, I must indicate that I've had a lot where I'm really surrounded by crime intelligence officials, men marking me, following me day to day, listening to my devices, and also following me all over. Sometimes we'll be sitting even here in a meeting in Cape Town, you will see a team from Bloemfontein coming to have a meeting with the National Commissioner. I'm the head of intelligence, but you find that they're sitting with the National Commissioner in a room, and they're talking to him, and then I don't know. Or, like the National Commissioner said, General Kumalo reports to me, but the National Commissioner said to General Kumalo, investigate him. And we expect the man to report to me, yet he's investigating me. It's not a healthy situation. It's not a healthy situation, and it can't be tolerated or allowed to go on like that. Now, the man, that, even when you call him, he knows he's working with you, he's working on you, and he's putting all the resources around you. And then he's man-marking you, he's investigating you, he's giving reports about you to the National Commissioner. How can there be peace between you and the National Commissioner when your colleague, your subordinate, who's supposed to report to you, is also working on you? This is an undesirable state of affairs. This should not be allowed to happen. We need a clean administration where you find that once you are the boss of the police, everybody else under you will work with you and will respect you. And in such a way that you don't have cliques or certain people that you have a good relationship with against those that you don't have a relationship with.
Thank you, General. I just think it's very worrisome that such a allegation, it's a serious allegation that such criminal tampering can be taking place, even to yourself as a high-ranking official as you are. But I will just be moving on. Lieutenant General, you made an interesting point just about how appointments are handled at senior levels. You mentioned being promoted in 2023, and you made specific reference to the process, saying that you don't apply and you get identified. What I do want to understand a little better is when you say you get identified, who exactly does the identifying? Is it the National Commission or the Minister, or both? Are they acting in consultation?
The National Commissioner will identify, sometimes in consultation with the Minister, or you can apply to be promoted in terms of Section 45, but they do identify a person they want to employ. And many, at this level, you will never see that much where there's a position of Deputy National Commissioner advertised. You will never see a position of National Commissioner advertised. You get identified or headhunted, but you get identified.
In general, you further confirm that the Minister must approve this identification. So if there's no open application process, would you agree that this could potentially create risk, even unintentionally or favoritism?
I don't know about that part because I think they also apply an objective approach in doing so. It's possible, but I don't think, remember, these are people who's got the best interests of the organization at heart because they want, if they don't apply their mind, it affects performance of the organization as well. So you will never appoint someone because you want to shoot yourself on the foot. You will employ someone because you want someone who will be able to assist you to fight crime.
Lieutenant General, you yourself, nearing the end of yesterday's proceedings, criticized a system where people who can't even investigate and some who are just drivers are suddenly in top posts. It kind of contradicts your statement that you just made now. Doesn't that suggest that the same identification system that you benefited from might also be enabling appointments based on relationships rather than merit? And if so, does this not contribute to the rot we're seeing currently amongst your own ranks at the moment?
I was talking about a lieutenant colonel, not a lieutenant general. A lieutenant colonel who is not an investigating officer. I'm told that this lieutenant colonel was a driver to General Mkhwanazi. So as a result, this lieutenant colonel, who was a driver, today is the one who's an investigating officer, and is the one who participated in going to seize the laptop of a ballistic expert. This is the same lieutenant colonel who was involved in the corruption that took place in Forte matter, where the accused number one gave money to this team.
General, you spoke often about the discipline in the police service, about how young officers and college recruits are taught, and how that discipline is meant to hold the institution together. Let me take you to your own account of what happened with General Mkhwanazi. You said at the time you had a telephone conversation with the Deputy Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. General Mkhwanazi, who became very angry and that he was in some way or form very combative towards you, resulting in him banning you from operating in KZN. You also reminded him that you were the senior, and you alluded that he ended the call and sent you a very long text message. You seemingly seemed to accept the ban and left the matter there. You didn't elaborate on it. Did you, in your view, that exchange between you and General Mkhwanazi, did you view it as subordination?
Insubordination is an understatement. If a man is able to call you a criminal daylight in the public, or call you and say you are a baby, talking to members of the parliament and say, this is the man that I can say is like a baby. I joined the police in 1989, he joined in 1993. I became a general in 2010, he became a general in 2011. I mean, I've got 37 years in what I'm doing. I don't know how his experience, but in what I've been doing, I've been good at what I'm doing, and I've run operations throughout this country, throughout the country, including in KZN themselves. I participated the deployment in Manguzi, Richards Bay, many other areas, Eastern Cape, everywhere. I've been in the country, throughout this country. So it cannot be that my experience can be downplayed by someone like that, because his experience is in the field of special task force and maybe running the facility at HR support, then the provincial commissioner. So I really don't want to go too deep in trying to get to a lower level of comparing myself and him and this and that and this and that. Since I started testifying, I've always avoided to name names and ridicule anyone and speak bad about somebody. So I'm trying even now to not to get to that point.
Thank you. Did you take any disciplinary action against him?
No, I can't take disciplinary action against him because he doesn't report to me. Even though I may be his senior, he reports to the National Commissioner. And if you really want peace, how do you say you can take disciplinary action against him? Because there will be a fight. And a fight is what we have always been wanted to avoid.
General, were you allowed to operate in KZN after that incident? You mentioned a meeting and you shook hands and so forth. After that, were you allowed to operate in KZN again?
Yes, we operate. Remember that I deploy. I don't have to run on the ground myself. I deploy. I deployed in Richards Bay. I deployed in Emanguzi. I deployed in many parts of KZ, and we do have where we operate.
General, I will get to my last question. I see my time is almost finished, so I will skip. I just have one question. Towards the end of yesterday's testimony, you kept saying, we wanted it finalized when we were speaking about the letter of the 22nd of April that was sent. I just want to know, who is the we? Who is the we that wanted it finalized quickly? Was it the minister? Was it subordinates? Was it another officer? Because when you kept saying we, it just seemed to imply that it wasn't just your idea, that it was a collective feeling it needed to be expedited from the letter of the 22nd to be finalized by the 24th of April.
Remember that if the National Commissioner, let's say, implemented something, and then you go to the meeting of the 6th of March, in the 6th of March, it tells you exactly on what steps are going to be followed to finalize this process. Now, come the last date there, it was the 31st of March, but come the 28th of March, there's a handing over now done between two divisional commissioners from CI to crime detection. Now, you already have the dockets in your possession. The head of CI handed over the dockets to the heads of detectives. Now, they are now in your hands. They must be finalized speedily so that they are out of your hands. And it's exactly what happened. Push this thing now to where they belong, murder and robbery unit, so that they are not in your hands gathering dust. Because the more you keep them is what led to General Mkhwanazi saying that they took dockets, they're sitting in General Sibiya's office gathering dust.
If you could give me a very, very short answer, because my time is finished. At what date again did you say that it was out of your hands? You were finished, that it was now moved over to the National Commission. It wasn't anymore in your hands or your responsibility anymore. Which date was that?
At the time when the National Commissioner said his letter took precedence over mine. Do we have the page number, legal team? Because the National Commissioner said he told them to ignore my letters and then to carry on with his letters. From then henceforth, his instructions took precedence over mine. There was no competition. He remains my boss too.
General, sorry, was that pre-22nd of April? 22nd of April?
It was after that.
After that, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I conclude.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klopper.
I don't know, they just given me the letter. Should I read it or it's not necessary? Chair?
Honorable Klopper.
You can read it. It's not a problem. Thank you,
It
General.
is page 36 of the National Commissioner's affidavit, paragraph 118, that says, in line with my discussion with Lieutenant General Sibiya, I also had a discussion with Lieutenant General Kumalo. I told him to prepare a preliminary report as contained in the Minister's Directive of 31st of December 2024, and that we should aim for 20 January 2025 to submit the report. Since this was a direct instruction from me, it took precedence over Lieutenant General Sibiya's instruction of 17 January. Now, this means that anything and everything flowing from this letter now takes precedence as the National Commissioner's instructions. Even when Kumalo brings the docket to Sintumulo to whoever, this letter takes precedence. Since Kumalo is already now in direct communication with the National Commissioner, whatever that he does is as a result of the National Commissioner's instruction going forward.
Wait, Honorable Skosana, wait. Honorable Klopper, you're fine.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you. I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. So, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Chair, just to make a follow-up, if the letter which is reading, is it signed as well?
It is signed. It is in the National Commissioner's statement.
Okay. Thank you so much. No, I'm looking at the gentleman who was taking pictures. Okay. Honorable Mattheys, once you are done, we break. Yeah? Thank you.
I might not be done then, Chair. I don't think we deserve a break. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the members of Parliament and to the General. General, yesterday you gave testimony that as the Deputy National Commissioner who's responsible for crime detection in the country, there's a lot of things you said you don't know. You didn't know about the arrest of, oh, my thing is doing things. You said you didn't know about the arrest of General Khumalo.
I didn't know about?
About the arrest of General Khumalo.
Yes, I didn't.
Right? You said you didn't know about the request by General Khumalo to the Provincial Commissioner regarding seconding the PKTT members to Gauteng.
I didn't.
You also didn't know about the press conference that the KZN Commissioner was going to do. You didn't know about Kat Makala. The guy has 80 cases dating back to 2007, and he has a huge tender with SAPS. You didn't know about the big five. It's confusing, General. Do you consider yourself competent as in your job?
Yes, I consider myself competent. If I was part of the tender process that was assessing Mr. Matlala's tender, I would suggest that it would be fair to say to me, why didn't you know? But I didn't form part of that process. I didn't even know that he's an applicant or is participating in such. Now, the arrest of General Khumalo. General Khumalo was arrested by IDEC. It's not the South African Police Service.
I know.
So I wouldn't know. And all the things the honorable member is mentioning are not things within my sphere where someone can say, but why don't you know? I didn't know.
Okay, General, make this make sense, right? You do not know that one of your generals is going to be arrested. And I know it wasn't by SAPS, right? It's a sister department. It's your job, it's your responsibility to know. Crime detection is huge, it includes crime intelligence as well. So you should have sources everywhere. I find it extremely hard to believe, or for this to even make sense, that you had no idea, formally or informally, that your general was about to get arrested. Even the commissioner of KZN knew that he was going to be arrested. So you're saying that you don't have access to information and sources like the rest of SAPS members?
The very first person who was supposed to know that he was going to be arrested is the member himself, because he's intelligence, he's counterintelligence. This is the person that anybody can say he expects to know about everything that moves. But above all, even the National Commissioner didn't know that that was going to happen. So where I'm sitting, if IDEC or IPIT, the IDEC or IPIT, they are investigating a particular matter, there's no way us will know from where we are sitting, because we are not in that space.
Okay, so South Africans should feel comfortable that our national head of crime intelligence cannot know that one of their generals is going to be arrested by another organization. We should be comfortable with that, and we should be comfortable that we have a competent Deputy Commissioner responsible for crime
If-
crime detection.
If I was fully in charge of crime intelligence, including counterintelligence, they were reporting to me, I would be knowing. But they don't report to me.
Okay, let's go on to a bit of your career. So yesterday you said that there's no crime intelligence, and however we interpret it is not really the point. But in your statement, paragraph 23, you say that you have been responsible for crime intelligence since 2003. That's about 2 years and 3 months. And it's been recently moved under the National Commissioner, but I don't think it's been effected yet. So what is your response that the failure of crime intelligence is actually a reflection of your role, which you partly spoke to, but I need you to speak to this more clearly and not go around and around the bush, please, General, that it is a reflection of your role as the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
Chair, I was looking for the page. The honorable member said page
23,
20.
paragraph 23, I'm not sure which page.
Page?
It's the page 49. It's when you talk about your career, that section. It's page 9, paragraph 23, but I'm right, that is paragraph 23. Yes. Thank you for the page number, ANC Chief Whip.
Yes, I'm there, honorable member. What is the question?
Yeah, so you say there that you're responsible for crime intelligence. Now you're saying you're only partly and you're not fully. I do understand the issue of counterintelligence, but it's pretty much been in your office, or you've been responsible for it for over 2 years.
I've been responsible for it for only 2 years, but it was then also taken away to report to the National Commissioner. But even then, when it was reporting to me, it had two dual reporting lines. In my case, they came to report to me that what they wanted me to know, and that what they didn't want me to know was going to be reported to the National Commissioner. It's not like I never complained about such. I complained many times about that, and that the lines of the reporting lines have been blurred, and this is creating problem for myself. And I challenged it many a times, but the bottom line is that everybody knows he was not reporting to me entirely.
Okay. So would we agree that the issue here is SAPS officials?
Yes, ma'am.
You and the National Commissioner and also the Head of Crime Intelligence. And the issue of having blurred lines is an issue because you, as the senior officials that the country relies on to make sure our children are not raped, and if they are, they're getting justice, to make sure our children are not trafficked. A simple process of just understanding, reporting, or having those basic processes in place is what is costing the country, and our children are in the state that they're in now. Right now, children are being raped and they've been trafficked. And we have adults that have been appointed in these strategic positions and that are busy with their egos and are busy fighting with each other and are unable to do the jobs that we've put them in there to do. Can we concede on that?
It's a long question, and I'm trying to understand the essence of the question. Can it be repeated in short, Councillor?
Okay, I guess it
Not
is a bit
Councillor,
of a...
Honorable Chair, Honorable Member.
Okay, I guess it is a bit of a political statement, but what I'm saying ultimately that we are in this mess is because they are the National Commissioner, yourself as Head of Crime Detection, and then the Head of Crime Intelligence cannot sit down and have a clear process to ensure that there are systems in place to make sure that we are detecting crime and that our children are getting justice when they're being raped and trafficked in the country?
I think we are in this mess because of the press briefing, unfortunate press briefing that was done. That was not supposed to happen. That's why we find ourselves in this mess, because everyone has been doing their best to try to do what they can under the circumstances.
And if that is the best, I don't know what's going to be good. Let's move on to your suspension and your dismissal related to the Zimbabwe matter. And this lasted about 7 years, according to your statement. You said that the prosecutor put it on record that he or she was instructed to put your case on the roll. Who gave that? Did you ask who gave the prosecutor that instruction? And if you didn't, why not?
I thought that the magistrate, because it was into the court record and that record is still there, it still exists. I thought that the magistrate would ask who gave that instruction, and the magistrate just didn't take it further.
Okay,
Just
but my question is, did you ask the prosecutor?
No, I didn't,
Okay,
because I was represented.
Okay, and you didn't ask your attorneys either to ask the prosecutor?
No, to me, I was excited.
And who was the prosecutor? Do you know? Do you remember?
No, at this point in time, I forgot the name.
Okay, would your legal team be able to access that information and give it to the committee? Because I think that is important, that we don't speak and we don't have names and people that we are able to follow up. Why is crime intelligence not efficiently capacitated to vet SAPS officials?
It has been always the case. It's a challenge. I don't know why, but there are so many members that needs to be vetted that have not been vetted, and it could be because of the manpower or the budget.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
But why is it not done? General, it can't be that, and we've been hearing this. I've just joined the police portfolio committee, and we've been hearing this issue of vetting since I've landed. And when I look back at previous annual reports, etc., it's the same thing. Why is it not being capacitated? And this falls under your division as well. It can't be that we have 7 members that are required to vet over 1,000 SAPS officials, and we expect this country and we expect SAPS to function when the very core, its foundation, is not working. Is it intentional? Is it intentional that just vetting, if you fail at just vetting, it's a problem? So make us understand, make the nation understand, how is it that you are even failing to vet 1,000 officials every 5 years?
I think crime intelligence is working very hard to recruit members. There is a process in place. They are recruiting. I may not have the statistics and the information where I'm sitting, but there is a drive to capacitate crime intelligence. This is what also the minister said, that they need to capacitate crime intelligence in such a way that they will improve even their collection and counterintelligence.
But why has it not been done? Do you not see? General, I need you to explain to us, because it can't be that the highest office of our security, like South African Police Service, cannot have capacity to vet 1,000 officials. You're telling us what is going to happen, and we've heard that many times. It's not happening. And we're having people, you are placing people in positions who do not have security clearance, and it is costing us being able to do our work efficiently in those departments. Why is it not done? Is it intentional because you want to appoint people who we know are not going to get clearance, or we're weaponizing it for people who would get clearance, but we don't want them to access information? Is this what officials in SAPS are doing instead of protecting us as citizens in the country?
No, Chair, that is not the case. The employment or recruitment drive, there is a plan, Since I think in the past 2 years, there's been a drive in terms of capacitating the detectives and intelligence. I think the person who can actually better respond to that question can be the support head, the acting National Commissioner of Support, acting Deputy National Commissioner of Support, who can come and testify here in terms of the recruitment of crime intelligence officials and the numbers, because that's a separate process.
No, we have the numbers. It was just, we're just trying to understand how is it that the highest level of SAPS cannot vet? That was pretty much the question, and is it intentional or not? You haven't really answered the question. I don't think we're going to get an answer, but we'll move on. Let's talk about your employment at the city of Joburg. You testified yesterday that you were employed properly at the COJ, and your words were during daylight with everybody watching. Where did you see the ad, the advertisement for the job?
I think it was in a newspaper, Chair. I can't remember now, but...
Okay, will you be able to get that? Because I'm sure the COJ would have records.
Yeah, I think they would have.
And what was the title of the position that was advertised?
It was Unit Head, Forensic and Investigation.
It was a new unit that was established?
Yes.
Or was it already existing and they were looking for a position that was new? So you'll get, your legal team will submit, or maybe our evidence leaders can also get that. Who was on the interview panel for the position? Who interviewed you?
If I remember, I know Michael Blumand. I also know Christo Mare. I've been long out of the city, and some of the people...
So, but there was an interview panel?
I think there was Trevor Fowler. Yeah, there was an interview panel.
Okay. So we can also access that information, evidence leaders. I'm sure the COJ would still have that. Did you sign an offer of employment letter?
Yes.
You did. And we'll also need to get a copy of that. The letter, did it state what your salary was going to be? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. The appointment was approved by council?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the minutes of that council meeting?
They can be requested by this house to the council.
Yes, can we please have that? So were you in the council meeting when that happened? Or you just were told because you need to be really
You don't form part of the council
Yeah.
meeting, it happens.
But you watched it live, or you were...
No, you sit and wait and you'll hear when it happens.
Okay. Are you stating here that you were not part of the procurement of this spy equipment in any way, shape, or form? You didn't have any conversation about it, you didn't even know what it does. The department just went ahead and bought this equipment and brought it to your department.
There are no spying equipment procured.
What was procured?
It was technology meant to support the department to be able to do the work, and I don't have the list with me, but the list is there.
Was the department authorized to purchase whatever that equipment is?
Yes, because it went through the channels and it went through the budget steering committee and it was approved.
So you were part of the process, the procurement process. Obviously, it's done in a different department in the COJ, but it came through the unit that you were heading up, the request.
That's correct.
Okay, so how did you source, was Paul O'Sullivan at all involved, or any of his associates involved in you identifying this equipment and where to source it, etc.?
Paul O'Sullivan was nowhere involved, nowhere near what was happening, doesn't even know, it's not even connected to this whole thing.
To which whole thing?
Of the equipment that were procured.
Okay. And how did you think that what made you determine, or what analysis was done to determine that you needed this equipment? Because we got testimony that I think it was the general who said the KZN commissioner who said, and I know you're going to say that not everything he says is true, so that's why I'm asking you that that equipment that was bought in the COJ, whether it's spy equipment or whatever, surveillance, whatever it's called, the city does not have authority to procure it. What do you say to that?
He doesn't know what he's talking about, that one.
And then the letter that was sent to the Minister of Police, Becky Cele, by the Executive Director of the City of Joburg about you. Did the Minister speak to you about the matter?
No.
Not at all.
Not
Did
at-
you know that a letter was sent to the Minister?
I think I got to hear about it. And to me, it was not really a worry because I do have investigations on the same individuals that were running. So it's a political space. And when a person writes a letter, it does not necessarily mean that he's right. He had no right to even write that letter. He had no right even now to write a letter, whether to this committee, whether it's to Madlanga or wherever. It's just people who, some of these people will follow you to the grave, even when you left them many years ago. But you find people who just rise up and follow you, even when you're not focusing on them, they just chase after you. So it does not necessarily mean that that letter that he wrote carries any significant role because he himself was being investigated
But you're
for crime.
deflecting now. We're talking about the contents of the letter. We're not talking about what his situation is and investigating. So if you bring it in politics, it means that you were also descended into a political space. Why would they want to deal with you politically?
Because, as I say, the city of Joburg is a political space. And then if these are the people that don't want to be investigated themselves and they start attacking you as the person who's in charge of the investigation, it's unfortunate. And I think, Honorable Member, I wish that I could also be protected from your side as well, because it shouldn't be like I'm already guilty and what they wrote about me is right.
But we're asking you, General, we're not saying that it is.
Yeah, the only problem is that these people who are sitting in their corner because they don't want to be investigated, they don't want to be vetted, and they
But
do
General,
this.
do you see what you're doing? You're not saying it's not true because of X, Y, and Z. You are telling us about their situation. You're saying, were you investigating them, yes or no? What they are saying is true, yes or no? I think those are the questions rather than deflecting and putting it on them. We're dealing on what they said about you. Are you saying it's not true, it was dealt with, let's deal with that?
It's
the
not
contents of the letter. Saying that they don't have permission or they're not qualified to write the letters, neither here or there. We're talking about whether it was, number one, done, whether you knew about it, and what your position is. So the public protector made a recommendation, who lodged the complaint, number one, to the public protector? Then speak to me who opened the case based on the public protector's recommendations, and what was the reason that the prosecutor declined to prosecute the case?
What I know, Chair, is that I investigated a matter that involved the then city manager of City of Joburg. The matter was reported by the Department of Finance and it related to a big tender of the blue light and the sirens and bullet vest. I don't have the report with me. But then what happened is that the investigation was allocated to ENS law firm that had to conduct that investigation. That investigation was conducted and the results came. These results were talking about the fact that over and above the many other role players that were there within the city at JMPD, it talks about the fact that the city manager also did not cooperate with the investigation. and they were very much worried that the city manager is not behaving in a manner the accounting officer should be behaving. So they produced a report. That report that was produced, and it's a report that I, as the head of group forensics, also had to sign and submit. He was very angry to an extent that he wrote a letter wherein he wrote this letter that says, if I can read, that says a directive in terms of section 55 subsection 1 of the MSA of 200 in respect of notice to withdraw the delegation of the head of GFIS and public communication of matters that have not been tabled before the council. The above matter refers the city manager's office is disturbed by the contents of the letter issued by yourself, where you suggest that by withdrawing from you the powers which in terms of legislation are assigned to the head of administration and accounting officer that prevented your department from performing its function. We also noted nefarious statements which you are peddled in the media that our notice of withdrawal of your delegation communicated signal to suspend you when in actual fact we are trying to protect the interest of the city. So I don't know, I can read this letter on and on, but what I wanted to say is that I went to court and the court ruled in my favor. And the powers of group forensics were given back to group forensics. In other words, the city manager working with Mesuli Mlandu, when they attempted to take back the powers of this from group forensics, they said group forensics does not have the power to investigate them. And they took away their powers, and I went to court and the court ruled in my favor.
Your relationship with any of the DA or Democratic Alliance members in the COJ, they were leading government there. Did you have any, and at any time did you engage any of the leaders there who may have given you directives on investigating members?
I didn't have any relationship with anybody in the DA.
None of them? You've never had meetings, engaged any of their leaders?
No.
The mayor, any of the MMCs?
In my official capacity, I have had meetings with all of them.
Oh, you have?
In my capacity as...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, in your capacity and where you could have been given directives on how to proceed with the city manager. You know, that's a very strategic position. So when new leadership come in, that's the first position that they want to take over. So I was just trying to establish if you might have gotten some political interference on pursuing that case. I'm not saying, or I'm not commenting on the city manager, whether he did right or did wrong. I'm just asking if there was any interference or push for you to deal with the city manager from the political party that was running the municipality.
So I never had any political interference at all.
Let's go to your labor court. You appealed the matter, so it wasn't the labor court that ordered you to be reinstatement, it was the appeal court that did that. Do you know why SAPS did not oppose your reinstatement?
Because there was nothing to oppose.
Is that sort of a practice there in SAPS that they would just not even show up or not withdraw the case, whether there was a case or whether there wasn't? In your experience, because you've been in the police force.
In my experience, normally, and which I find to be wrong, because there is law in this country, I take it that all of us, there's equality before the law, and those that are employed, those that are seniors in the workplace, must really also adhere to the law. Let's say, for an example, we've got generals, lieutenant generals who are out today, who've been suspended, others fired, and they went to court and they won the cases. But they are not being allowed to come back simply because the current management feels that, no, we don't want them back. Now, even when the court says they must come back, and the management will say, no, but we don't want them. They go to court, they win, and then another one will say, but we are reviewing. I don't think it's a fair process. It's abuse of power, in this situation, because we all have careers, we all have children, we have families. But if you are today in a powerful position and you do what you do to fellow human beings who's got children and families as well, I think it's not a fair process, and even this house must assist to get this right, this thing right.
Okay, you didn't really answer the question on why do you think SAPS, I guess you did answer it in a way when you said that there was no case, and my question was it common practice for SAPS just not to show up to make representation, and you are telling us about members that have been, but I think we can park it, I can accept your response.
Can I respond to that? It's not because of it's a common practice.
Okay, then that's fine, you're saying it's not common. Do you want to explain why you're saying it's not a common practice?
Chair, in my case, do know that as a result of my arrest on Richard Mdluli, and then we were all removed. I was removed on a matter I was not involved in. I never participated in the illegal rendition of the Zimbabweans. I was not there. And that is why even when I went to court, the court ruled in my favor. And they refused to accept back. I went, all the courts ruled in my favor. And when I went to the labor court, because the whole idea, even now what is happening is that they say, no, fire him, fire him. You will fight from outside. You will fight from outside, but with the time you come back, you are over age already. This is how we're hating each other. But the problem is the labor court ruled in my favor, but did not reinstate me. They said I must be paid. I said, no, I don't think I can spend so much money just to come and win and not be reinstated. Then I went to the Labor Appeal Court. The Labor Appeal Court reinstated me. So I came back because I was reinstated. I was innocent.
Okay, that still wasn't the question I was asking, but understood. Let's talk about yesterday. You said in your, in your statement yesterday, or your evidence, you said that Mr. Brown received the news about the disbandment of PK, because we were talking about those WhatsApp messages between him and Kat Makhala through media reports. Do you have evidence of when the media first reported about the disbandment? Because it appears that the first reporting was by a SABC journalist on the 2nd of January, and their messages was on the 31st of December, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was on the 31st of December, after it was released, somewhere there. I'm not sure when exactly.
Okay, but if you are going to give evidence that you felt very confident that they got that information via media reports and not through any internal processes between the minister's office and between SAPS. So you're going to have to give us where that could have been found on social media or where that report is. Because when we checked, the first thing we saw was on the 2nd of January, and it was a screenshot of the disbandment letter. So you don't have to do it right now. You can ask your attorneys to be able to support that, because that was the evidence that you gave yesterday. You also said that Brown Mokosi, not Mokosi, was like an informer to you. So if this was the case, are you at liberty to disclose what sort of information he would supply to you, Brown Mokosi?
I did say that he informed me more of information around my, the fact that he knows that there are people who are planning to really push me out of the police. This is what I said.
But he also, the General Kwanazi also said that he said the same thing to him. So you didn't, so at your level, General, someone just comes and they says that and you just believe it. And you don't see that he could also just be pushing information, as you were just saying earlier about how people peddle information and plot people against each other.
I do listen, and as to what I do with it, is for me now to see how I deal with the information.
Okay, but so you used him for your personal survival in SAPS, because he seemed to have information both through government, or I guess the executive, and...
I didn't use him. Yes, and when he called, I listened.
Okay. Let's talk about, you said you were doing operations in Cape Town, and this was around the same time as the ANC's January 8th, 2025 celebrations. Was it something that was planned or pre-planned? That you arrange your operations, or you arranged your operations in Cape Town around the period of the ANC's January 8th?
January 8th is a yearly event of the African National Congress. But as the South African Police Service, we have to be there to do our work.
Okay, so who attends? Because as the economic freedom fighters, we also have ours, and we don't have ministers, officials on that level of SAPS coming to attend any. I've never ever seen them. I'm just asking. And I think even the IFP here, so are you saying that it's a standard operation procedure that high-level officials in SAPS makes their operations, arrange operations in the hosting towns where the ANC is having their January 8th?
In all the political parties who have events, they
No,
are
you
police
definitely
are there.
don't have high level like on your level at ours, I can tell you for
They
a
are.
fact. No, I know. I'm part of JOG.
No, they are. They
Okay.
are.
Maybe you must supply us with the list of who's deployed to these events.
No, when it happens, there's a clear plan from the police side on what will be happening, and they demarcate the streets on how.
I understand the job processes. I'm asking about levels. I'm asking specifically you as a general heading up a division, right? A deputy commissioner that will make themselves available to do operations in towns hosted by the ANC in particular. I understand the whole process of JOC and the police being involved. I'm not disputing that, General. I'm saying on that level.
Yes, on this level.
I'd like to know which ones have ever attended our events. Let's talk about when you were in Cape Town for the January 8th, 2025 celebrations. Did you meet the Minister of Police, chat to him informally, anything, especially since he had just written a letter disbanding the political killings task team?
On January 8th.
Around that time, not on that day in particular, but you were here celebrating, okay, let me not say you were celebrating, you were doing operations for the ANC's January 8th. The minister was here because there's evidence that even someone sponsored his trip. So did you have any communication with the minister?
The minister was not around, he didn't attend.
How do you know?
I know.
No, because you're there, okay. At least there's something you're saying that you know, General. Let's move on to, so you didn't meet the minister, is that what you're saying? You didn't have any conversations with the Minister of Police during the January 8th?
He was not there.
Okay, that's not the question. Did you have around that time, even if you didn't see him physically, during that period?
I've never spoken to the minister.
Okay. Let's talk about Vusi Kat Mkhala. He called you, you said, and he wanted to have a meeting with you. And then you agreed to the meeting. So at your level, did you not even say, hey, let me just check this guy out before I just meet with him? Like, obviously you knew as a service provider, you're saying that you didn't get involved in the procurement process and that sort of thing. This guy has 80 active cases with SAPS. You are the head of crime detection. You just went ahead and met with him without even just doing some background checks.
I don't think it's fair, Chair, that when a person complains and comes with a lawyer and having the papers and say, I'm here to complain to the National Commissioner. This is my complaint. Then I must go out there and start running tests on the person and start running investigation on the person.
But that's
it's
not
not
what
how
I'm
it
saying,
works.
General. He called you first. He didn't just show up at your office. That's what you said. So the call that you arranged a meeting. right? So when he called and he asked to have a meeting with you, he stated why he wanted to meet with you,
Yes.
right? So you knew he was coming there for that. He didn't show up with lawyers. So you had time to just say, let me go and do some due diligence, because you could have even called him back and said, this is out of my payroll, or it's not in my grade. Let's wait until the National Commissioner comes back. But you made a decision to meet with him and not even check 80 cases, and you just met with him like that. Yeah. That's what the National Commissioner told us, 80 since 2007.
Oh, it's 1-8 now.
80. Am I wrong? It is 80. I asked the National Commissioner twice last week. And I even asked when he said it's dating back since 2007.
General Mkhwanazi said 1-8.
The National, okay, I guess we can just verify our evidence leaders. Can we just double check? But when I did a follow-up, I remember saying whether it was 80 or 18. But regardless, 80 or 18, it's still a lot. So it wasn't strange for you just to do that, General?
No, because remember, Honorable Chair, when a member comes, when a person comes wanting to see you,
He called you, he didn't come and see you, you didn't show up.
yeah, I don't think each and every person who comes who want to see me, I have to run tests on that person.
But it's not a deep test, just some due diligence. You hold a very strategic position in this country. You've said yourself that people come and they influence you and they peddle wrong information. I would just think that you'd be a little bit more cautious. But if you didn't do it, that's fine. Do you want to say something before I move on?
No, I just wanted to say that it's not always easy and possible to say, I want to run tests. When a person wants to say, to check on you, it's not like in the presidency. In the presidency, if I want to meet the president will have a team that will actually check the background of the person. Who is this person? What is he about, and why does he want to see you will have few people before you get there. Now, in my case, I'm expected to meet anybody who wants to meet me or who wants to meet the National Commission.
You indicated that you also made calls to him. Was this after the initial meeting, or the meeting you had with him about his...
Mr. Matlala? No, I never made calls to him.
At all?
No, I never made calls to him.
And did you and the minister discuss Matlala and Brown?
Not even once.
Any way, shape, or
Not
form?
even
You're not
once.
going to find any WhatsApp
You
messages
will never
or
find
anything
anything.
informally?
You'll never find
including from
anything.
the Chief of Staff?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the disbandment of PKT. Obviously, I'm not going to repeat what other honorable members have asked. Was the minister briefed about the PKTT before sending the letter officially?
Yes.
He was, because the National Commissioner's evidence says he was not briefed.
I read something here in a meeting on the 27th that I know that there was an executive meeting and there was a briefing in relation to the PKTT, and the National Commissioner in that meeting did indicate that it was not meant to be a permanent structure. It was not meant to be a permanent structure. It was meant to evolve into a murder and robbery unit.
Okay, so I'm not asking that. I'm just asking the minister. So you're saying that the National Commissioner gave wrong evidence before this commission, and maybe our evidence leaders can just check in his statement, because he said the minister did not receive a briefing from anyone officially in SAPS about the PKTT. That's why he was shocked that the decision was made. So you are saying that the minister had received it. Were you part of the meeting?
Yes.
You were.
Yes.
And you were satisfied, or you are satisfied that the minister was properly informed, not about whether it wasn't supposed to be a permanent arrangement, whether he was briefed properly about the PKTT to make an informed decision.
If an honorable member is talking about not about that letter, then I can't say I know
No,
that
not the
minister.
letter. I'm saying before this letter arrived, was sent on the 31st. I'm saying, was there a briefing?
The fact that there was such a discussion in college, it means it was a briefing.
I beg your pardon, say that again?
The fact that there was such a meeting that was discussed with the police executive meetings where the minister raised concerns about the PKTT.
Okay, that's a different different answer. I'm saying was, did the minister receive a briefing, as we get briefings of this is what the PKTT has done over the years, et cetera, et cetera. Did he get that, or was there just an overall discussion? That's what I'm asking.
I wouldn't know about that one. Chair.
Right. Did you have any discussions with the minister, with Brown or with Kat about informally, formally about the disbandment of PKTT before it happened?
It never happened.
So you didn't. Okay. Okay, so this is something that is baffling, General. On the 31st of December, in the afternoon, the minister decides he must send an email about issues that are not of national importance during a festive season. Were you not shocked when you saw this? Like, I would be like, what is he doing? So when you saw this letter on the day that you saw it, did you not think, okay, this thing is on the 31st? And he even knows that the National Commissioner is not there. Did those things not cross your mind that this just seems just highly irregular? Or is it something that's common? You've been in the police force for a long time. For the minister on New Year's Eve, the whole world is resting. He decides he wants to send a letter of something that he could have dealt with in January when offices were fully open.
I wasn't shocked, and there's nothing shocking about it.
Why?
Because the ministers, the police, they are working during that period.
There's working, right, that's dealing with the issue of festive activities. We're talking about matters of border control. One was about doing a strategy for border control. They can wait until January. How is that even urgent? Even the thing about the disbandment. Okay, give me just one example, General, of any other time in your history of being in the South African Police Service where a minister sent a letter on the 31st of January in the afternoon about something that was not of critical national importance during that period. Just one.
What we know is that when the festive period, safer festive period is declared, policemen are no longer allowed to take leave until when it comes to an end somewhere in January. So during that period, the police are hard at work. And as the police are hard at work, they are not on leave. Now, me and you will differ in this sense. The minister is a new minister. And then him being—
He was excited.
No, don't use the word councillor that he was excited.
Let's do like this.
Okay, sorry, Chair.
I don't like it when you exchange between yourselves.
Okay, sorry.
Because it's either you intimidate each other or you inject fear in each other. Honorable Matthijs, I want to allow you to ask the last two questions because your time has been up.
I should have kept my own time because I don't know, Chair, but no problem. Okay, I trust you, Chair. So, General, you're not really answering the question. The issue is not where the SAPS or the police is working during that period. We know that it's a very busy time. We're just talking about particular operational matters. I would like you to speak to the issue of, now I must choose. Let's talk about, you've said that you don't know this Paul O'Sullivan at all. Do you know...
Sorry, Chair, I've never said I don't know Paul O'Sullivan.
Like you've never met him, you have never engaged with him?
I've never said that.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you then.
I
Have
said
you
I know,
engaged with?
I said I know Paul O'Sullivan very well.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, you did. Sorry, I'm looking at something else. And you also said that he's a well-known person in the crime-fighting community. What is the nature of Paul O'Sullivan's involvement in crime fighting in the country?
He runs a forensic investigative company and he normally gets information and he reports to the police as well.
Do you know how he gets to be in possession of this information? And does it not bother you that a person who's operating outside the established security institutions is able to access the information that Paul O'Sullivan has? And then also just quickly maybe talk to the issue of the Helen Suzman Foundation. My last question, Chair, or must I come back? Or do you want to respond to the first question?
Can
and then we
respond
do-
now.
Okay.
How we access which information, people report to Paul O'Sullivan. People report to Patricia Marshall. People report to George Marshall. People report to Brown Mohozi. People report to the person they feel comfortable with. And these people people report to Professor Mary DeHaas. And as they report, they then take information forward. You will have people who report to whoever they feel comfortable with. And then he will either interview them, obtain statement, and send them to the relevant authorities to be processed. In relation to the Helen Suzman Foundation, I don't know what the question is intended to, because you haven't asked the question. Yes.
It was the Helen Suzman Foundation that litigated for the reinstatement of Robert McBride at IPID. Were you aware of this?
It's possible.
Yeah. And then we also know that it was the Helen Suzman Foundation who led the court challenge on the appointment of General Burning, who's the former Hawks head, that eventually resulted in his removal. And this was soon after he dismissed you from the Hawks. So at any stage, did you have a conversation with any representatives or people associated with the Helen Suzman Foundation about the struggles you were going through at SAPS?
I think, I don't know whether it was Freedom Under Law that it's Freedom Under Law that I went to see. Helen Suzman Foundation, I don't remember a meeting with them, but in their case, they were just worried that the man has been found guilty or there is serious allegations against him and yet he's waking. They said, no, he must actually be suspended because he's been found guilty or the court has declared that he's a dishonorable person who lacks honor and integrity. He must go stay at home. So it is based on those.
Okay, so there was no link to the fact that he had just dismissed you. So there was no link to the fact that he had just dismissed you, that the Helen Suzman Foundation.
No, there was a
came
link
into it.
because, I mean, remember, everybody knew that he was actually doing it unfairly so, and he didn't follow the procedure. He was fighting for Richard Mluli, and that is why he was fired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
so much, Honorable Matthys. Honorable members, when we come back, we are taking Honorable Mngango, Honorable Sols, Honorable Vessels, Honorable James, and the last speaker will be Honorable Sangon. And then we'll take a comfort break. So now we are breaking for 15 minutes. We are coming back at 17:30. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I've got the structure of the South African Police Service here. Chair, I don't know, this is the document that I have. But let me put it this way. I'm the Deputy National Commissioner. I report to the National Commissioner. The structure goes as follows. It is the National Commissioner, followed by the Deputy National Commissioners, 3 of them. Then straight line, you will have your provincial commissioners of the 9 provinces. That reports to him. Then from there, you have the deputy national, you will have the deputy national commissioners going down. So I don't know if honorable member want me to take it down further, but I do have the whole structure, Chair. I do have the whole structure here that shows, and this is the latest structure that was approved by the National Commissioner on the 15th, my glasses, of May 2025.
Well, thank you. I think I will ask for a copy of that, and just to familiarize myself with that arrangement. In fact, I'm asking that question because I just want to understand how instructions are actually, how instructions are being made. Can instructions actually come from the bottom up, or top down, or sideways? I just want to understand that.
In the police, it comes from top down.
No, thank you. What is the difference between the seniority in rank and seniority in service? Is there any difference in that? The seniority?
There is a difference. There's only one thing, seniority in rank.
Seniority in rank. Okay. Is it correct, therefore, to say that if the seniority is on the rank, what happens then if you are a group of lieutenant generals? So how is your seniority demarcated in such situations?
The highest, the first one to be promoted as the lieutenant general is the senior.
Okay. Lieutenant General Sibiya was promoted in 2010. And Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was acting commissioner in 2011. General Sibiya was Major General until 2023. In that situation, where is your seniority, situation actually? How is it actually structured in that situation?
If I was promoted as a lieutenant general and it ended there, he would have been a senior to me. But if I'm promoted as the lieutenant general, then appointed as the deputy national commissioner, that puts me or places me in a senior position. The same applies to, in 2011, just when he was 2 months or 4 months as a major general, he was promoted to be the acting national commissioner. And only to find that it can't happen, that's why overnight he was then promoted again to become a lieutenant general so that he is able to then act as a national commissioner.
I understand that. What then do you understand, Lieutenant General Sibiya, to be the role and responsibilities of the Minister of Police versus that of the National Commissioner?
The National Commissioner, the Minister of Police job is oversight of the police and to determine policy and to advise the police on issues that needs to be attended to in terms of the constitution and playing a political oversight. And the National Commissioner is the one responsible for the South African Police Service now, who runs the operations, who manages the crime in South Africa, manage the resources of the police in the Republic, and determine all the operational needs of the police.
Now, the establishment of the PKTT, was it a consequence of the operational, decision, or it was a political policy decision?
It was a political decision that actually gave birth to the PKTT.
In such situation, who actually established the PKTT? Was it the minister or the National Commissioner?
It was the presidency who formed the IMC, Interministerial Committee, consists of ministers. And they came together to form that what we call Interministerial Committee, and led or chaired by the Minister of Police.
Yeah, no, I understand that. There was even a steering committee, and all of that. But I'm just talking about the establishment of that task team, that group of people who were given specific assignment to go and accomplish. Who was that? Was it the minister or was it the National Commissioner?
It will mainly be both.
Sorry?
It will be both.
Okay. Now, in your understanding of the roles of these two people or two authorities in the Department of Police, would you then say that the minister's directive to dissolve and disband the PKTT was lawful and within the scope of the minister's authority in terms of the applicable legislation that governs your operations as the police?
As far as I'm concerned, it's a lawful instruction because the minister, who is the boss of the National Commissioner, if you come up with something like that, that says, I don't think this thing is still needed anymore, let's change direction, let's take this other direction. It happened before many times, even Minister Teller's time, it happened before many times. So it happens. And there's nothing wrong actually in what is happening, in a sense that it is usual. There's nothing unusual for a minister to write his concerns or say his concerns about a particular matter. I've seen in instances where there's deployment and you find that they deployed 50 instead of 200. And then the minister will say, not necessarily this one, he will say, no, I don't think this number is enough. I don't think this number is enough to be able to attend to the type of crime that is happening there. We need more members there. And then remember, it is the minister's space, as the Minister of Police and appointed in that space, the high level of crimes, it is now on his shoulders as to how he reduces the number, because you also want to be successful and also to make sure that crime drops in the respective areas. So ministers are hands-on. And as they are hands-on, they do speak to the DGs, and they tell what must happen.
But General, ministers are not police. They're not trained as policemen. They are
Yes.
politicians, and I would have a problem with a minister who is hands-on when he has no knowledge of policing. Because then what it would be then the role of the National Commissioner.
But you also,
Divisional what? Commanders and all of those people.
but you also get a situation where the community or the public or the media, they begin to ask questions, say, but where's the minister? That one is dead. It's not there. It's nowhere to be seen. It's missing in action. But when you become hands-on again and you get seen again, you also get accused that you are too much. You are interfering. So I don't know how they're managing it, but from where I'm sitting, I don't think I'm the one who should be really engaged into such type of discussion since I'm not the minister.
Well, I'm asking that because Lieutenant General Mkwanazi was very strong on saying that the minister actually overstepped his authority. He had no right to actually dissolve the PKTT because it's an operational matter. And the National Commissioner also strongly believes that the minister actually overstepped the mark of his authority to dissolve the PKTT because he is the one who actually established that because it's an operational matter.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Now, looking at the letter of the 31st December, like the Honorable Member Matthias of the EFF, the 31st of December is the eve of the new year. I suppose offices by 12 o'clock are almost empty. I understand that the police are actually working. The lower ranks of the police are on the roads, but in Pretoria, I can bet you my dollar I won't find any of you at head office at 12 o'clock on the New Year's Eve. But here is the minister at 1740. He sends an email disbanding the PKTT. Now, Honorable Mkwanazi, not Honorable, yes, General Mkwanazi and the National Commissioner, in particular, General Mkwanazi feels that no, somebody wrote the letter for the minister, and the minister signed something that he did not understand. What is your take on that?
I still believe that General Mkwanazi, he sees things.
Sorry?
He sees things because some of us from the 24th of December, we were operating already down there in Western Cape. We came, I came round about my last roadblock was in Harrismith on the 30th in the afternoon. We were not there, and the minister was already I think at home in KZN. Me, I was operating on the street. I never actually got to get involved in this thing. So if the General Mkwanazi believed that somebody wrote that letter for the minister, it means he believed that the minister has got no capacity to can write that letter himself, which I find unbelievable.
True, I also found it unbelievable when I first heard it, because I know Honorable Minister Mkhunu. We almost grew up together out there and I know his capabilities. And until I saw a letter from Mary DeHaas, because the Mary DeHaas letter, if I may just read one, the first paragraph actually indicated is 1.1. She says, in this regard, I request that you, that is Meridia saying to the minister, 1, instruct the National Commissioner of SAPS to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary, and wasteful political killings task team. The National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Khumalo, who heads the CIS. Now, even the terminology used in this letter is almost the same terminology that you would find in the letter written disbanding the PKTT. What would be your take in that?
I think the minister will be invited to come and defend this type of statements.
No, that's fine. I will ask him. Thank you. And then you saw this letter on General Sibiya on the 3rd of January, when Brigadier, is it Brigadier or General Mtoko, yes, came to your office with that letter, with that, is it a directive or something, to say that this PKTT must be disbanded with immediate effect. And the commissioner was not there, the national commissioner was on leave. I didn't hear you actually saying that upon receipt of this letter, you actually made any effort to contact the acting national commissioner, in this instance, Lieutenant General Musikili. Why was that?
Because once you are, the National Commissioner is on leave and you are appointed as the acting National Commissioner, that document was circulated or sent to the National Commissioner on the 31st of December. But it was only sent to me on the 3rd of January. And the National Commissioner says it in his own statement that the National Commissioner said in his statement that he signed, he says in his statement that he directed Brigadier Letoko to write an email to us and tell us that we must act and prepare a report. So it says, I'm looking for that letter where the National Commissioner himself said, I directed Brigadier Letoko to write this letter to the Deputy National Commissioners to prepare reports. So which means the National Commissioner already places himself in action, in his own words, in his own statement that I read earlier.
Thank you. Well, in fact, I did say that the National Commissioner felt that he should have been the one to dissolve that. In fact, it's in his evidence in chief, paragraph 44, where he said the disbandment of the PKTT was an operational policing decision, and as such, should have been made by the National Commissioner, and I'm quoting directly from his statement. Now, on the 14th then of January, General Sibiya walked into the office of the National Commissioner. That was the day when he was actually back from, resuming his duties after a 2 weeks leave. And then you walked in, General Sibiya, with a proposal to immediately and summarily actually disband PKTT. You already had a plan of how to go about implementing the minister's directive.
I still refer back to the National Commissioner. In paragraph 45 of the National Commissioner statement under oath to this committee, he confirmed that he did instruct. Let us refer to page which one is the page, correct? Please turn over. I'm looking for the statement, Chair, that I read earlier, where the National Commissioner said he did instruct Brigadier Togo to write that statement. Had he not done so, he would have been accused of insubordination. So he did that because he otherwise, had he not done it, it was going to be regarded as insubordination. So, as far as I'm concerned, the National Commissioner acted within his rights, and even the judge asked him and say, even if it was a unlawful instruction, were you going to carry it out? And I said, no, if it's not a lawful instruction, I won't carry it out. But whatever that happened because the National Commissioner was in support.
And on the 15th again, 15th of January 2025, General Sibiya visited my office, and that is the National Commissioner saying this, and found me with Major General Sibula.
Yes.
And you actually briefed him on the revised plan because he was not happy with the original one. And he told you that, no, disbanding the PKTT cannot be an abrupt thing because of reasons, and then he gave those reasons. But then you came back the following day with the plan. And then he actually specifically, instructed you to leave the matter to him. Hence, in your bundle, there is that letter, which ought to have been signed by him, but he did not sign it. And then Lieutenant General Sibiya left the office, and on the 17th, he wrote a letter, a letter carrying a directive to Lieutenant General Khumalo to implement with immediate effect the minister's directive. And that to me was defiance, because the National Commissioner had actually in no uncertain terms told you to leave the matter in his hands. But on the 17th, the Lieutenant General Sibiya leaves the office and then starts issuing an instruction to Lieutenant General Khumalo to continue implementing the minister's directive, and I want to believe that was defined. That is why I opened this discussion asking you about how the hierarchical stratification is actually arranged in the police and how instructions actually are made, and then you correctly said that. Now, here is an instruction from the highest of the police to leave the matter in his hands, and then you go out and do something differently.
Let's say for a moment, Chair, that was the case, of which it was not the case, but let's say for a moment, let us agree that that was the case. The National Commissioner says, I came on the 15th and I found him sitting with General Sebola in his office. That is on the 15th. Now, General Sebola is part of the discussion and she can hear the discussion. How then does it happen that General Sebola, the same General Sebola who was sitting with the National Commissioner, sent a document to me on the 16th, having heard what the National Commissioner said? On the 16th, she sent me a document and she go to my PA and say, I'm sending you a document, just print it and give it to the general for signature. And this document is the document that comes from the National Commissioner's office, compiled by the Office of the National Commissioner, General Rabi, sent to me by the Office of the National Commissioner and by the highest authority in the National Commissioner's office, which is General Sebola, to my office. If that is the case, that what the National Commissioner was saying, or he said, that stop, don't do anything further, I will handle the matter forward myself, in the presence of General Sebola. Then how does it happen that General Sebola sent me an email and attached the document and say, let the general sign this and send?
Well, it's something that would need to be resolved at your level. But here is the National Commissioner saying what he's saying under oath here. And let me continue that on the 16th of January, there was a meeting between the minister, the National Commissioner, and Lieutenant General Kumalo was there.
Sorry, Chair. I have a question that I want to ask. I know I'm here to answer, but there's a point that I need to clarify.
Okay.
The honorable member says, here is the National Commissioner saying under oath that, and I put a document that demonstrated that, but the National Commissioner sent through the office of Sebola to my office. So we are sitting with two documents. This one comes from the National Commissioner's people. And here he's saying under oath that this is what he said, which is disproved by what I also sit with. Now, it needs to be clear that either what the National Commissioner said in his affidavit is not true, or I'm not telling the truth about this email. But I'm putting a position that says, despite the fact that the National Commissioner in his affidavit is saying, he told me to stop, but if he told me to stop, did General Sebola then act on his own accord by coming to my office and say, please print and give to the DNC to sign and send? So it's a problem there because it shows that either myself or the National Commissioner, one of us is not being truthful. Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, thank you. I was on this meeting on the 16th of January, 2025, between the National Commissioner and the Minister. in attendance was also Lieutenant General Kumalo, who was actually asked to provide the minister with a comprehensive update as well as an overview of the ongoing counterintelligence investigations. So they gave a report to the minister, and in the report, there was a list of people, in particular senior SAPS officers associated with a criminal activity. And on the list that they provided to the minister was the name of Lieutenant General Sibiya. Are you aware of that? Have you seen that report?
I haven't seen the report, but I heard about it.
Why would they list Lieutenant General Sibiya, include your name on the list of, personalities or senior SAPS officers who are actually associated with criminal activity? Why would they do that?
Well, that is something that I'm also still waiting, because, I mean, when was that? And the whole year passed by with that list in their possession and not acting on it.
Now, Lieutenant General Sibiya, do you actually believe, honestly, that PKTT had done a good job in resolving some of the intractable cases of political killings, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal?
I did indicate that I agree, Chair.
Okay. So therefore, the minister's assertion that it actually has outlived its usefulness and is no longer adding any value may not be entirely accurate.
Not necessarily that it may not be accurate. The fact that it has done it in KZN, and they themselves, they presented that they have achieved the purpose for which they have been established for, and that now most of the districts have stabilized, only eThekwini district. It qualifies the statement that these people no longer really are that active anymore.
Okay, thank you. There was a function or a meeting in Cape Town attended by the minister. I can't remember whether it was the then minister Cele, and General Mkhwanazi was there, if I'm not mistaken, the National Commissioner, and yourself. And, oh yeah, it was Minister Cele. Minister Cele actually he asked you about the people who had actually been arrested for the murder of AKA. And he was concerned that he was not too sure whether the people arrested were the correct people, the right people who actually had in fact committed that crime. And then he wanted a briefing in that effect. And then you quickly actually, embarked on organizing that briefing. You phoned someone in the province of KwaZulu-Natal police headquarters. And I believe it was General Mkopozi. Now, I can't understand why you would actually phone Mkopozi and not the provincial commissioner.
Just to
because it would actually appear that could also have been the source of the conflict. In fact, you said so. that could be one of the sources of the conflict between yourself and General Mkhwanazi.
Just to correct the chair that it's not a question of Minister Cele wasn't so sure as to who has been arrested and why they've been arrested. He just simply asked a question, are you sure you've arrested the right people? And the answer was yes, Minister. Can I see the team so that I can get a full briefing? Yes, Minister. And now, mine, in an attempt to expedite, I contacted General Mgobozi straight, which is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner in KZN. I say, I just spoke to the Minister, and the Minister requests that the team should come up to come and brief him in KZN, in Gauteng. Will you please also inform will you please inform the team and also inform the PC? We agreed. Up until when he called me back, the deputy PC saying that, hey, General, the PC is fighting. Can you please call him yourself? And I did that with all the energy and the comfort, confidence I have, because we were not fighting with Naami nor General Mkhwanazi. We were just working together and we never fought. It was the first time that it happened. And the way it happened, it got out of hand. And that is what caused the first conflict. But the second conflict is a conflict that one will have maybe at the head office, either with General Kumalo or General Ntsiye. And you find that General Mkhwanazi get involved in things of head office. And as a result, you find that now the relationship is worsening instead of improving. But in me communicating directly to General Deputy Provincial Commissioner there, I did say to him, I apologize, but not that there was anything wrong, because I was not giving an instruction. I said, please inform the team and also inform the PC. So it is not something that was supposed to actually even last or cause a big fight, because this is something that can be spoken about and finish.
Okay, General, let's look at the Mkhotsi matter. You referred to Brown Mkhotsi as quote-unquote activist. Can you unpack that, activist? What do you really mean there?
I think I've listened to a number of his videos where he said he was campaigning for this one, he was campaigning for that, he was talking about the current SG. But at that time, when I Googled him, I heard him even talking about when they were challenging former Premier Supra Mauma Pelo. And then there was a mayor who also came out responding to Brown Mokhotsi's allegations and saying that Brown Mokhotsi, he would call them and wanted to know about wrongdoing in the city, in Mahikeng, and then also reporting certain things to the police. So there was a mayor who was doing an interview, because he would want to know about either corruption that is being committed or whatever that is happening there, then he will report it to the next people. So that's how I refer to him as an activist in the Gauteng, because he says he's an ANC member. And I don't know whether he's a member of Umkhonto Wesizwe or what, but he is a person who's involved in politics as well.
Do you have this communication with him on a regular basis? I'm trying to avoid using the word a relationship. No, I mean, you know, frequent communication with him on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's not, I don't have a relationship with him, but I have communicated with him a number of times.
I'm saying this because on paragraph 77 of your evidence in chief, you say that Mokgotsi actually contacted you to warn you about some people who were all out, who were working hard to actually oust you from your position in SAPS. And further, he told you that some people were circulating false information about you. So that is actually something that can actually be done by someone who is very close to you, who is very concerned about what is actually happening. Yeah, someone who is really, really concerned about you as a friend or as an acquaintance or as a relative.
Not correct.
Okay.
Because someone can pick up information that affects you and just give you a call and say, hey, I heard certain people planning around you. Be careful of so-and-so and so-and-so, so it does happen.
I wish I could get people to warn me.
You will get me, Chair.
Honorable Chair, there is also this matter of Matlala. Have you met him before?
I did indicate, Chair, that I've met him several times.
Okay. Can you share with us why he's in prison as a head of intelligence?
It later transpired that he was at some point involved in the attempted murder of a lady. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
It's a matter that we are not involved in. Myself, I didn't know about it.
Yeah, because in your evidence in chief, you did actually allude to the fact that Matlala was actually quite a well-known character within the SAPS echelons in Pretoria.
Yes.
Now, suddenly, boom, Matlala is in prison. Where does that put the reputation, the integrity of our national police, head office?
I would like to believe, Honorable Member, that at some point, either before or now or in future, sometimes you can know somebody and then you find that you speak to this person maybe regularly, only to find that later you get to hear about this person, that this person is involved in 1, 2, 3, 4. That's when you start raising your ears, and that's when you start also stepping back.
But General, as a head of intelligence, you certainly cannot allow a situation where a character whose background is not known to you to actually frequent and walk in and out of your offices at head office level. And then suddenly that character is arrested. Then you come and say, hey, I did not know that this man was a criminal. Why? Head of intelligence.
Head of intelligence, it doesn't mean that, like, for instance, I have the intelligence and the intelligence they are reporting to me what they're doing. The intelligence are falling under me, but they were not, like, they the counterintelligence are not reporting to me, they're reporting to General Kumalo. Now, I won't know. But above all, even the police themselves at the headquarters, they were not really aware, even how he got to be allowed on the premises there and also be the one to service the student, run the hospital of the student. During the police events at the college there, he will also have his gazebo there. So he was known. It's not like in my case, I'm to be singled out as the only person who was communicating. Most of the generals there knew him, like any other person who is known not to be a criminal. I didn't know that he's a criminal person.
I'm sure South Africans should actually be concerned about that. Really. If our head office is actually frequented by criminals and our highest echelons of our crime prevention actually systems, they do not actually pay any particular attention to that situation, I would find that very, very troubling. Okay. Move to the dockets, the removal of our dockets. When you actually, outline your responsibility as one of your responsibilities as the Deputy National Commissioner, you said that you are responsible for all dockets in the country. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
and in your evidence in chief yesterday, you really bitterly, I don't know whether you were complaining or what, but, complaining about the dockets, the 121 dockets, which nothing had actually happened to them, some of them for 3 years, and so on. And my question is, what happened to Lieutenant General Sibiya? Why did you not pick that one up? Because that's your documents. That's your dockets. Why has there been no activity in some of those dockets? And why have you not picked that one up?
I think it was also explained earlier, Chair, that the political killing task team reports to the project leader, who is General Kumalo, and only 5 people had to know about what is contained or going on in that thing, which is the Minister of Police, the National Commissioner, the project leader, General Kumalo, General Mkonazi, and maybe General Lebeya if he's available. But no any other person can tell you about what is going on in the PKTT. So even when you have to inspect dockets, I don't even think those dockets will be inspected because it's a closed book.
Well, under normal circumstances, the management of a docket starts immediately after it's been registered. It's given to the detective, who will actually investigate the crime. And then the commander of that detective has a duty to inspect that docket on a daily basis. And the station commander also has a duty to look into to all the dockets in his station, I would imagine every month. And the provincial commissioner as well must actually have a look at the progress of those dockets. Now, ultimately the national. Now, all of these people for the last 3 years have done nothing in those dockets. You know, where does it put us as the community, as South Africans, when we are going to have dockets lying out there and nobody pays any particular attention to them? Lieutenant General Sibiya is not there. The provincial commissioner is not there. The station commissioner is not there. The commander of the detectives aren't doing nothing about it. Where is the problem?
Chair, I still believe that the dockets of the PKTT were a closed subject. And nobody can or could actually access those dockets because they belong to the PKTT. The reason why it is kept as a closed grouping, nobody can access it. So it's not a question of why didn't we inspect such dockets? They are there and they are managed by PKTT, including General Mkhwanazi. If ever there's someone who was supposed to be asked that question, it's General Mkhwanazi and General Kumar.
Okay. The political interference in the operations of the police. I know you have actually answered that question regarding the WhatsApp message, which was directed to the deputy minister, where a reference was made to comrade, I quote unquote, comrade Matebula. But I have no problem with that. But I want to also look at the statement which was made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi under oath here, expressing a concern that the level of political interference in the activities of the police, especially at head office level, is concerning. And then he said it started in 2007 when senior managers, senior officers of the police attended an elective conference of a particular party in Polokwane. When they came back from there, they came back as a divided force, and having gone there not to do any particular operation, but they were there as observers because they had their own even marquee. Then when they came back divided because of what happened in that conference. So much so that some of them became, organizers of political parties. There was a new party, COPE, which had actually been formed as a result of what happened there. So Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, shared with us that things then went haywire in Pretoria. Could the situation that we are actually seeing now not actually emanating from that situation in 2007?
Personally,
because just now, coincidentally, Lieutenant General Sibiya is in Cape Town on the 8th of January, when a political party is actually celebrating its own, activities. Not that I'm jealous about that. It's just that I have not seen General Mkhwanazi or General Sibiya in our activities. We are having an activity over this weekend in Gauteng, and I'm not sure whether I will see General Sibiya. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Do I still have my 10 minutes? Or
Honorable Ngongo, I want you to say to me, I'm left with 1 or 2 questions. How many questions are left?
2, Honorable Chair.
Including the one that you have just asked.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
May we run very quickly, General Sibiya, and respond. The honorable member has commented about their activity which is happening this weekend.
Chair, when General Mkhwanazi made his press briefing on the 6th of July, he spoke about political interference. In my mind, he was talking about the fact that there is interference in relation to the disbandment of the political killing task team. But to go back as far as 2007, go dig old things there and talk about 2011, the late Minister Natim Tetwa, I find it unfortunate. And I don't really think we should be looking as far back as that, because that is history. That doesn't belong here in this platform. We can't be talking about political interference, talking about something of 20 years ago or 15 years ago. It's really a waste of time. However, when we talk about political interference, and he's talking about that, what the minister is doing in relation to the 121 dockets, this is where I think is relevant. And I still believe that the 121 docket is not as a result of political interference. It's a plan they made themselves to say this is what will happen, and it will disband in phases. And the first phase will be to take those dockets to the following. And whether this is political interference, the minister will come and account to this committee on that part.
The last question I have, Honorable Chair, is just a direct question. Do you believe in the and respect the leadership and authority of the National Commissioner? Given the fact that, firstly, there was that episode of defiance, which I had actually discussed with you. And secondly, in your closing remarks in your chief evidence, you are very scathing, in your assessment of how he should have actually handled the whole matter of the disbandment of PKTT. And lastly, you are actually even alleging that he is actually very selective in the treatment of all of you in your office. There are people who are actually getting special attention, the likes of General Kumalo, for instance, because you mentioned him by name. Now, that is what prompts me to ask you whether you actually trust the National Commissioner, you have faith in his leadership and capabilities and so on. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, I have full confidence in the National Commissioner, and I still believe that the treatment is not the same. I am a disciplined member of the South African Police Service, and I subject myself to his authority. Where I am sitting, I have never defied the National Commissioner, not even once. Even in our meeting with the minister asked a question and he said, no. In my case, General Sibiya never did anything. He never defied me. Nobody can defy the National Commissioner. He's allowed. He will. The more you can take that chance, it will be your last day there. all of us, we know you will not defy the National Commissioner. His word is his word. I have never done, the last time I met with the National Commission, the relationship was good, perfect. That is why even when you look at the performance, my performance is 100%. And I can show you, Chair, from January this year, all the trips that we undertook with the National Commissioner, right up until the 4th of July, I've been working very close with him. So if I was rogue and the relationship was sour or there was no good relationship, it wouldn't have happened. But I've got documentary evidence that can take you through each and every day affairs where I was with the National Commission. He caused me to act, to chair the BOCs. He sent me to Parliament to represent him. He sent me to big meetings to go represent him. The Interpol conference that we all saw in Cape Town, that was happening here in Cape Town, I'm the one who arranged it and who presented it at every levels. Even though I was not there to enjoy the fruit of my hard work, but I am the one who did that job. So I'm just trying to say we worked very hard under the National Commission and we were pulling as a team. And the last, when there was a march by MK, possible march in KZN in support of General Mukwanazi, the National Commissioner said I must be the one to go and receive the memorandum. He was sending me there. And I'm happy it didn't happen because I don't know what Honorable Kosana was going to do to me there. So then it was stopped, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Mwango and General Sibiya. The next honorable member is Honorable Sauls.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and General. Like I do with everyone, I want to reassure you that I have no bias. I would pose questions to you for issues of clarity. Some of my colleagues has covered a whole lot of things that I think there are clarity on it. So I will just focus on the things where I think I need clarity on. But I will treat you the same as others, other witnesses, and will take a position after the entire process is over. So let me start by saying thank you. As a patriotic South African, your rank, you as a police officer, thank you for your service. We're going to begin with a controversial issue that was raised in testimony, where General Mkwanazi testified that members of crime intelligence has advanced equipment that can access people's WhatsApps and deleted messages. The question was posed to the National Commissioner, and in his testimony, he said he can't answer, he will refer that to his divisional commissioners. Well, you are a deputy divisional commissioner. So I'm going to pose the question to you. Does crime intelligence have advanced equipment to access people's WhatsApps?
Chair, it will be irresponsible of me to respond to that type of a question in the sense that I will be displaying out there the capacity and of the crime intelligence and the expertise the police have. So it's something that I cannot really account or say that because remember that if I say yes or no, the criminals out there will benefit from this response. So I think I must join the National Commissioner there to say if the divisional commissioner want to say it, he will say it, but I doubt if he will do it.
Should this committee take the testimony of General Mkonazi then as fact or hearsay? Because the National Commissioner didn't deny it. He just said he's going to confirm with someone on your rank or your position. Should we consider it hearsay or fact?
At this point in time, Chair, on the issue of those type of equipment, whether they exist or not, it remains the secret of crime intelligence on how they fight crime. So it's not something I can really venture into.
Is there a possibility that such equipment does exist?
It's the same question that where we come from, Chair, that I cannot really respond to that type of a question, Chair. Out of respect as well, Chair, it's just a question that is not easy when you are a law enforcer.
There are allegations around that issue that such equipment does exist and it is an outsourced, it's outsourced equipment, and the outsourced company is a family member of a former minister. Is this allegation true?
Not that I'm aware of. I do know that there are private security companies that will have capacity over and above extra or ordinary policing, because there are powerful security companies there who some of them may be licensed, some of them may not be licensed, but they invest in technology, and some of them you'll find that they procure this equipment overseas, and you will have such a situation because the market is open.
Is that a yes?
It's a complicated one for me, Chair.
General, on security clearance, do you have security clearance?
Yes, I've got it here now.
Does General Mkwanazi have security clearance?
I heard him saying he doesn't have it.
Does those who are investigating you have security clearance?
I don't think so.
In
Including the Western Cape Provincial Commissioner, he doesn't have it.
In layman's terms, explain what are the implications of investigating without security clearance.
Security clearance is not a requirement for an investigation, but if you are a senior manager who comes across or who is expected to deal with top secret document, depending on the level of classification, you are expected to have a top clearance, top security clearance. Because let's say, for instance, you are a provincial commissioner. You deal with matters that some of them are classified and highly classified. I cannot imagine if there's a top secret document that comes, that must be discussed. The provincial commissioner will say, hey, this one I can't work on, I don't have a top clearance certificate, I can't even read it, it must go somewhere. It is expected that all the provincial commissioners, they must have security clearance, top secret clearance certificate.
Does General Mkwanazi access these type of top secret information without a security clearance?
Well, some of the things that he mentions, because General Kumalo reports to General Mkwanazi, some of the things that he mentioned may tell me that he does have access as well.
Just hold it there, Honorable Sols, Honorable Ngola.
Chair, I think the general, in responding to Honorable Sol, says General Kumalo reports to General Mkwanas. I think it's a bit tricky and a bit confusing because our understanding is that General Kumalo is the head of crime intelligence. General Mkwanas is the provincial commissioner. In terms of the line duty, I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I'm not sure. We're a bit confused by that, maybe if.
We are not the general, can clarify it.
The PKTT, I know the fact that it is, the project leader is General Kumalo. But the person who's fighting hard in this case is General Mkwazi, who says, I was not told, and the docket were taken without my permission. Now, General Kumalo had to account to General Mkwanazi. So when it comes to the PKK, General Kumalo reports to General Mkwanazi. That is why General Mkwanazi is the one who's on his feet and fighting for this process. Hence, I'm saying he reports to him.
You want to make a follow-up?
If you understood it, is it the official reporting line duty or it's something else that is out of the ordinary?
Well, it's the official because it was done so officially. This is how it was designed, that he will report to General Kumalo. To General Mkwanazi.
Okay. The member is satisfied. Before you proceed, Honorable Sols, did I also hear you saying that the head of the Western Cape also does not have a security clearance?
Yes.
When you say the head, you mean the provincial commissioner?
The provincial commissioner.
And who else, apart from the two?
I don't know about the others.
These are the two that you know?
These ones I know because I have been involved with them, or they've been involved in my matters at least.
So the question that Honorable Sols asks you, and you respond by saying that yes, General Kumalo reports to General Mkwanas, so he may have access to this type of information. It may be happening elsewhere.
When I listen to General Mkwanazi both at the commission, judicial commission, and here in the ad hoc, he will every now and then throw in what they are busy with and that they are about to effect arrest. And he talks about things of counterintelligence. He talks about things that come from the intelligence space. He talks about things that, just like Brown Mohosi will tell you about information that belongs in the intelligence space. But General Mkwanazi will tell you about something that belongs in the intelligence space himself.
Yeah, when I ask this question, General, is to establish understanding whether a provincial commissioner like the one you have in the Western Cape or elsewhere in the Republic who does not have security clearance, is it possible that such incumbents may also have access to that information without them being cleared?
Yes, they do have access without them being cleared, because there's no way as a provincial commissioner you can run a province and you don't come across documents of a top secret nature. Whether you deal with issues of parliament, whether you deal with issues of a matter, a sensitive matter that is classified as top secret, as a provincial commissioner, you will deal with such a matter. I cannot believe that the whole 5 years will go without you having seen a single document that is classified as top secret, you being the provincial commissioner. But the bottom line is that they don't have security clearance.
That is the point that I wanted you to confirm. I'm handing back to Honorable Sols to continue.
Should this be allowed, General?
Not at all.
Who is the person allowing them to do this without clearance?
I think the accounting officer is the one who should actually ensure that all people that are appointed in terms of, or as the provincial commissioners, or the top structure of the police, should have top clearance certificate.
Who's the accounting officer that you're referring to?
It's the national commissioner.
General Mkonazi testified that Premier Lesufi created a crime prevention unit that was illegal. Was it illegal?
I heard him when he was testifying that, and I do know that there's a matter that was actually discussed in one of the POCs. And as far as I'm concerned, it is not illegal, because if it was illegal, I don't think the president would allow the premier to go and continue with something that is illegal, because this is crime fighting and these are enough boots on the ground. They are force multipliers. But in fact, I do know that you go in the meeting, he went to an extent of saying to the national commissioner, just say the word and I will effect arrest. Okay. And I can safely say that I raised it. The minutes are there. I did say, but you can't say you can arrest anybody there, because the bottom line is there's no way the premier can implement something that was not authorized, because it is firstly job opportunity. Secondly, they play a major role in making sure that they fill up the street. Every corner you come across them, and there's crime prevention. And when you look at the resources and the capacity they are bringing in fighting crime in the city of Joburg, you will realize that the situation has changed, especially city center where crime was rife. It was rough to go downtown to be in the city, but since their appointment, they are working and crime is reduced significantly.
General, you just said in a meeting, I heard him say, just say the word, I will effect the arrest. Which meeting? Who was in the meeting? And who is he that you are referring to that said he wants to arrest?
It was a Board of Commissioners meeting. And in that meeting, that's where he mentioned that, because they were actually debating it, including legal, and legal was tasked to go and check whether are these people peace officers or not, and should they be existing or not, because the Constitution says there shall be only one police service. And they were saying these people cannot be appointed, because one moment you are going to have a situation now where you will have to, or you will be expected to convert them into police officials. So he was saying that these are illegally established. And then, since they are illegally established, he said, just say the word, one word, I will go arrest. So when he says, just say the word, I'll go arrest, I don't know whether he was meaning he will go arrest the premier or he will go arrest all of them. But I guess the minutes of the meeting are there to say it.
Who's he?
General Mkonazi.
So General Mkonazi, in a meeting discussing this, says to the National Commissioner that he should just give the word and he'll go arrest.
Yes.
And what stopped, or did the arrest happen? What stopped?
No, it couldn't happen because the legal services was assigned to go and check the statute, the law, what the law says, can these people be regarded as peace officers? And I think it was ultimately done where they were sworn in as peace officers.
So there are...
Okay, Honorable Sals, may I take you, Honorable Sangwen?
Yes, sorry, just a clarity-seeking question. General, which meeting are you referring to? And am I hearing you correctly that the KZN commissioner said he would arrest in Gauteng?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, which meeting?
It was a BOC meeting, if I remember very well, but it was a meeting at the college where it was provincial commissioners and other senior officials.
Are you satisfied, Honorable Member? Thanks very much, Honorable Sauls. You may proceed.
So, General, there are occasions then where General Mkwanazi asks of the National Commissioner first whether he can effect an arrest, or informs the National Commissioner before he effects an arrest.
He was not informing him before he can effect arrest. He was just saying, just say the word and I'll effect arrest.
But I'm trying to establish the type of relationship that he would say before he goes and arrest. He would inform or ask.
He would, and he should, because remember, he's from KZN. He's not from Gauteng. So whatever that he does in Gauteng, it should be with the permission and the knowledge of the National Commission.
I'm asking that because yesterday, not yesterday, when I interrogated the National Commissioner and asked this question on the search and seizure or the arrest for yourself, the National Commissioner said he didn't know about that, or that he doesn't know about arrests. So you saying that it's protocol to inform him?
Yes, to say he didn't know, I'll never buy into that.
Where was the members from who went to your house to arrest you, but ended up just seizing property?
All of them from KZN.
Who sent them?
I know it's General Mkwanazi, because people like Brigadier Kunene, the members that I was investigating this case of AKA with, they were there as well. So it's all a team from KZN.
So based
which
on
is
what,
unfortunate, though.
So based on what you just told me,
General, you're saying the team that came to your house is coming from KZN?
That is correct, Chair.
You may proceed, Honorable Source.
so General, based on what you just told me about the National Commission knowing or not knowing, are you saying with that that General Mkwanazi, as you claim, was the one who sent the members, would have told the National Commissioner of such a arrest or search and seizure?
That is correct, Chair.
Let's go into the possibility of factions within the ranks, because that's something that we have dealt with. General Mkwanazi testified that you are a baby in rank in comparison to him. What is your rank?
I'm a Deputy National Commissioner and I'm a senior to him.
What is your rank?
I'm a Lieutenant General and a Deputy National Commissioner.
What is General Mkwanazi's rank?
He's a Lieutenant General, a Provincial Commissioner.
General, in layman's terms, explain to us the protocols on how you become a Lieutenant General.
As you grow up the ranks, you become a Major General. And then you will have a cross sword and 2 stars. Then you become a Lieutenant General with 3 stars. Then you become a National Commissioner, 1 General with 4 stars. So you become a general, a Lieutenant General. All generals, major generals that are entering or stepping into the general rank are major generals, which is the lower rank of being in the general space. Then when you get promoted, you become a lieutenant general. Then when you become promoted more, either you become a deputy national commissioner or the general himself, the national commissioner. So, let's understand from this point. When General Mkhwanazi was appointed as when he was appointed as the Major General, I was already a general. And then in 2 months, 3 months into his newly appointed position, he was appointed as the acting national commissioner, which could not happen. And even when he walked into the door, the lieutenant generals and deputy national commissioner could not even stand up to salute because this is their junior. But for him to be considered and really be put in a position to can act, overnight he was then promoted to become a lieutenant general. I guess others were saying he's a baby, but he became that lieutenant general, and he was then able to act as a national commissioner. He has since then become the lieutenant general over the period of time.
In 2011, that is when this happened, right? Where he was appointed the acting national commissioner. And you are saying that there wasn't a normal process of him going from major general to lieutenant general. It was merely because he was appointed acting national commissioner, and that's how he got the rank.
Yes,
lieutenant general.
It compelled the then president to really also overnight bring him up quickly because he could not become acting from major general.
According to the General Mkhwanazi's testimony in the Judicial Commission section, page 9, at section 15.3, he was section head in 2011. From 2025 to 2011, he was section head, Special Task Force. And then in 2011, he was component head for specialized operations for 7 months only in 2011. What is the difference between section head and component head?
A component head, you are in charge of the whole component, and the whole component will have different sections. It will have a section that deals with fleet, a section that deals with armory. I'm giving you an example. It will have a section that deals with, I don't know their structure within task force, but the section heads are under a component head. Component head is one leader who is running the whole component. In my case, I have component heads. Having component heads, serious and violent detectives, CSI, you will have organized crime, you will have commercial crime, but under commercial crime now, then you will have section head of the different roles. The one will be cybercrime section head. The one will be, let's say, section head that deals with counterfeit goods. Section head that deals with this. So the difference between section head and a component head is that component head is above a section.
So he gets this bigger position that he only stays in 7 months, and then gets to become the acting national commissioner in 2011.
Yes.
So from a junior to the most senior.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes.
Are you aware that General Masemola was the deputy provincial commissioner until 2010, and in 2010 was then transferred to Pretoria. You aware?
I am aware, not that much of his career, but I know that he was here and then as a Deputy National Commissioner, and then from there, removed as a Deputy National Commissioner, made a Provincial Commissioner in Limpopo, and then later come back again up until when he was appointed as the National Commissioner.
So a year later, General Mkhwanazi becomes acting National Commissioner. Do they now work at the same place? The now National Commissioner and General Mkhwanazi now works at the same place in 2011.
Now the National Commissioner is the National Commissioner of the Police at head office. This is where General Mkhwanazi was. But after General Mkhwanazi was removed, he was replaced by General Ria Pierre. And then after General Ria Pierre, another National Commissioner followed.
Okay. So now in 2012, months after General Mkhwanazi is acting National Commissioner in 2012, are you aware that he then gives or appoints General Masemola now as Deputy National Commissioner Operations? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So General Mkhwanazi does that before he leaves?
I think so, I'm not so sure.
Is there anybody else that got promoted apart from General Masemola?
Promoted as what?
Anybody else that was appointed as acting National Commissioner that General Mkhwanazi appointed, or was it just that appointment of General Masemola?
No, since General Masemola was appointed as a National Commissioner, he's still the National Commissioner.
No, when General Mkhwanazi was the acting, he appointed General Masemola as the Deputy National Commissioner for Operations. Is there any other people during that time that General Mkhwanazi appointed into positions except for General Masemola?
I'm not so sure, Chair. I'm going to make mistakes in that because I was not part of that.
Then in 2018, of course, General Mkhwanazi becomes acting Provincial Commissioner, and in April 2021, he becomes full Provincial Commissioner of KZN. 2022, General Masemola becomes the National Commissioner in 2022. And then in the same year, are you aware that he then appoints General Khumalo in 2022 as the divisional head for crime intelligence?
Yes.
Please state for the record.
Yes, I'm quite aware that General Khumalo was appointed as the divisional commissioner somewhere around about 2022. I don't have his CV, and I may not be accurate.
So, General, as a trained investigator, would you say this is a pattern of friends promoting each other?
That is not for me really to say at this point in time, Chair.
You testified earlier that there are cliques, and it creates an unhealthy working environment. Who are you referring to when you say there are cliques?
Personally, at this point in time, when I'm facing, I'm sure the whole world can see that I'm faced with a situation where it is General Khumalo, General Masemola, General Patekile, and General Khumalo. I'm in a situation now and overwhelmed by a lot of processes at the same time with a view to push me out. So you will see that General Mkhwanazi, in fact, for me to have been removed it was just planned that General Mkhwanazi will go make a press conference, and then out of that press conference, I'll be calling him and I'll be suspending him. And then I get suspended, and after I get suspended, then General Patekile comes, he clears General Khumalo from the investigations that they were arrested for, and then from there, in my case, General Khumalo conduct a short investigation and then recommend that I be charged, and then from there, I expect anything in this case that will happen, but the bottom line is there is a clear focus by a group of people that are focusing on making sure that I am out of the system.
General Mkhwanazi testified that the dockets was taken. I know you already testified on that. That's why I don't want to go in detail with it. But then when it was discovered that the dockets does not contain anything about Gauteng, and then the dockets was sent back, and then General Khumalo was targeted because of interference to stop the arrests in Gauteng, and they place you at the center of that. Are you interfering, General, with investigations and arrests in Gauteng?
I wish he can tell me where have I interfered. Whether it spoke about Katiso Molefe, what was my role, where did I interfere? Whether it talks about Ket Matlala, where did I interfere? Whether it talks about Mr. Swart, what did I do, where did I interfere? Because I've never been involved in all of those things. Other than when we talk, let's say for an example, the kidnapping story. I've always been the one talking about the kidnapping of Mr. Jerubo Shoha. I spoke about it even in the police summit. I spoke about it when we were with the DPCI experts, the people that know how to investigate the electronics. I spoke I called all the teams together, even as we speak. I know General Mkhwanazi did make mention of the fact that the mother of Jerubo Shoha contacted him, but I can also say that I was contacted by the brother-in-law of Jerubo Shoha, who came, who's the brother to the wife of Jerubo Shoha, who came to me, and he works for the presidency. He came to my office and said, please, General, assist. I called all the experts. Even today, the family is happy with this investigation in terms of the progress. I do have a progress report in terms of this thing, because the team that is there, that is investigating, they are doing everything in their power, and they are working with the family. They are taking the family into confidence. Every piece of feedback is given to the family. So I just want to indicate to South Africans that even this thing of Jerubo Shoha, I try my best to contribute, leading towards my retirement, to work hard. I cannot spend 37 years in the police to only to come and mess up my career towards 2 years later at the door out, and then I mess everything up. I can't do that, but thanks a lot, Chair.
I have 2 more questions, Chair. General, you said that the PKTT is doing a good job, but they can do better. Please explain what you mean by a good job that they are doing and what you mean by they can do better.
When I'm sitting with the 121 dockets that I'm sitting with now, that shows that dockets that had been sitting gathering dust for almost since 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2023, 80% of those dockets. It tells me that no work was done. They can do better. That's number one. Number two, if they were saying to me that these political killings that are taking place in the country, in the whole country, they are hard at work and they are arresting all these people throughout the country, but that is not the case. That is why it's called a KZN team. Otherwise, it's not supposed to be a KZN team. If there's a political killing task team, let it be a national task team. And it shouldn't be managed from KZN. If it is to manage for the whole country, rather appoint and put it in the system, whether you're making it a unit or what, but let it be a proper unit that is in the structure and that is taking care of the political killings throughout the country so that the whole country benefit, not fighting that there's a PKTT in KZN. Every now and then we apply for budget, millions to go down there that are being managed down there by General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo. That is an unacceptable situation.
Is the top structure of the South African Police Service divided?
In my case, I will say, because of the fact that I know the feeling about me, I can't sit here and defend the management and say they are not divided. Here am I find myself outside. Here am I find myself resources of the state being used against me. And here am I find myself overwhelmed by many processes at the same time that takes money away from me and the security of my family also compromised.
General, as I close, those divisions, it's not just costing you, it's costing 65 million South Africans. It is putting us at risk, and we all depend on you to keep us safe. We have questions about where is Jocelyn, Nathaniel, Julius, and many other cases. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I hope that, as you said, you are divided. I put it to you. The core reason why crime is at the level that it is, apart from what we are investigating now, but at the core, it's because you guys at the head is divided. If you're going to fix anything, fix that for the sake of South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sols. Thank you, General Sibiya. Honorable Vessels, are you ready?
I am. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, General.
Evening.
Let me start where you left off just now. And throughout the proceedings, you've identified certain issues that you have with the PKTT. Certain challenges, exorbitant costs, inefficiencies, wrongdoing, even corruption. Are those concerns new? Or did you have those concerns prior to the 31st of December 2024?
They have been there, but they needed an approach to be able to address, because this is a closed space.
Did you ever voice those concerns prior to the 31st of December?
I haven't really voiced them out in a sense of the way they're saying, but why is this thing happening? Why is this happening? But from where we are sitting, each time you get a complaint from forensics that says, General, can I have my two forensic experts back, because we need them in the forensic space. Otherwise, if they are not in the forensic space, it's a very serious problem, because it compromises our information. It compromises the independence. And if you are to go and testify, and then those members that are with them, the credibility of the investigation cannot be trusted should they get a powerful defense counsel. So the component that will come and say, no, if we are a forensic and science laboratory, our results must be trusted in such a way that when they say exhibits were taken, sealed, maintain continuity chain of possession up until they were handed in. And this is the process that has been followed to examine those. And then this is how we did it, expert evidence, and then process. The system is loaded, and then the response is there. So you must have a legitimate process that is running, rather than having a situation where you've got a team that has got everyone in place. In other words, whatever that we do, if we tell you that, no, we want this result to be positive, then you can come up with a plan that will cause this result to be positive.
But you never voiced that to the minister.
No.
Let's move on. Is it fair to say that on your version, there's a pattern that wherever you are employed, you fall victim to conspiracies to get rid of you, to discredit you? Would you say that's fair?
My job is to investigate, and so I don't expect anybody to love me. I investigate, and I investigate hard. And then when you can see, you can go to the city of Joburg, and then they will tell you that I uncovered over 45 billion. And when I investigate, I got there, and then they were less than 17, and when I left there, they were more than 84 staff complements. And we employed experts from the police, from organized crime, people that I work with in organized crime, who were working on the hijacked properties, who were working from state security. I bring a lot of expertise. I even employ the prosecutors from prosecution and say, as we investigate, before a case go to court, look at this case, satisfy yourself that it satisfies all the elements of case. Are we ready to go to court? And if it's in court, fight for this case in court so that we don't lose it. So when I work hard and I investigate hard in such a way that I'm not surprised. Whatever that I do, I push. So I understand where the honorable members coming from and say, don't you think you are the naughty one, because there's a pattern that we see here. In the city of Joburg, they were complaining about you. Now here in the police, they are complaining about you. But before I left, I was working hard still. That's why they gave me the Richard Mdluli matter that I ended up also arresting.
But why now? I understand the Hawks, when you were there, I understand, and you explained that yesterday, I understand City of Johannesburg, as you now said. But why now, as Deputy National Commissioner, would there be such a conspiracy against you?
Now, it's a very serious and it's a worrying situation, because I know I've applied for the position of the Hawks. Okay. And instead, I was looking forward to going to participate in the interviews. And unfortunately for me, then it happens that General Khumalo got arrested. And for some reasons, it was like I'm involved, or I know what led to that, or I'm working with either the minister or with the IG or with the IDEC. I know nothing. Nothing. I don't know. I had to call the National Commission and say, NASCOM, I know nothing about this thing. And he even said, no, I understand that you are not involved. You could not have been involved because employing someone there is what they did among themselves. You are not involved. But as far as I'm concerned, somebody said to the National Commissioner, I want his job. I had to, my bishop, Bishop Mukambule, he said, you will need to assure him that you are not really after his job. Assure him. And I wrote the National Commissioner a long message, and he responded. Now, here's someone who said to the National Commission, Sibiya is lobbying for your position. I've never lobbied anybody that I want to become the National Commission. Secondly, I applied for the position of the Hawks. I am the longest serving member in the Hawks. All the provincial heads of the Hawks, all of them, in fact, worked under me. So I worked with General Lebeya, General Dramat. I started with the Scorpions, and all of them I've worked with them. So I'm just saying, I was the one looking forward to, but unfortunately they had to make sure that it doesn't happen by smearing my name, pulling my name apart on social media and suspending me, loading me with criminal cases. This is the situation in which I find myself at this point in time.
When Brown Mogotsi phoned you and warned you that there's people that's doing this to you, that's trying to get rid of you, was that after you already applied for the position at Hawks?
No, the discussion around the possibility of the position of the Hawks becoming vacant started long before the advert. The advert was on the 21st of February, but the discussions, when it became clear that General Sibiya will be retiring somewhere around May, the media started asking questions. They will just throw a question in the middle of an interview, whatever interview, whether it's about extortions or whether it's about anything that you are there to, are we becoming a mafia state or whatever, and then those interviews that you attended, then from the General Sibiya, okay, General Sibiya will be leaving, what is next? Where do you see yourself next? Are you going to apply for the position? Yes, I'm going to apply for the position. Then the next thing you see the headline, General Sibiya has thrown his head into the ring. And then the next thing, so it goes. And as it goes, there are those that are determined to make sure that you will not get there. And that is why I'm facing the situation, overwhelming situation that is saying he will not get there. And they're doing everything in their power to push me out.
Okay, but when Mogotsi warned you, this did not happen. So there was another reason why people were after you, were conspiring, were involved in this conspiracy and discreditation. But let me ask you, when he warned you, did he tell you who the people are that's after you?
He said it's crime intelligence.
Okay.
And even when I got to be released, fired the first time, it was crime intelligence. Even now, the challenges that I'm facing is crime intelligence.
He said to you that you're being followed, that they're listening in. Did you tell the National Commissioner this?
I did, because I remember one morning I went to him and I said, NASCOM, they said I shouldn't go to work because I'm going to be arrested. But I can't hide, I'm here. What did I do? And he said, he denied it. He said, no, I know nothing. I will sit with the National Commissioner and he will leave me in a meeting and say, continue with the meeting, continue chairing this meeting. And when I knock off, I will hear that, hey, the National Commissioner was, and Kumalo, they were here going to apply for the warrant of your arrest. I said, how? I was with the National Commissioner in the meeting. He left me to continue with the meeting. And the next thing I got to hear that he was here applying for the warrant of arrest. People have been to Mpumalanga to almost every day, to an extent that they've been always going to also Mr. Matala saying that just give us Sibiya. Give us Sibiya, will even withdraw your case that you have been arrested for of this Ms. Tobejani. Now I'm told that they are using my colleagues. They are using my colleagues to see if they can get some witnesses there. I do know about those things. They get to me. But what I want to say is that I will wait for my time to take the fight, maybe to outside the police. But it is so unfortunate that I wish it did not happen, and it could not happen because one is just left with 2 years basically to exit.
Just hold it there, honorable vessels. General, you say that Mr. Mogotsi told you that the people behind you are crime intelligence, and that even the difficulties that you currently face is crime intelligence. So are you saying that the things that he told you are now happening.
That is correct.
You
That
may-
is correct.
You may proceed, honorable vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I can take you to paragraph 78 of your statement, and I just want, the question has been asked today a lot about the January 8. But in your statement, you say that you were in Cape Town around January for the January 8 gala dinner event. In your testimony yesterday and today, you referred to operations that you did for this event. Can I just get clarity? Did you attend the gala dinner event?
No. As the South African Police Service, all major events, we always make sure that we are there and we put all security measures in place. We are led by the NAT joint, and the NAT joint, which is chaired by another Lieutenant General, Deputy National Commissioner Musikidi, but it is the one that leads these operations. So we get deployed. So we come here just to make sure that the environment is safe, no crime is committed, and that everything will go well. So we are here on official capacity, not to the gala dinner. I've never been to the gala dinner as well.
So it's just an oversight in the statement to only reflect on the gala dinner event and not on the stadium event, because even though it doesn't really make sense, but that makes more sense than the gala dinner.
No, I've never said or spoken about the gala dinner. I've never been to the gala dinner.
Okay. Then the rest of that paragraph, you reflect that you met Mogotsi a month before your consultation with the evidence leaders. That's after 6 July, obviously, and it's after the allegations made by General Mkhonazi that links you to Mogotsi. You then say that he came to where you were, greeted, and he left. Are you saying that you didn't at all have a discussion about the allegations that are being made?
No, he came and he was greeting, and then from there he left. I was busy with the lawyers. There was no time to really spend time with him and chat, because the lawyers who were preparing the document for I think it was my disciplinary in court. But to me, there was nothing wrong in just greeting.
I understand that, General, but there's these serious allegations linking you to him, an undue influence and so forth. You said that why you keep the lines of communication open with him is to gather information from him. Here you have an opportunity, an encounter with him. There's allegations made, it's in the public realm, but you don't utilize the opportunity to ask him what his version is.
What I can say, Chair, is that not that it didn't click my mind and say, but why don't you stop talking to this person, because already there are allegations about me. But you also have a situation where you say, but anyway, I've been talking to this person, and why avoid this person at this point in time? Because if this person gives me information that I think will help me at some point, let me remain with the line open than anything else.
Did you ever talk to him about the PKTT?
No.
Did you ever talk to him about or did he talk to you about the search and access and seizure that took place at Kat Mklala's residence?
No.
Okay. Do you know Edwin Sodi?
Yes.
Have you met him?
Yes.
What's your relationship with him?
I know him as a businessman, and I know him as a businessman Remember when you operate in Sandton, Sandton is not big. You will know people who have complained to you. At some point, he complained to our office. Remember, he was going through some time where he opened a case, his watches were taken, there was a break-in at his house. So that's how I got to know him.
Can you recall when last you had communication with him?
I don't recall when it was there, when it was, yes.
You've testified on that you received a call from General Mkunazi on the 4th of July inquiring if you are going to be in Durban that weekend of the 5th. Just remind us, why were you in Durban on the 5th of July?
I was attending an event.
That event is the Durban July?
Yes.
On whose invitation did you attend the Durban July?
On invitation by the race course.
Okay. Who paid for your travel and accommodation?
I paid.
Have you ever received any gifts from Brown Mogotsi?
No.
Has he ever paid for anything that you've benefited from?
No.
Lunch, dinner, breakfast?
No.
You said you met him the first time when you were here with January 8th that we reflected on now at the Southern Sun Hotel, but later you also spoke about Camps Bay. Which one is it?
I heard that at some point, I don't know whether it is in the messages where they say he was talking to someone saying General Sibiya is at Camps Bay. When Brown Mogotsi was in Cape Town, he met me once at breakfast time when I was eating breakfast. He came to where I was, and from there, nothing. In Camps Bay, it was myself and the two protectors. One is the guy that I came up with from Gauteng, and one was a colleague from here in the Western Cape. We went to eat there.
Ever received any gifts from Kat McClellan?
Not at all.
He ever paid for anything?
Not at all.
Let me conclude. General, thank you. One last question. If you say the motive that is put forward for why the political task team, why there was this urgency to disband the political killings task team, you know that version. You deny that you refute that version. You say that that's not true. But why do you think there's this concerted effort to then, by the National Commissioner, by General Mkunazi, to put forward this version that everything is linked to criminal syndicates? What is the motive to do that?
I think it is very wrong to really try to assign this thing to or to link it to a criminal syndicate, because even when this thing started, it never had anything to do with criminal syndicate. But I think someone found a reason to say, but how can we link this thing to this criminal syndicate to look like, oh, that is the motive why this thing is happening. But I can safely tell you that it has got nothing to do with any criminal syndicate. Because if there is any criminal syndicate, people must be arrested. All I know is that unless we knew, when Professor Meridi has received that complaint at that time, the correspondence that came all along in relation to the same political killing, leading to the correspondence that was signed by the CFO, say this must be closed, leading to all the presentations before Parliament, where even General Kumalo himself was presenting and saying this has achieved its purpose and it can be used for benchmarking, and that is going to now be taken to murder and robbery unit. Work study investigations conducted that says task teams are a waste of money. They work in silos. They are uncontrolled and they last for too long, and people leave the dockets unattended. So there's a whole lot of chain of arrangements that were put in place to dissolve all the task teams and to replace them with specialized units so that we can capacitate the specialized unit and make them as prolific as possible in such a way that we will be able to fight crime at any level in each and every province, not only in KZN.
But in your opinion, what would the motivation be to say the contrary, to say that the political killings task team should remain?
Can you please repeat the question?
What's the motivation, according to you, of someone like General Mkhwanazi to say that the political killings task team must remain, must not be winded down?
I want to say, I want to strongly believe that the budget that goes with it is the one that is a cause for concern or a problem for General Mkhwanazi. Because let's say you want to remain and continue with the political killing team. Take the whole team and put it into a murder and robbery unit and let them continue working as normal as possible without you having to apply for 94 million or 74 million budget. Let them, remember they're earning salary every day. Take them as they are, put them under make them a murder and robbery unit, and then continue fighting crime the same way you've been fighting crime. Take the other money, put the resources into fighting gangsterism and drugs in the gang-infested areas. Now, for an example, there was a move to establish the political killing task team in Gauteng. Take for the past 3 years, how many political killings did we have in Gauteng? Maybe one. In Gauteng. They scrambled around to try and find one they can, for you to be able to make a number and say, we have this matter, with this matter, with this matter, with that matter, that matter. We don't have. Why establish a political killing task team in Gauteng when you don't have such? Why don't you rather than make sure that you beef up when it comes to gangsterism? You occupy Westbury and El Dorado and all those locations, or you deal with your drugs, your firearms.
Is there a possibility that there's a distrust of you, your division, which is in control of crime detection, with all the investigators falling under you, all the detectives, that this unit must be protected because you don't actually interfere there? And we've seen that in your core bundle, that when you talk to units and provinces about dockets, you don't include the political killings task team. And we've established that last night. So don't you think with these members that are then used to send to Kat and Klala, for instance, to do that operation, to get a successful arrest, that's the reason why this unit is protected, because there's a fear that you would interfere if it's part of murder and robbery, and that you'll interfere in those type of ongoing investigations?
It's very absurd that that is the situation, because I have sent a team in Richards Bay and Imanguzi, because the locals said they say they don't trust the locals. I have sent the team to Lusikisiki or to Umtata, where we're going to intervene because they don't trust the locals there. I've sent a team to Doranginza, where they say there is a group of ex-criminals that form a forum there. Before you open a case, you must go and report to them, and they will give you permission to go, for you to go and open a case. I have intervened in all those respective areas. So the fact that there's a team that come from KZN to say they are coming here to intervene in a case here, you leave KZN on autopilot, you spend your time here saying you are fighting organized crime. There's organized crime everywhere, including where you coming from in KZN. You're living a lot there. All the hitmen are coming from KZN. You're leaving them there. You're trying to come and fight something here in Gauteng. It's the same. So crime is crime everywhere.
Thank you. One last question, General. You said that you did not send that WhatsApp message to the Deputy Minister, and you specifically referred to the fact that you'd never used language like comrade and so forth. But the content of the message that reflects on supply chain management procedures that were not followed at Crime Intelligence to procure spy equipment of 13 million rand, did you know of that supply chain management situation? Did you bring it to the attention of a Deputy Minister or anybody else?
I don't know about the information. If ever it's an information that I sent, it should be the information that I shall have forwarded, not an information that I type, because I don't use the language that says comrade or Keda or comrade Matebula. I don't know that person.
But did you know about the 13 million rand?
No, that I don't remember that.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Vessels, thank you so much. And once again, General, thank you. We have aimed to take 2 more speakers before we break, and by all indications, we are going to take 1. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. General, do you think you've reached your expiry date within SAPS?
It's a painful statement, Honorable James.
It's a question.
What is the question, Honorable James?
Do you think you've reached your expiry date with all the toxicity within SAPS, within this department?
You are asking the witness.
Yes.
May you please rephrase it?
Excuse me, Chair?
Rephrase it.
Do you think with everything that is currently happening within the environment that you are meant to serve and protect, you have reached, you said you are overwhelmed with everything that is going on?
I'm overwhelmed, but I still believe that I have a contribution to make still, and then given an opportunity by the people of South Africa and the leadership of the country, given an opportunity, I still have time.
Okay. General, yesterday, another shocking revelation was made when you said that over 6,000 dockets within SAPS has gone missing. 6,000 dockets of murder, 6,000 dockets of rape has just gone missing, it's vanished. Of those 6,000 dockets, what percentage of those dockets do we have people, inmates right now? It is costing South Africans 463 rand per day. You mentioned yesterday that those cases, those people are going to court and back, and they don't know where the dockets are. And this is why I asked, do you think you've reached your expiry date? Can you elaborate on what you told us yesterday with regards to dockets just being missing?
Honorable James, honestly speaking, I wouldn't say they are just missing. I'm saying, as the head of detectives, I have a system that is still open. Dockets are not closed. It is my job to trace those dockets where they are so that the system can be updated. I never said dockets are missing, they are gone, nobody knows where they are. But in what I was trying to demonstrate here was that it shouldn't be that when I said I want to know where the cold cases are so that I can account for them, then the National Commissioner will say, I wanted the cold case matters because of the Senzo Meyiwa case, which is unfortunate. But I have cases that are at IPIT, I have cases that are at DPCI, I have cases that are at ORS, and those cases remain open in the system. I don't say they are missing. They are open in the system. Now, my job is to say, bring all those cases, let us update the system, and let us make sure that the system is updated and the performance of the detectives will improve. Whilst on the other hand, I'm recommending that let the DPCI have their own SAPS 6 so that they can be audited on their own and account for their own dockets. Let us have IPIT having its own SAP 6 so that it can also account for its own workload. That is what I was meaning, Honorable Member.
General, you clearly said yesterday that the dockets are unaccounted for, and this is why we have cases being remanded repeatedly. That is what you said, but I'm going to accept your response for now. General, what is your definition of an activist?
An activist is a person who is actually an activist is a person who's I'm looking for the right English word, Chair, who is actually no, it's not a difficult word. It's just this word that is disappearing in my mind. But an activist is a person who is actually not lobbying, but standing for a particular rights and then
championing.
Yeah, maybe it's the right word, championing for a particular, it can be an activist to fight for the drugs, or it can be for the politics, for politicians, or for whatever maybe
environment
movement you want to support.
General, you said you described Mr. Brown Mogotsi as an activist. What is the cause that he stands for?
He's a politician there in Mahike.
A politician for which party?
I think it's the African National Congress.
General, you said that you Googled him despite having access and capacity to properly profile him. Why would you take to Google and not profile him?
I just Googled him to want to know who is this Brown Mogotsi, and I listened to one of his videos. I didn't profile him.
So someone comes to you and tells you that there's a plot against you, you don't profile him as being the head of crime intelligence, you just Google him.
Yeah, just check who it is, and then from there.
So your evidence is that you accepted several calls and correspondence from Brown Mogotsi, each time receiving further information from him without once verifying who he was or identifying where his information originated from.
Can you please repeat, Honorable Member?
In your testimony, General, you said that you know him maybe 5 times less, but you also said that you have accepted several calls and correspondence from Brown Mogotsi, each time receiving further information from him without once verifying who he really was or identifying where his information originated from.
No, I mean, I saw the man is from Northwest, and this is the man that is also on TV. I didn't need to profile him.
Okay. I put it to you that this leaves us with 2 possibilities. Either you were negligent in your duties, or your relationship with Mr. Mogotsi went far beyond what you are telling this committee today. Because you said to us maybe 5 times less. So which is it? Were you negligent, or do you actually have a relationship with Mr. Mogotsi?
If you remember very well, committee members, I said I met Brown twice.
General, you also state that you were here for and I know my colleagues has asked this, what was the risk grading for the January 8th event in the Western Cape? What was the risk grading as per JOC?
It's something that I may not respond accurately, but it was obviously high. So the risk grading, I don't deal with the risk grading, but all I know is that it's a major event, and it being a major event, it warrants that the NAJOIN should take charge of this type of environment, and that is what happened.
Okay, if you are here to ensure that everything's going off smoothly in terms of compliance and safety, surely you should have access to the JOC file.
No, I have access to the JOC. I'm part of them. I am part as the JOC. We sit at the JOC and we monitor the situation.
But you don't know what the risk grading was, because the risk grading will warrant who needs to be there in terms of safety. What I'm trying to get to is the fact that the entire executive, all the senior members within SAPS converged upon the Western Cape during that time, something that is unheard of for any other political party. And you said that this is done for all major events. You said that the same is done. I'm not sure if you said that. Has this ever been done for EFF, DK, DA, MK, or even Action SA? And you also say that it's not the first time that you do this.
Chair, I think that's a political statement that must be attended to. It can be answered by the National Commissioner, perhaps not me.
Okay, that is accepted.
You are not going to answer that?
No, I think it's a political statement. I don't want to.
You could tell us, this committee, that you do it every year annually. You all show up because it's a very important event. Now that I pose a question to you, you say you are unable to answer.
I don't say I'm unable to answer per se, but I feel that it's a political statement because I have had situations where I know that there's deployment made even in all the stadiums, because the police are expected to participate in all the stadiums where there are major event of political parties, just to make sure that there's proper control and proper systems put in place, even in terms of traffic, directing traffic in such a way that there's not going to be stampede. Even at the stadium, the normal soccer stadium, you will have such deployments as well.
No, General, the traffic is a responsibility of JMPD as per the JOC application. Everyone has a role to play, not SAPS.
No, they are part of the SAPS deployment.
General, you mentioned yesterday, today again, you mentioned Eldorado Park, Westbury, Cape Flats, what is unfolding. You actually said that, you know what, the same resources that was allocated to PKTT could be deployed to these communities. What have you done, since you have recognized that these communities deserves better, they deserve a net joint operation? What have you done in your personal capacity when you've received all of these videos? What operation did you propose? What presentation did you make to sort of launch an operation in any of these communities, since you mentioned it?
We've employed a brigadier that is dealing with gangsterism at head office to make sure that they put a team together to attend to this. And I personally have been there with some of the senior managers, and then we have ensured that there are people that are arrested, and many people have been arrested as well in relation to what was happening in those areas. But I still believe that more could be done.
I'm asking if you've put through any presentation or made any recommendations for an operation such as PKTT, because you kept on referencing these communities. And it's almost like you wanted to say there's no use for PKTT, you can much rather have a similar operation like this in the Western Cape or in one of these hard-hit communities. So I'm saying, since you have said that, we know a lot has been done, a lot of nothing has been done, but I'm asking you, since you have recognized the fact that there's an issue here, have you made any presentations or recommendations to the National Commissioner saying this is what we can do in these areas?
There is a discussion that I had with the National Commissioner in order to deploy in the gang-infested areas. And that presentation, that discussion with the National Commission, it was on the 28th of January. We did have such a presentation where we were agreeing that we need to deploy in areas like Vembe, like El Dorado Park, Westbury, Cape Town, but we did have such a discussion with the National Commissioner because this is something that was discussed.
General, you say that you've gone through those dockets that you had no business fetching because it wasn't as per national instruction when it comes to inspection of dockets, because usually, as we know, when we have these special operations, you usually go to the station within the province, as per my experience with the many operations that we've had in El Dorado Park. And if you want to conduct and do oversight and inspection at the dockets, you send an instruction to the provincial commissioner as well as the station, and all those dockets then get brought forward, and then they go out there and they inspect those dockets there. So I'm not sure why the dockets had to be moved. But anyway, I also want to ask, am I correct in saying that when one studies the relevant statistics relating to the work of the PKTT, it appears that its efforts were in fact guided by the need to address a certain political party's internal factional battles in KZN that has led to recruiting murders? It was a political party, it was infighting, because if I look at all the many murders and the case dockets and the types, who are from which political party, I can only pick up one political party, maybe two. Out of all of those political killings, it is only members, mainly, of one political party. Am I correct?
No, Councillor.
I'm not a councillor, sir.
My apology. It's just because I'm used to that part, but
I was never a councillor.
Honorable member,
Thank you.
I apologize.
The apologies accepted. General, just a moment. Honorable James, may we please take Honorable Ngola?
No, Chair, thanks. Just to remind the ad hoc that there is evidence under oath from the main witness that has confirmed the political demographics in terms of the many political parties affected. Two, Chair, I don't think also it's quite relevant to the terms of reference to always want to be partisan in our approach. Thank you. It's a sensitive security matter that we need to be very careful about. Thank you very much, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. We must not have the record with incorrect information. Chair, the main witness was very clear that the majority of cases related to political killings are related to the African National Congress. And he was very, very clear about that. So we're not going to mislead here. He mentioned that there was maybe one or two from other political parties, but the majority, he was very clear. It was even your ANC minister, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who instigated the setup or the establishment of the political killings task force to deal with ANC leadership battles, because you can't deal with it your own. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Ngola.
Chair, that's extremely misleading. The main witness made mention further of saying both, particularly the EFF and the AFP, are affected, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal. It's on record, Chair. We can go to the record and look at it. This 1 or 2 is actually not true. But beyond that, Chair, I think let's just avoid to be too much partisan about it, to contaminate a sensitive national security matter with unnecessary politics. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, thanks. I think Honorable Ngola has dealt with this matter. The part that I'm very much concerned about is when Honorable Matthys says it is because that political party was failing to handle its own internal dynamics. Now, I have a problem with that, because none of the witnesses who have come before this committee or the Commission of Inquiry have provided evidence to the fact that the ANC leaders or councillors and councillors who were murdered were equally murdered by ANC members. Now, to suggest that it's an internal battle within a party which results, I would imagine from the logic of that statement, members of that party killing one another, I think it's overstretching the evidence that was presented before us, and that is an area which I think is completely out of order. Thanks.
Okay. I want us to stop debating this matter because we are still going to have our own time after evidence has been gathered. But just to bring it to your attention that all of you who are in this committee, you are members of parliament and you represent South Africans. You know, when a family loses a member, there is nobody who dies a death of a political party. Death does not have a brand. You can't brand it and say, this one has died a death of the ANC, or this one has died a death of the IFP or any other party that you may want to label it. And I just want to request honorable members that let's be very sensitive with the manner in which we debate, because families have lost their loved ones, and the least they can expect from you as their leadership is your sensitivity and commiserations. You may proceed, Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. General, to date, what is the total expenditure of the PKTT?
Honorable, in Parliament in March, it was known to be 415 million. But then there was a further 20 million that was approved, which would then maybe take it to 435 million. But I do know that there was more, something like 94 million or 74 million that was also requested for approval. So basically, it's almost nearing 500 million.
Thank you. General, yesterday you mentioned that there were many cases opened up against the team, the PKTT team, in terms of breaking down doors while they were investigating these cases. Do drug dealers knock and ask if they may enter? Because when it comes to addressing certain crime, in my experience, that the approach of scope and donor sometimes is needed. Do you agree or disagree with me?
That approach, it depends on the team that is actually running the operation, and depending on the challenge and the nature of the danger situation they are faced with, Chair.
You mentioned that this team was investigating cases relating to drugs, to murder, to heists. Does that not warrant this type of approach?
Yeah, but it is not every scene that must be approached the same way, because sometimes you find that you are in an environment that really needs to be approached very carefully, decently. But sometimes where there are children as well in the house and it doesn't pose any risk or threat. But there are instances where you find that this environment, the intelligence that we have is that there's a group of criminals there and they are armed. The approach will be different.
I'd like to ask you about the allegations that well-known artists such as DJs have been linked to the underworld, particularly in relation to the peddling of drugs on behalf of cartels in nightclubs. Could you enlighten the committee on whether these allegations have any credibility?
There's always reports that are provided by crime intelligence. And then that information is information based on the fact that it is information that is maybe in the pipeline that is being investigated, and they've got evidence or a certain evidence to a certain extent. You will have, there are drugs in the country. There are drugs everywhere in the country, especially in the city of Joburg, in KZN, in Eastern Cape. There are drugs. So I can't say information that lacks credibility when it talks about drugs and firearms, when I don't have anything against that I can say there's credibility or not.
Okay, General, moving quickly. Counterintelligence operation in Gauteng. How many cases do they have? And what are the case types?
Let me see if this information I will have in my pack. Chair, there's a document that I'm looking for. There's a document to improve performance of the detectives that was approved by the National Commission. Performance, improve performance of the detectives. Yeah, right. Now, I have a document in front of me, Honorable J. I have a document in front of me, Honorable James, just to ask specifically what the question was. I've got national components, counterintelligence. Chair, I don't know whether at this present moment, it's a document that I have, Honorable James, that I can give to you now to show you in terms of the response, but I'm not sure whether it's information that I should give out in public because we're talking counterintelligence now. Chair, I need assistance here. Here's the information that Honorable James is asking, but since it also mentioned counterintelligence, I might also be accused of discussing intelligence information in a platform that is not supposed to be, but I'm prepared to show the honorable members so that she gets the response.
What do you choose to do with that kind of information?
I can show her the answer.
You can show her
The answer.
Okay.
Can I just?
I'll have a look at it later. I think that was more.
Okay, you can show her when we were about to break. Yeah.
I think that question, Chair, was important for us because that is the operation that has since identified the top 5 in our country, alleged top 5 that is embroiled in drug cartels, where 2 has been identified and there's still 3 missing faces. Am I correct?
No. No. You're not correct.
So the identification of the top 5, where does that come from?
This is information that is come from,
Sorry, General, can you maybe speak into the mic?
this is information that comes from crime intelligence. But I also have information that was compiled by crime intelligence that does not have those top 5 that that is being spoken about. So it's the top 5. There's nowhere where they appear.
So the top 5 that we've been told, South Africans has been told about, is not the top 5 that is running the drug cartels in our country. And that is connected with political heads and infiltrated the various state departments.
The document that I have that was crafted by crime intelligence doesn't have that.
What is the composition of the counterintelligence operation? You know, when we have operations, obviously it composes of natchoins. The composition of this counterintelligence, who serves on there?
It's member of intelligence who works at the intelligence section, but conducting counterintelligence investigations.
Is that all, sir? General?
Is that?
Is that all?
Yes.
So the members are only from within SAPS. So when one does intelligence, you haven't roped in NPA and you haven't roped in all the other role players that usually serves on an operation of this nature.
Counterintelligence is not necessarily a multidisciplinary structure. This is intelligence, and you may find that they work with NPA. For them, remember, it is their investigation. So if they have a prosecutor who deals with them, who works with them, they will consult with such a prosecutor so that he gives guidance to their investigation.
So prosecutor NPA is part of the team then?
It's possible.
Does this team fall within your section?
Used to, but not now, not anymore.
Why not, sir?
Because now crime intelligence reports to the National Commissioner, no longer to myself.
Okay. My final question. General, my second last question. General, you also mentioned that you're not aware of any political interference within SAPS, but you responded to a question when you said you waited with bated breath to find out who's the new minister, because usually when ministers come in, you could possibly lose your job. Is that not political interference? Not?
Not.
Okay. Yes or no, you attempted to obscure the obvious reality that there are factions within senior management of South African Police Service. Given that there are no holy cows, is it not possible that some of these internal cabals are working in collaboration with drug cartels?
I really can't sit here, National Chair, and say it's not possible or it can't be. Up until it is tested, someone being arrested, connected to the crime, then they must be arrested.
In closing, General, General Kwanaze told us, I'm not sure if you heard, that there's only one scanner. One scanner, 3,000 containers pass through. We are not able to detect if children are in those containers. We are not able to detect if there's drugs in those containers. Is it true? How many scanners do we have at our ports of entry? And also, how many private landing strips do we have in our country?
It's a dangerous statement to make in relation to the fact that whether we have one scanner or how many scanners, because we cannot really go out there and tell the public that we are ailing and we don't have this, we don't have this capacity, we don't have this expertise. And there's no way that the public should know our strength. So as to whether it is 1 or 2 or 3 or 10, I don't know. But the landing strips, we have too many landing strips in the country. It's many. There are private landing strips as well that are really, I don't know whether I should say more than 1,000 or more than 500. I forgot the number, but I do know that there are just too many landing strips. Some of them are private, of course, they are not known.
Thank you, General. I ask these questions in the interest of South Africans so that they can feel secure, but I'm not sure why you're not able to answer.
I was gonna bring that type of information if I knew that such a question in relation to the landing strips can come up. I would be in a position to respond.
Thank you so much. Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable James. Thank you, General Sibiya. We are taking a break. We are coming back at 21 hours. Thank you so much.
EFF in KZN, where you find that the police don't want to allow their security to enter the stadium in possession of guns. So what I'm just trying to say is that there are deployments in each and every environment. There's no way there will be a major event and there's no police coverage. It will be irresponsible from the side of the police because anything can happen there. Every life counts. Starting from the stadium, major events, the police are there.
So there was absolutely nothing untoward with SAPS being present there?
No, in the stadium, every stadium, there is an office, they call it a jock, where where they sit to look after the situation. So there are those that are keeping records, and there are those that are patrolling, there are those that are directing operations inside the stadium and outside the stadium.
Thank you, General. General, the reason we are here today is obviously because of the now famous directive of the 31st of December. Section 2061 of the Constitution, I'm sure as you know, provides for the powers and functions of a member of cabinet responsible policing. And it says that member of cabinet must determine national policing policy. Now, am I correct that a national policing policy has just been released in 2025?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then section 2072, under control of services, provides that the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what is your understanding and what in your view would constitute policy versus control and management of the police service? Where exactly is the line drawn? Because, I mean, we're sitting here and I think it's that line that we keep coming back to. Where is the line drawn?
At this present moment, I think it must be understood in clear or in no uncertain terms that the bottom line is that the minister, as the person who must actually determine policy with the National Commissioner implementing policy, the two are interlinked in such a way that the National Commissioner reports to the minister, and the minister has got interest in what is going on in terms of the implementation of the policy. So what is happening is that the instructions that was given falls squarely and entirely within the scope of the policy of the minister. As far as I'm concerned, what the minister did, personally, I don't see anything wrong.
Thank you, General. Now, okay, so you said you didn't see anything wrong. Did the minister engage you or consult you about his decision to de-establish PKTT? So did you know beforehand, before the letter, that that is what he wanted to do?
Not at all. I wasn't even around. I was operating in the Western Cape around December. Minister was in KZN.
Okay.
And we never communicated. Even if you can check our communication, there was no communication around that time.
Thank you, General. Okay, I'm going to skip my next question because I was going to ask you about whether you thought that instruction was lawful, but you've already said that you thought that it was lawful. So General Marcel Mula, in his testimony, argues that the use of the word immediate by the minister in his directive amounted to operational interference. What is your view on this issue of immediate? But I've also been asked to ask you that, can you explain what you meant when you said immediate does not mean right now?
When you say immediately, and your letter addresses things that must happen over a period of time, it means from now. As we say immediately, the process starts now. And that process can stretch. Now, there are a number of activities that must be involved for you to be able to get to the other side where you are expected to be. But it means that it starts now, but start implementing the decision. Starting to implement the decision doesn't mean that by the 20th, shop is closed. What is important is that make sure that you start the process. and then you will end the process with a closed-up report.
So did you think that when the minister said immediately in his letter, that amounted to operational interference?
I don't think it amounted to operational interference, especially the fact that it was discussed in the presence of the National Commissioner, who indicated that he does not have any query nor any objection to that.
Okay, thanks, General. So you said in a response to one of the members that you were not surprised when the directive came through from the minister. Were you surprised, though, that General Masemula asked you to implement it? Because according to your testimony, you said you were not involved in PKTT. It was just General Masemula, General Kumalo, and the KZN commissioner. So were you surprised that General Masemula asked you to work on this?
No, I can't be surprised when I get tasking from the National Commissioner, their official tasking. He can task me on anything. So I can't be surprised.
Despite the fact that you haven't had anything to do with the PKTT?
Yes, well, it came, the instruction came. I've never actually occupied or been involved in the PKTT, but now here comes the instruction that says DNC communicate to the team. So this is an instruction from the National Commissioner that must be complied with.
Now, General Sibiya, this is where I get confused. So on paragraph 28 of your testimony, you indicate that once you received that email from the Office of the National Commissioner, your office directed an email to the DCCI, General Kumalo, to develop a closing report for sign-off by the 13th of January. Did you have any discussion with General Kumalo regarding this directive to disband? If you did, what was his view? If you didn't, why not?
I didn't have any discussion with General Kumalo. What I did, same email that I received, and I wish that we get to it, because what I did, I forwarded it same time. I forwarded in the same email. You will see that it is the National Commissioner's email, then my email on top that directs now General Kumalo and say, below see the email from the National Commissioner's Office for Compliance. Please comply with the above. And due to the fact that the National Commissioner Office, they wanted mine on the 14th, and we say, you need to give it to me on the 13th so that I can see it. Then thereafter, on the 14th, when I meet the National Commissioner, I give it to him.
Okay, so you didn't speak to him about the directive, you forwarded the email. Tell me, is a closing report and the implementation plan the same thing? I'm asking this question because you asked General Kumalo to work on the closing report, then you asked Major General Rabi to work on the implementation plan. Was it two different things? Because we seem not to hear of the closeout report again in that period. Now there's a discussion of the implementation plan.
Remember that I sent the same document to General Rabi as well. And in the same document, General Rabi, who is an expert in this field, come back and say, this is how it must look like. And when General Rabi says, this is how it must look like, this is how the organization works. We know, even if I were to draft it and I'm not sure about it, I will send it to General Rabi for guidance. He will prepare it, and then, or General Nzima, and then they will prepare it, will then take it to the National Commissioner for approval.
So General Kumalo never came back to you then, because you then worked on Major General Rabi's document?
Yes, he never came back to me.
Now, there's this correspondence, which you discuss at length on paragraph 36, between Major General Rabi and Major General Sebola, and how ultimately you get the plan that I know it's your testimony is that you implemented the plan from the Office of the National Commissioner. So you are saying Major General Rabi gives you this document, or he first authors it. It's got the signature of the National Commissioner. Then he changes it that the National Commissioner is not the author, you are the author. sends it to Major General Sibula. In the intervening period, you see the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner says the document must be changed. So when you get the document from Major General Sibula, you then take it that that is what the National Commissioner has approved because it comes from his office. Am I correct?
You are correct, Chair, in a sense that you must also look at the timelines and the timelines in between. General Ravi sent it on the 14th. The first time, I think, is 1410. Then you will see that right on top, then is General Ravi again, 15 something there. And then from there, General Ravi sent it to General Sibula on the 14th. Now from General Sibula, it said for 2 days. So which means General Sibula had to consult with the National Commissioner. General Sibula will never send a document to me that she hadn't consulted with the National Commissioner. Now, General Sibula consult with the National Commissioner. And then after that, when the National Commissioner is satisfied, let General Sibiya sign this thing is operational. General Sibula come to her office. My office and General Sibula's office, they are opposite. National Commissioner is that side. Now, General Sibula come and say to Keketsi, Sibongile, the PA in the office, says, I'm sending you a document. Please print it for the DNC to sign. Keketsi then says, okay, I'm waiting for the document, General. She forward the document to my office to print and sign. Now, if the National Commissioner was not in agreement, that document would not have left General Sibola's office to me. The same applies to the email that was sent by Brigadier Lotoko to my office. She will never send something like that, having not confirmed with the National Commissioner or acting National Commissioner. So which means, if the National Commissioner completely was against, how can the document be cascaded further down? If you agreed, it will be. If you didn't, there's no way it can go down.
Okay, I hear you, General, but here's my problem now. It's SB6, those emails in your submission. Is it standard practice in the South African Police Service that emails are just sent with no trail? So on the emails we've got here, there's not even a hello, General, or hello, Captain Sibongile. We just literally just have from sent to. What happened to the rest of the email? Because here we see the trail, but we don't know what is being said. Maybe if you could assist me with that. And then secondly, if Major General Sibula is sending this very important instruction to your office, she doesn't write this instruction that print this out for the general to sign and send. Why would she send an email and then walk out to your office to say he must print it? Why are these emails blank, not reflecting?
That is a cause for concern. Personally, I believe the National Commissioner knew what he was doing, because there's no way that as the National Commissioner you can say, let Ravi help you. Ravi, who's in the office of the National Commissioner still, helps me craft a document. That document was crafted on instruction of the National Commissioner. The same document is the one that gets sent to General Sibula. The same documents that was discussed with the National Commissioner, the same document that gets sent to me. This is operational, let the General sign and send. Then I send. Then the next thing, I stand accused that I turned a document where the National Commissioner was supposed to sign, I turned it into my own signature and send. To me, this was a booby trap.
So, General, is it your testimony that these emails, as you have put them before us, none of them contained any instructions? It was just forward the document, the email is blank as it appears here?
The first one of Brigadier Lotoko says clearly that as directed, the DNC is directed to do, DNC Creditation has directed that, okay, it says, as directed, DNC requested to accordingly communicate the deactivation to the relevant team. Your office is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on 14 January 2025 for NATCOM's consideration and sign off. Now, this date of the 14th is a date on which the National Commission is back on leave. And when I spoke to the National Commission, he said yes, because the minister says he wants the report by the 20th. And now we ask Rabi to assist. Rabi is assisting. General Rabi drafted the report. This report that was written is a professional written report by someone who's qualified to write work study reports, and he wrote a report that actually the National Commissioner say. So now the National Commissioner say, I saw it and I did not really read it or browse it. I just browsed it and I read down there below, and it's not something that I read. But the National Commissioner said at the commission, he said, when they asked him, did you read? Did you go through this? He said, no, I never went through it. But the bottom line is, it comes from whose office? From the National Commissioner's office. All these emails that came to my office are a direct instruction of the National Commissioner. The same way the National Commissioner say, if I didn't comply with the minister's instruction, I was going to be accused of insubordination. I am here today, I say, if I didn't comply with the National Commissioner's instruction, it was going to be like, this man doesn't listen. We instructed him and he didn't do what we want. So I complied.
But General, you do appreciate that right now it's your word against the National Commissioner and Major General Sibula, because on the final emails that you provide as evidence, there's no instruction.
I can't agree, Chair, on that, because if the National Commissioner, quite honestly speaking, does not agree, from here, it must go back, not backward, not any further. Here, from me, it go back. And I say, National Minister, I don't agree for the following reason, and let me engage you. Why then have it still forwarded, cascaded further down? Number one. Number two, it's confirmed and it's consistent with the fact that even starting from the meeting of the 27th, when the National Commissioner said, yes, this is just a task team, it was not meant to be a permanent structure, it was just a task team that was supposed to evolve into a murder and robbery unit. So let's go to the Parliament now, where parliamentarians are involved in. Here's the Honorable Ian Cameron was the chair on the day. The National Commissioner was there. The project manager, General Mkwanas, was in the meeting as well, presented that the National Commissioner has received a directive from the minister to disband. And there has been subsequent meetings, several subsequent meetings in that regard, and that it is going to happen. We believe that the task team has achieved the purpose for which it was established, and that it can be used as a benchmark because it has been operating well. And then as a result, we are going to be transitioning into murder and robbery unit, and it shall be done in phases. Done. The next morning on the 6th, they come up with an action plan that the National Commission says it was approved by him. And the minister also partially approved, in a sense that the minister says, I see that you've done what you say you're going to do, but what I'm not happy about is the fact that you're saying the court docket you will still keep, because now the court docket may take 5 to 10 years, which means we'll be still waiting. But it was partially approved. Now, true to their words, General Kumalo, as they presented, on the 28th of March, they sign a handing over the report. I didn't even know. They went and they met and they did an exchange somewhere. And then now General Sintumule's got the docket and then called me and say, I've signed for the dockets, 118 dockets. All right. Then after plus minus a month, on the 23rd of April, General Kumalo bring the last 3 dockets of Umtata, Namhlamtwa. Now it brings us to, that makes the 121 dockets. Now, we have now 121 dockets that must go to KZN, to the station where they belong, which is the murder and robbery unit. General Mkwanazi get a call that says, General, we are bringing the dockets over to you. Say, I don't
Sorry,
want those
General,
dockets.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you. I do apologize. No, I think we are clear on the
Maybe-
sequence of events.
Before you proceed, just to hold to the Honorable Skosana wants to say something.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, because I'm confused a bit now, that the answer is giving to the Honorable is different from the answer which you gave me about this email, about the signature. If you remember well, when I said to you that the brigadier, you said she, the talker, all those emails, whether they are signed, and remember I asked you whether you verified that, and you said there's nothing wrong as long as it comes from the office of the National Commissioner. That was a concern, and I think what she is raising now, the answer is different of what you told us earlier. I thank you. I just wanted to say that we must have one answer when we leave here, to say, is it a tradition or is it allowed? They can issue emails irrespective, as long as they come from that, they are authentic according to what you presented earlier. Thank you.
What you said, Honorable Member, is exactly what is the case.
Yeah, but remember, I said, is it right or wrong? You said, no, it's right. But now we are not saying that.
No, I've never said it's not right. I've never said that. My statement is consistent. It's something that will never change. This is how it is.
Yeah, but now, what I'm saying now, on Hansard, perhaps you missed that. But I wanted to help you on that, to say, what you told her now about the emails, because she's raising the same thing, maybe differently, but the answer are not the same. He's asking the same thing which I asked about the emails.
I stand by what you repeated just now, Honorable Member, that for as long as an email comes from the National Commissioner's office, and not any Tom, Dick, and Harry, from Brigadier Letoko, whether it comes from Millicent, whether it comes from General Sebola, we know it comes from the National Commissioner. And it's not something to be questioned unless there is something that needs to be challenged or not being understood. That's when you can stand up and say, I don't understand this. But if Sebola, General Sebola writes something, it is what it is. If General Brigadier Letoko write me something, it's for me to run with it.
Okay. Thank you, General. Sorry, just as an aside, you had initially said that WhatsApps can be manipulated. Can email correspondence also be manipulated by crime intelligence?
It's doable, even if it's not crime intelligence, by any expert, any person who knows a computer, it happens.
Thanks, General. So let's leave then the email trail. You then take the letter that you were told to sign and you issue it on the 17th of January. Now that letter deals with the disbandment of the PKTT. General, I want to refer you to the South African Police Act, specifically section 11(2)D, that gives the power, duty, and functions of the National Commissioner. And it says the National Commissioner has obviously the power to organize and reorganize the service at national level into various components, units, or groups. Now, that is the power of the National Commissioner. Now, when you were communicating this to the relevant units, did you think that you were just following an instruction or you were overreaching perhaps because you shouldn't have the power to reorganize and organize units at national level?
No. Remember to start with the original document. There's a document that comes from the highest authority, The minister, that writes to the national commissioner. The national commissioner that writes to me and say, there is an instruction that says do the following. Now, when I act on that, there's no way it can be overreaching because if I acted on my own, somebody could say, but who gave you that instruction to disband this team? But if it comes from the office of the national commissioner, really, we're not going to be talking about that. It's a done deal.
Thank you. Here's the thing that bothers me. On all of these plans, you keep saying that it was for the minister's signature, it must go to the signature, alternatively to the minister for sign-off. Now, this minister's signature was for him to approve the disbandment plan, am I right?
The minister's signature, yes. Well, obviously, when for an example, my staff officer write a letter, based on the letter of the minister, and this is how she wrote it, I take charge of what she wrote as my staff officer. The same way what was written by Brigadier Letoko, the National Commissioner cannot distance himself from that one that was written by Brigadier Letoko because this is our staff that act on our behalf. So I take charge of that email that was written by Colonel Afanant, but let's say she could have said for signature by the National Commissioner, but she said for signature by the minister. At that time, because of the fact that we never thought that this was going to result at any given point into this situation, you find that it will be a question of neither here nor there. It does happen. The same applies when you see when General Motsepe's team were writing the Motsepe report. That report that was actually responding to General Mukwana's press briefing. They said the DNC received an instruction from the minister, and when in fact I did not receive an instruction from the minister. But remember, they wrote it already, and they wrote it among themselves. I saw it late myself. So you will get a situation where they do write something like that. That is minister's signature, but could have understood that write a report, and the close-up report must be given to the minister to sign off. Because maybe reading the letter, it says that for the National Commissioner sign off. So it is my staff officer, but I don't say I'm distancing myself from it. I'm taking full accountability.
Okay. My question, General, was going to the fact that the testimony that has been deposed before us by General Masemula, General Mkwanas, says that the minister should not be involved in this thing, it's operational. But all of you have various meetings, engagements. You go to the minister, you approve this thing. He says, no, he doesn't like it. Now, if it's operational, why are you looking for the minister's approval on your disbandment plan? Because in English is what he enters nowhere. Because it's not him who must approve disbandment, but from General Masemula, and I'm not putting words in your mouth because I know you said you didn't see anything wrong with the instruction. But if I said, why do you think that these generals kept going to the minister trying to get him to approve this thing? He says he's unhappy about it. He was not supposed to be involved in the first place, right? Because they said it was operational. What would be your view there, General?
I can't believe, I can't agree with that, because if you are the minister and you run the organization, there's no way that you can be afraid of your members and be afraid to address your members, because everybody will say you are overreaching. Just imagine if you are the Minister of Police and the only person that you are allowed to talk to is the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner alone. You don't have access to any other person other than the National Commissioner. It can't be. All the ministers in all the departments, they speak to senior managers within their ministries.
So the way that General Masemula acted, seeking the minister's approval, which you think was correct, should demonstrate that they thought that the minister had a role, and they continue to act in a manner that shows that he has a role in terms of giving them directions. Am I right?
Yes. At some point, the National Commissioner himself was not so sure whether it is in fact overreaching or not. But he stood by the point that the how part of it is the one that gives him sleepless nights. But as far as I'm concerned, if you are the minister, if you get appointed, honorable member, today as the Minister of Police, and you get in there and you call all the senior managers, you want them to preview each one of them to take you through their responsible areas. And then from there, there is that one that you didn't understand clearly, but you want that one to come back and explain to you. And you explain, but it looked like this part of your work, I don't think we need this part of your work. You get employed today to run telecom. You have to make profit. The moment you get involved in every areas of that space, for this organization to begin to make profit, or for the South African Police Service to be able to be more effective in fighting crime, what do you need? Then you come up with your own approach and your own strategy. And then that's what you need to discuss with the National Commission and all the managers. And then say, from now onwards, these are our 7 priorities. These are the things that we have identified, the following priorities. Now, the National Commissioner is then supposed to take the baton and run with it. And then every now and then they have to come back and give feedback.
Thank you, General. I like your examples. From your lips to God's ears, I must run Telkom. Thank you. General, from what we are hearing here, you are possibly facing a charge of defeating the ends of justice by obviously seeking to, or allegedly seeking to disband the PKTT. Now, when you speak, you say that you were never going to interrupt the course of justice, and there was a view that the murder and robbery unit would be able to operate on these cases, continue the investigation. But you confuse me because every time you speak, you said we needed to establish the murder and robbery unit. So was it in place already, or would the disbandment have then led to the establishment of a murder and robbery unit?
The disbandment, remember there is a document already approved where the National Commissioner says it must be expedited by DNC crime detection. Says I must expedite that. In some areas, the murder and robbery units exist because they exist. And then at the same time, already there's a work study approved by the National Commissioner that says it must be done. And that work study investigation says, when it comes to the murder and robbery, the mandate of the murder and robbery unit will be to investigate serial murders, taxi-related killings, police killings, including political murder. Now, political murder is the same political killing task team. Now, which means they must be established in the areas where they are needed most.
Thank you. I just want to move quickly to the issue of crime intelligence. So our terms of reference mandate us to seek to evaluate the reason for instability within CI. Now, criminal intelligence falls within your responsibilities. In your view, what is causing instability in criminal intelligence? And then as leader of that component, what have you done about it?
You see, there's something called interpersonal relations. If you are a leader, you must have interpersonal relations, number one. You must have people management as well as administrative management. You must be able to be that kind of a person who's able to interact with people. You must be able to know how to build a team, work with your people in such a way that they will support you, they will work you, and they will lift you up. But if you find yourself, you are a leader and you're fighting with all of them, and they are all fighting you, challenging you, taking you to court, leaking information, you fighting with them, you taking them to court, they're taking you to court, that's instability. Now, where is General Khan? The relationship is not good. It's been up and down court. He was caught, he won. Where is General Moodley? He's outside, and the fight is been up and down. Where is General Tio? He's out. He's been fighting. So I can sit here and list of all of them that have been involved. More than 5, General, the Eastern Cape as well. Unfortunately, I think is now boarded. He was sick. But there are many generals, including brigadiers inside crime intelligence, that have been fighting with General Kumalo himself. Now, they took him to court, some of them, In some instances, I said, General, don't go to court, you're going to lose. He didn't listen to me, he went to court and he lost. Now, I'm saying what causes instability within CI is the fact that the General Kumalo, you cannot run crime intelligence only with two people, General Lushaba and General Madondo, all three from KZN. I'm sitting with a complaint, here is it. This complaint. This is a nepotism by Lieutenant General Kumalo and Major General Lushaba. Post-promotion phase 2024/2025 financial year, employees of the South African Police Service. This is a complaint, and it is accompanied by letters, post-promotions phase. Now, they telling you here that these are the people, group of people that were employed. They will tell you that General Kumalo chaired from brigadier to constable down there. He chaired all these promotions everywhere in all the provinces. Now, all I'm saying is that here is it. If the chair, anybody want to see in this ad hoc, but the bottom line is there's been challenges because there's been situations where some of the people feel that, but General Kumalo is bringing everybody from KZN here to head office. When he was charging Khan, how I got to also differ with him, I say, all right, General, you are charging Khan on a 2021 matter, but you say you are doing it expeditiously. Why do it expeditious when it's a 2021 matter?
Sorry, General. Chair, I think Honorable Skosana is trying to get your attention.
Thank you, Chair, once again. And thank you, General. I'm not sure what you have there is part and parcel of what we have in our document, because perhaps we can have a look at it, not on the side, all the members, because we are lost a bit now. I'm not sure whether the honorable member is comfortable, because as members, we are trying to find out where can we get that, what you are raising now. Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Can I assist you, Chair?
Yeah, no.
I think maybe we must ask the General to leave it with us if he believes that it's part of the problems of instability within crime intelligence. So I don't believe we've got that bundle of content.
Yes, because Chair, some of the information, especially of crime intelligence, is not information that you just throw out there and leave there. But I need to be guided around that because at some point I might be charged that I'm leaking the information of crime intelligence, but I've got it. And in case the chair want to see or any member want to see it, here is it. But can I proceed, Chair? Now you charging General Khan on a matter that happened in 2021. He's been working. Now, all of a sudden you want to charge him expeditiously. Expeditiously means that within a week or two you are gone. I said, but General, why do you have to go expeditious? Why don't you just go the normal route? He didn't listen. Then he served the papers on Khan expeditious. Khan ran to court. I said, don't go to court, you're going to lose, General. Then he goes to court, then he lost. Then he does the same with General Moodley, remove General Moodley, fire General Moodley. General Moodley goes to court, General Moodley win. Now, General Tiwe is in court. There are many others that are facing the same situation. Now, what I'm saying is that if you work with someone who's also prepared to be led, who's also prepared to listen to other people. Now, when he charged Khan, what he does, he falls back home. He goes to appoint the provincial commissioner of KZN to be the presiding officer. Then he goes to appoint another general, I don't know whether it's Kumalo Mkwanazi, of this, he used to be in the task force in KZN. I said, but why don't you mix? Why didn't you take at least one then from Limpopo and someone else? But you can't always go get everybody from KZN to come and deal with people here all the time. Why can't you mix this thing? No, he doesn't listen. So the next thing, he goes with that thing. Now, Even now, this one, General Kumalo feels that, all right, there is maybe the cartels that are running, there is this thing, go get General Mkwanazi again. Then General Mkwanazi send the forces from KZN again. This is an unacceptable situation. Now the people of Gauteng are sitting, even the provincial commissioner is sitting, everybody is under siege. KZN has arrived. It's wrong.
Okay. Thank you,
It's wrong.
General. Now, you were very unhappy.
Just before you continue, who is the person charging this other officials?
General Kumalo, which is the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, the one who was arrested.
Okay.
He gets arrested, is not suspended. Others get arrested, they are suspended immediately. I was not arrested. I was not even charged. I'm suspended for doing my work. It can't be fair.
Thank you, General Sibiya. You indicated that you were unhappy with General Kumalo being project leader and coordinator of PKTT, and you listed your reasons. So as his direct line manager, did you ever seek to engage with him or the National Commissioner on your dissatisfaction about him also leading PKTT?
In relation to him leading the the PKTT team, I never engaged him. I never engaged the National Commissioner. When I came in here, this is what I found, and I didn't really want to bother myself because where they don't want you, you leave it. If it burns, it will burn somebody, not me. So I left it.
So you never raised with him also the fact that you were unhappy with not knowing what PKTT does? You didn't raise it?
I never raised it.
Okay. General, what do you make of, I thought it was a recommendation, but now you said it's been approved, the change of structure where criminal intelligence is no longer reporting to the DNC, but, sorry, it's reporting directly to the NETCOM. What was the reason, what was the process, and is this something that has been done before?
It was never done before, and at some point, my advice to the National Commissioner was that, National Commissioner, if you take crime intelligence and they report to you direct, you must know that the crime intelligence, there are always problems in crime intelligence. You are going to sign things there, and you will be implicated together with them. You need to have someone in between you and crime intelligence in such a way that whatever they sign, because the people of crime intelligence can put a document together that looks legitimate, that is clean and neat and nice, and you will sign that document, but at the ultimate end, you will be implicated. And that was my advice to the National Commissioner. So the National Commissioner, as it happened, the structure has been changed, crime intelligence report to him. But as you can see that in some instances where mention is made that it is something that General Kumalo signed, that he also signed. So I'm saying, if I were to be the National Commissioner, I would make sure that these people report to somebody who report to me, so that in case there is a situation there, it will always come to me. It will always be such that someone will explain to me what happened here. And then we can say, okay, refer this to for audit or do this or do that. But if you don't, I can tell you, you are going to land in problem many times.
But it was reporting to you, General, but it didn't report to you. So does it make much of a difference? I mean, you were there supposed to be that buffer, but from your testimony, it sounds like they didn't report to you anyway. Would I be correct in saying that?
Yes, they were meant to really subvert and then work around me, because every now and then you will hear that General Kumalo is in that side. Sometimes you are sitting in a meeting somewhere with the National Commission, you will see him sneaking into one of the office, then the National Commission will go have a meeting with him. But the bottom line is he never reported to me, and he undermined me in all respect. That is why even when he advertised the position of the provincial heads, and I said I will chair this post, he refused. I said, okay, let me write the letter to the National Commissioner with the hope that the National Commissioner will support me as his deputy. The National Commissioner said, put it there. let me apply my mind. For almost 4 or 5 months, the National Commissioner hasn't responded to me. Even now, I haven't received any response from the National Commissioner. So the problem is myself, I try to also make sure that we employ the right people, not only the people where you find that now General Kumalo has got his own people all over and everywhere, and he selected his own panel that consists of Letondo, Lushaba, and someone else, and then from someone from outside. But most of the time, his special team is Matondo, Lushaba, and himself. That is why they are all three also arrested in the same thing.
Okay, let me, I want to step off crime intelligence and go into my last area of questioning. General, there's cases that I'm interested in, which I hope that having led at least in detection and crime intelligence, you would know. You included an information note about Jerry Bushokha. I'd like to know if you know what happened to Jerry Bushokha. Also, General Mfazi, what happened to General Mfazi? And then the last one, the case or the allegations of a case around General Masemula. Would you know anything about that as well?
Jerry Bushoha is a I'm told he was a businessman who actually was kidnapped. I don't have the exact date.
Sorry, General, you said was. You're speaking past tense. Is Jerry Bushoha still alive?
At this present moment, I don't know. Nobody can say. It's quite some time and there hasn't been a communication in a long time. But he's been since kidnapped. We were receiving videos of him being assaulted, serious assault, where he was being battered and he was pleading for his life, and we were all touched. And we were all trying. I've put many teams together. We've communicated, we've called the service providers, we've put a team together. We've hit every house, even that what was suggested by the family. And when they say go there, we went and we hit. Sometimes we followed the phones where we thought Jerry was. We followed when we get there. It's in Limpopo. That's the wives of maybe Mr. Matlala's family. We hid that house. No, it's not the right place. So we've been all over. But I was even approached by the family, the brother-in-law of Mr. Bushoka, and then we called on everybody to be part, including intelligence, including Gauteng. They've been working together. Even now, it is the team that is still running on Jerry Bushoka's matter. He hasn't been traced, and they're working with the family. And the family is happy. I've got the report here. When it comes to the issue of the second one before the National Commissioner,
General Mfazi.
General Mfazi passed on. I was not back yet, and there are some kind of investigations that are being conducted apparently because they suspect poisoning apparently, but I don't know the facts around that issue.
Sorry, the report said General Mfazi was investigating corruption within SAPS and he may have been poisoned. Did SAPS ever investigate that?
It is under investigation, I know that.
Okay. The alleged case against General Masemula?
I haven't seen any. I don't know about it at all. I was never involved even in the process of or whatever allegations or statement. I was never engaged at all.
Is there a case?
I don't know. What I saw is on the media that was talking. I think it. I don't know whether it was Daily Maverick or what, but there was a. No, it was News 24 article where they had an article on that. But whether there's a case, maybe IDEC can say, or NPA, but personally, I don't even know the facts.
General, I'm going to push you here. If a whole national commissioner is being investigated, would perhaps yourselves, I think also from crime intelligence, not want to have a sense of what's happening with the national commissioner?
You see, the problem is initially, when the story of the Louis Vuitton bag came in, that the national commissioner and General Ntantla Mkhwanazi are involved in a scandal where they received some Louis Vuitton bags. everywhere where we're going, you would hear that there is this story of the Louis Vuitton bags. Then at some point it happened that we have a meeting with the management of IDAC. We were going to have a management with IDAC so that we can support them with the officials, the detectives. It was before they were now made to be a fully fledged directorate that was approved now. So we went there, and then after the meeting, I said to the head, in the presence of the National Commissioner, I said, tell me, everywhere where we go, we get to hear that the National Commissioner is under investigation. We see the newspapers that the National Commissioner is under investigation. Is our National Commissioner under investigation? So that this thing can be clarified. She said, National Commissioner, there is no investigation that we are investigating against you. We were relieved. We were happy. We all left. It was me who said that. I was with the National Commissioner because he could not ask it himself. I asked. We left, knowing that the National Commissioner is not under investigation. So, if there is any other investigation that is there, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So in your testimony or your oral evidence, I think it was in response to Honorable Souls, you said Generals Masemola Khumalo Mkhwanazi and I think Patekile, I may have gotten the name wrong, they are a clique. So who is your clique, General?
In my case, I arrived alone in the police, and I still feel that I was rejected because remember I was out, I was removed, and I came back. There's people who still felt that I should not have been back. Because if you remember, General Mkhwanazi did say that this man was dismissed. I don't know why the management didn't oppose that he comes back. And now I'm here, I've been working hard on my own. I don't have a person that I can say is a clique because I don't have management grouping that is my clique.
So you're a faction of one?
Maybe.
Okay. General, I was going to ask you when your problem started with General Masemola, but I think you've spoken about that. But what I wanted to know is that you've already indicated that your problems with General Mkhwanazi started during that AKA murder case investigation. But between then and when Minister Mkhunu decided to call a peacemaking meeting, I think you called it at some point, what was happening? Because the AKA's murderers were arrested quite a while ago. So what is it that Minister Mkhunu saw in the intervening period and decided he must call you to make peace?
We tried several times to engage with General Mkhwanazi to make peace between myself and General Mkhwanazi. And I think I mentioned earlier that at some point I mentioned that I sent one of my members who is very close to General Mkhwanazi to actually go sit down with General Mkhwanazi and say, I'm here, sent by General Sibiya. General Sibiya wants us to talk. He wants us to try and find a way of what can be done really to solicit peace between the two of us. Then we speak, and then everything is okay. Then we start talking with General Mkhwanazi. Then the next thing you will hear, one day, General Mkhwanazi is very angry again on something that happened. When you ask our General, I thought we spoke. He said, yeah, but nina yang manager nina. Young manager, and how are we managing you now? Because we spoke first. And then the information that I got is that the National Commissioner said to General Mkhwanazi, no, don't listen to him, he's managing you, don't listen to him. Now I'm sitting in that situation of, I'm trying to make peace this side, and this side it is my boss who's saying, no, don't make peace with him, he's just managing you. So it is in that situation that in which I find myself. I have tried very hard to make sure that there is peace. Because why? It was affecting my performance in terms of one province, you don't have access, but all other provinces you have access. So I wanted to have that thing resolved. The National Commissioner, I asked him several times to make peace between us and KZN. He said, no, I will at the right time. But if I was the national commissioner and I know that two of my senior managers, they've got a problem, I'll call them both today or tomorrow and we'll resolve this thing going forward. It won't be something that must go on